Oh, I forgot to put some music on. Hello, everyone. How we doing today? I am here joined by Mr. Patrician TV.
Against my will.
We got something very special for you guys today. If you saw the last live stream that we did with Oblivion, you might already be aware of what's in store for today. But if you aren't, if you didn't see it, prepare yourself, because this is going to be a journey into the depths of true corporate greed in the industry right now.
For reference, the reason we've decided to do this stream is that when we decided to do it impromptu last time, we were so flabbergasted by what was said that we need to revisit it, and not so that every other thing we say is, I cannot believe he's saying this.
Will Smith is ready with the $10. Are you guys ready? I don't think they're ready yet. We need to let people percolate a little bit. Because if you did not see what happened, what this, so I think I like my my description of this, that it's like the local crackhead, the local crack pin kingpin, just standing on this corner of the street, just telling everybody how he sells crack to children now, and why it's economically required of him at this point, and giving a step-by-step instruction manual on how to sell crack to children. It's fascinating.
And explaining the benefits and like thoroughly explaining the process that you convert crack kids into crack heads. Because you have to build trust in the community. Then you get retention with the crack addicts, and finally you get that crack revenue.
And when you get the people complaining that the crack isn't like good quality, what you do is you get the good stuff and you send it to those people who are complaining about it the loudest, the people who have like a real following. And then they go, "Oh man, the shit's good again, guys. Let's get back on it."
And I don't want to dog on Todd Howard too much in the non-Todd Howard stream, but he did say that Destiny 2 does loot correctly, and that Starfield draws inspiration from the game that we're going to be playing today. So,
Warlock. I'm glad somebody agrees with me. Warlock is definitely what I'm going to be going for.
Just to get people a little excited, of course, this all ties back to Starfield.
Yeah, because we can always...
Now,
it can always be worse.
You're in the Oblivion business. Did you see the news?
Yeah, I saw
the leak.
A potential remaster or remake in the works.
And of course, Maddie Play from just with the shitty take. Why don't they do this for Morrowind? No, leave it alone. Do Oblivion. Oblivion needs it, right? Because you've got more mods than you can handle with Skyrim that can fix that game up, right? And you've got OpenMW for Morrowind. So the game that's been left out in the Elder Scrolls series really is Oblivion. I think if there was any game that you were going to remaster, they said Unreal Engine 5, which some people were in disbelief in. I actually think that would be kind of likely.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to make something that looks, graphically impressive and stuff like that, and also it's because it's being done by like an outside studio.
Like you said, we have no clue if it's real or not.
Yeah,
it's probably fake. We hear about this shit every year. All kinds of remasters that people want.
But yeah, it's coming from the studio who's also doing the MGS3 remake. And so apparently the reason this is trustworthy is this leaker made claims, or a leaker made claims about the MGS3 remake. And it turned out to be true, so... We shall see.
I've got another thing for you. I'm afraid there's going to have to be another Starfield stream due to new information coming out.
Oh, really?
Yes, there's an article here. I'll read a bit when it loads. But yeah, there's a new article, and it's very substantive, and so we're gonna have to do. Damn, it's not loading. Apologies, chat.
Where is the article from?
Bethesda. Meet Jamie Mallory, producer at Bethesda Game Studios. Published July 31st, 2023, so today. Say hi to Jamie Mallory, producer on Starfield at Bethesda Game Studios. If you've seen our latest Starfield Direct, you'll already be familiar with Jamie's animal-themed spaceships and sandwich space piracy.
Oh, it's her.
Yeah. Let me get you a word count on how much is in this article. just out of personal curiosity.
I said it during that presentation that she like really she did well. She had good presence.
Mm-hmm.
She did the smoke screen effectively.
I'm glad we're hearing about more about the sandwich lady and less about the game.
Yeah.
3,200 words in this article.
Oh my.
So it's about like a 15-minute if we were to put that into a video.
Uh-huh.
So like 5,000 words is like 20 minutes for me.
Yeah, pretty much.
So 15 minutes on the the fucking sandwich lady. And for those who missed my stream yesterday, we saw the newer anime trailers that they did. Anime's putting it very generously. It's a Western storyboard animation.
It would, yeah. The only thing we walked away from that with was, are they using hard currency in this setting?
Yeah. We walked away with even less confidence because apparently they have coins.
That was, I don't know what that was.
Every frame was a painting, that's for sure.
It was difficult to, like, literally physically painful to watch. Due to how it was like incomplete.
How it was drawn, it felt like I have astigmatism. How I would describe astigmatism to somebody who doesn't have one is look at these pictures and that's what your eyes do to you. But maybe we'll get a Starfield Edgerunners based on these animations that they did. That is like solidly my theory.
Maybe it was like testing the waters. This is they wanted to see if there's any any interest in this, and if people were really into it, they'd be like, all right, we'll green light like a full thing. I don't know. Hopefully, if they did do something, they had better animations. It really just looked like it was incomplete.
Yeah, I think it just didn't pan out.
Yeah.
Like whatever studio produced it is probably out of business because like they came under hard times, and the Starfield contract was supposed to save them, but it just didn't pan out. The most accurate part of the marketing was that it's marketing that Starfield's unfinished, just like those trailers.
Nightmare Games just had a good point. There has to be space coins. What else are you going to find in boxes at Space Raider Camp number 48?
Well, of course there's going to be currency everywhere, but like legitimately one-to-one space coins, like fucking septums and bottle caps.
Well, maybe it's like how we were saying, they're credit shits, right, from like Mass Effect, but they only have a limited quantity of like storage capacity, and that dude was getting paid so much that they had to put it on like multiple.
When I paid 200,000 credits for a new ship at a space dock, I have to show up with a duffel bag full of credit shits. Sorry, my debit card has a daily withdrawal limit of 500 credits. So
can I get this on a certified check? Can I like what sort of medium of transaction can I use to just not have to lug around a million
I'm
fucking
gonna enjoy
ships.
another game where people are coping about the setting being like intentionally shitty because it's supposed to be like another post-apocalypse. Like people say that about Skyrim, right? That the Skyrim society is shitty because it's like post-war.
Yeah.
And it's like, but the war was never in Skyrim, so like, why is it as bad as it is? It's just because they can't do better than that.
Or the theory that like the technology is regressing in the Elder Scrolls setting. I've seen that one too. And it's just like, no, they do it because it's cool and they want to, you know, it's cock first storytelling, as you said in your last Skyrim video.
Which Acer Thorn didn't understand the meaning of that expression because his cock would not be the first thing to enter the room.
Ooh.
Technically, we're always in a post-war setting. True.
Yeah.
But no, like I hate the post-apocalypse things. Oh, things aren't developed. Like, you know what I like about Cyberpunk? You know why I'm considering it as a setting? Because it's actually like a developed society. Like, I'm tired of playing the Bethesda games where it feels like everywhere you go is a third world country.
Yeah. I like the idea of it's not post-apocalypse. It's just they're in hard times. There's interesting stuff you can do when a society is just in like a period of flux. And, like, a lot of stuff.
I don't think they nailed that though. But this stream's not about Starfield, even though Starfield is tied to it because Todd Howard gave Destiny 2 the stamp of approval that the loot system's what they want, and we know that there's going to be colored loot in Starfield. So,
did Oblivion feel like a third world country? I would say it felt it felt kind of weird because all the forts were in ruin and disrepair and stuff.
What I'll say is it felt like an old Soviet bloc state.
Yeah, that's
so it's more like a second world country.
Yeah.
So like the government's collapsed and there's rampant corruption, but it's still like they're like the remnants of a very intentional like communist culture are there.
Yeah, like the infrastructure and stuff is still in place. Like the society's still like functioning, but you can start to see things are not right. And I don't know if that was intentional or not. What really sets me off with that setting was the empty forts, because the forts are the forts are in a state of disrepair. They're full of bandits and stuff. So it's like, okay, this isn't just because of the Bolivian crisis. I know, like the people have said, well, you know, Uriel Septim's reign was very turbulent, so the Cyrodiil really suffered, so that they can bolster the strength of the legions in the provinces and everything. I'm like, okay, but they would still have some token forces. They would have a few forts. It wouldn't just be the Imperial City and Sky Ruler Temple.
So I'm going to address the Armored Core 6 thing that somebody asked. Yeah, I really only have time to play like one game on my free time in August. Because I'm trying to take the last week off. So really, I've got 3 weeks before Starfield comes out that I can do stuff.
What the fuck? My music just decided to stop playing.
Yeah, there were multiple times that the music stopped in last night's stream.
Please.
It's always unfortunate. What about the entire cut county of Such? I mean, listen, such things happen, you know. They put Such up against the mark and recall stink test, and I love that. That was such a telling bit. I really do wish that I had that soundbite when I was making the Oblivion video, but that interview happened after.
Which soundbite?
They were, so for reference, they were doing in Oblivion's development, they would be making a quest, and one of the parameters that they would ask in the meeting was, would Mark and Recall break this quest?
Oh, right.
And eventually the developers were like, can we just cut Mark and Recall?
Can we just get rid of it?
Which is a very telling and very, very disappointing kind of thing.
Which really made me wonder, how would you
craft Mark and Recall? Okay, so this is a great question that I do have thoughts on. Go ahead.
Well, I was just saying, like, what's the limit there? Is it just like 2 people can come into a room to Todd Howard and be like, can we just cut this spell? And be like, yeah, we'll do it. Or is it does it have to be like a whole group?
I'm sure that like the majority of their quest design team got tired of it because it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So spellcrafting with Mark and Recall, my thoughts are you could actually set up Mark and Recall to where Mark you can't really do anything with. It just sets marks, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe like you could unlock perks that let you have multiple marks. It's a very popular mod for Morrowind. So like the higher level mysticism you are, the more marks you can have down in the world. And then with Recall, what you could do is the magnitude translates to your encumbrance. So the more stuff that you're trying to bring through Recall, the more powerful of a Recall spell you have to cast. You can make each use cost a septum. Well, okay. The problem with that is there are no spells and Elder Scrolls don't have what is a somatic component where you use materials in the process of casting the spell. That's never really been a thing in the setting. And so for there to be like just a one-off spell you have that actually requires reagents would be a little weird. You didn't finish answering the Armored Core question. Well, the answer is I've only got time for one thing, and I got to pick between like Remnant 2 and Baldur's Gate 3 and all that. I'm going to play the game that I think speaks to me the most, which I don't think is going to be Baldur's Gate 3.
No Man's Sky.
No Man's Sky. Got to replay No Man's Sky.
Now, for me, my prep work is a little bit of Elite Dangerous. I already have like a save and stuff. I've played that game on and off for many years, so I just bought the Odyssey expansion so I can land on planets now and stuff with Atmosphere. So I'll play a day or two of that, just record some of it for Starfield. And then I might play X4 Foundations. That's like a space like the type of game that Bethesda's trying to make. Where it's like you can be a pirate, you can be a smuggler, you can be like all these things, and they've just been doing it. It's the 4th or 5th entry of it. It's like this, the franchise has been around forever, and yeah, it'd be interesting to just see like get some points of comparison between like how they did it, a studio that's been doing it for many years, and how Bethesda's going to do it. I think I saw Zarek playing it too, or he said he was going to at some point. But that's basically it. Everything else for me is just rushing on trying to get Skyrim complete.
My thoughts are either you play a contemporary RPG with what's being released with Starfield, so something that's coming out during this time period, like Baldur's Gate 3, the value of playing that would be to like contrast it with Starfield as role-playing games. But I feel that's like a super unfair comparison, right?
Yeah.
And then or play something that either Todd mentioned, because Todd name dropped a bunch of games last night. That, and not just like because he talked about like the GTA games. Like I'm not going to play the GTA games just because Todd mentioned them. But there is stuff that Todd mentioned that would probably be worth checking out.
Well, do you still have footage from when you did Red Dead 2, right?
I don't think so. But Red Dead footage is easy to get.
Yeah, because that's probably something that I'll grab some footage of too. Just jump on like Red Dead Online.
Yeah, we'll just do another night of Red Dead Online for some generic.
Yeah, because I think when I make the jokes about Cowboy Town and stuff, having some Red Dead footage.
You have to, and Cyberpunk.
Yeah,
for sure.
All right, Oblivion music. Oblivion music is louder than Skyrim.
Pat has to play Hearthstone and Marvel Snap.
Oh, yeah.
Oh man, I'm gonna try the limit at card games. Okay, I'm kind of tapped on like learning new card games because like I got into Magic. So.
Oh.
What time will you guys be playing Destiny 2? Pretty soon here.
Yeah.
Depends on like the warm up. We typically like warm up for like 20 minutes, talk to chat, hang out, and then dive in.
I can't go too fast with Destiny 2 because
there's not.
Yeah, from what I've heard, it's about like 2 hours the free-to-play content lasts.
Really? I was hearing like 1 hour.
So, we'll likely be switching over to Oblivion afterwards. So I got some stuff I got to finish playing through and recording for Oblivion for the Skyrim video.
Mass Effect. I don't think Mass Effect footage is gonna be very relevant with Starfield. You don't. Well, I mean, I might tap you for some like landing on the planets that you can just drive the Mako around on.
Yeah.
I think that's probably going to be the most relevant part. Is that I think Todd Howard probably like that.
Why are we wasting ourselves on Destiny 2? Well, today we are watching or listening to a GDC talk by Justin Truman.
And what you have to bear in mind is we share a common point with Halo. We both came up with Halo and have very, very strong opinions about that series, and that was made by Bungie, who went on to do Destiny. So,
and so last stream, somebody sent us a video of this talk, and we started listening to it while I was playing Oblivion, and we were so utterly shocked. Like I feel like there aren't enough adjectives.
Flabbergasted is the word for sure.
Yeah, like dumbfounded. What we were hearing, that this stream where we're gonna attempt to listen to the whole thing.
Yes,
and
it'll take 6 hours
from start to finish,
and we're probably gonna be playing Oblivion by the end of it.
Yeah, so that's why we're playing it today, like out of obligation at this point, because it was fascinating.
Yeah, so this is like one of the few times that we are watching something that is not really relevant to any kind of research that we're doing. We're just watching it because it's that bad, which is very rare. I've always been in the mindset that I'm just going to watch things on stream that are relevant to projects that I'm doing.
That's the one where he basically dunks on D2 players, telling them how he exploits them. Yeah. It's literally like a playbook, step by step. Here's how we exploited our players. Here's how we redefined our... I mean, you'll hear it.
Spoilers, but yeah, you're in for a wild ride if you are not familiar with this talk.
And it's just, it gets worse and worse.
After the first time that we saw it,
stunning.
They disabled the comments the next day.
Granted, I'm pretty sure it was from
I Hate Everything.
Yeah, because that video like started to blow up.
But yeah, we got like we were in the rare window that I was actually able to read some comments on that talk, but they've since then. I'm surprised it's still up, honestly.
I know it has a really huge like to dislike ratio now. It got ratioed into the fucking.
I almost like dirt. My thought is I
like the video.
Why would you dislike? I liked it too. Why would you dislike it? Because it's GDC being very transparent. Like it's not going to affect Justin Truman if you dislike the video.
Yeah,
you should like it because you're getting a very, very clear window into how they actually think of you.
Yeah, that's how I was looking at it. See, that's always a tricky thing. So on YouTube, and this is why I kind of don't like the like and dislike feature, because people just don't know how to use it. You'll see people dislike a video because they dislike the content of it. So if like say there's something about news, right? And the news is bad. It's not that the coverage was bad or the video was bad, but the news was bad, that they just didn't like it. They'll dislike the video, and it's like you're punishing the channel, who odds are have no, bearing on this news being released. And it's just like, that's not how you should be using likes and dislikes, but that's why.
No, I love this talk. It's very fascinating.
It's amazing. It's
some of the most eye-opening stuff I've seen in the industry. Because I couldn't be this surprised.
Because here's the thing too, I didn't realize how far like Bungie had fallen. I figured they were still, like, I was like, they're not making Halo anymore. And Destiny 2 is Destiny 1 and 2 are a little bit, not really my thing. They're live service games. But, I still respect them. I respect their legacy and stuff. And I'm sure they still have plenty of people there. And they're still driven by the same motives and everything. No. That company that made, like, Halo, that's why the thumbnail is the way it is, where I just scratched out, like, all the different games up until Destiny. Because, like, they completely disowned that chapter of their history and stuff. They are a shell, not even a shell anymore. They are a completely different like they cocooned, metamorphosized into a fucking hideous ass moth. It's fascinating. And they died, and nobody even really knows about it except for the people who are like deep into Destiny. And I think it's because a lot of people, myself included, just automatically started mentally filtering out anything Destiny related. So it's like you had all the Destiny players sitting there like screaming at the top of their lungs, please somebody, this game is like completely fucked, it's exploiting us. Because I've talked to so many Destiny players after seeing this, and they're all like in agreement that this is like not at all surprising, that it's been going like this for years and stuff. And I'm just like, I have not heard any of this, because I would just mentally, I'd see Destiny 2 and immediately I just scroll to the next, article or something.
Alrighty.
Yeah, I think it's time. Do you want to control the?
I can control the playback.
Yep. All right, let's.
Since I know your setup's a little finicky.
Yeah, so Destiny 2 is a game that does not want you. It doesn't seem to want to be recorded, and I wonder why. So I've never had a game give me so much trouble trying to get it to like capture. And bear in mind, the fucking Bethesda channel over here. Like,
yeah. I was kind of surprised when you said that like you couldn't get it to capture.
There were like methods where it's like you can brute force games to get captured, and Destiny was even resisting those. I finally found a way to do it. I was about to switch to Streamlabs just to try and get this game to record. So let us see. Basically, I have no guarantees as to how this is going to look and perform or anything. So what we got is what we got. All right, so
we would actually want to see a GDC talk about some no-name Destiny 2 guy. Oh, this is not a no-name Destiny 2 guy. This is basically the top guy at Bungie now.
Yeah. So the context is he gave this speech when Destiny 2 was like, they did like a big turnaround. And he did this speech, and then he got promoted to basically lead on, I think he's the top of the studio now, right? Or is he just top of Destiny?
He's like, I gotta pull up his LinkedIn. I wonder if that's still up. He's the chief development officer at LinkedIn being a bitch as usual. He's the chief development officer at Bungie. So he's on the basically that's about as high as you can get.
So,
because that's on the same level as your CEO and your CTO and all those guys.
Yeah. Okay, I clicked play and it froze. We'll give it time. Maybe it's just trying to connect to servers. Okay.
Is Jason Jones still there? Who is currently paying for Jason Jones?
Yeah, I feel like I gotta go through
the main
now.
guy, the main developer for Halo Infinite, it's multiplayer. He's over at Bungie now.
Oh right, yeah. From
that was where I said it's like watching two drug addicts, from school hook up, and now the girl's pregnant. I'm like, how do you have any hype for So when can you access the settings menu?
After you'll see. I'll show you.
So still not now. Like, we're making our character. So like if it loads the wrong settings because it thinks you have like a 40 series card and you're actually running this on like a 960, then like this is your character creation is running at like 3 frames per second. You should have played tomorrow. It's weekly reset tomorrow, so that means scheduled and unscheduled server downtime.
Oh, that'd be hilarious.
Unscheduled. No, that would be the free to play experience. You can't even play whenever you want to. You need to.
I hope it kicks me off halfway into this thing.
That would be even funnier. Again, we're just trying. We're trying out Destiny 2 to see what Todd Howard likes about it.
So
Todd Howard likes it.
I've played Destiny 2 before. This was when it first came to Steam. So
I played it during its beta.
And I played Destiny 1 during its beta, and then I bought the game and played like the content that was in the game at launch. And then I returned the game after a week. So that's my experience pretty much with
All right, I'm going to start our talk with Mr. Justin Truman.
Take it away, Justin. All right.
GDC, Game Developers Conference, March of 2022. For anybody who wants to know when this talk happened.
So let's talk about Destiny. So I'm Justin Truman. I'm the general manager for Destiny 2. I've got about 20 years of game dev experience on consoles and PC, and the last 12 years I've been working on Destiny at Bungie. And on Destiny, I've worked on a bunch of different roles, engineering, design, production, business now. And so my goal in this talk is to talk about Bungie's evolution as a studio in a really cross-discipline way. It's also worth saying, while I'm the only one up here speaking
There's
right now,
no reason for me to put it on screen. It's the whole presentation is just him standing there.
The only time that you should show it on screen is the main, like, oh, did you skip it?
I'm so used to skipping it because I literally had to go through this process about 15 times.
Oh no, we're gonna lose like
settings.
what, 5-10 minutes.
So I've lost the exposition. It's okay. It's okay. We can salvage this. I'll just go back to the main menu and we'll sit. We have to see the exposition because I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know what the fuck. This introduction is completely different. This reminds me of the Destiny 1 introduction, which I think was intentional. Can I really not quit to the main menu?
As to the why we're not showing.
Okay, I'm gonna do it like this instead. I'll switch to my Titan, and then.
The reason we're not showing visuals is it's just a slideshow, but we should show, we should still show the key slides, like when they show the motto.
Yeah.
This intro is the Destiny 1 intro. Wait. Okay. I mean, you know, they're still using Northshire Abbey in World of Warcraft, so. Well, no, new players go to Exile's Reach. Their first time. That was a shocking part because I did the totally fresh account thing for World of Warcraft a couple years ago, and like they've got a completely new startup system, which is atrocious to say the least.
every learning that we're going to cover today was the collective contribution of a ton of like really talented and insightful folks at Bungie. So the only part that I'll take sole credit for is any mistakes or dumb statements that I'm about to make.
Here's the thing. He doesn't say too much in the way of dumb statements, in my opinion. I think he's very methodical and very intelligent.
Oh, yeah. No, he's a master at what he's selling. There's a reason a lot of companies have been emulating Destiny's business practices and stuff. It's like, because, yeah, this is how you run a live service game. I'm not saying he's not wrong. I'm saying live service is a fucking pox. Okay, yeah, so this literally is the introduction from Destiny 1 so far. Like, the opening cutscene.
What's so special about Mars? It's a fucking boring planet. I don't know why everybody's like, oh yeah, there's ancient alien stuff on Mars.
Honestly, I think Venus is more interesting, but... Also, why do they have guns?
Because they know some shit's gonna go down.
Like, why did they bring guns to Mars? Also, how are they gonna work in a vacuum?
It's not a vacuum. Mars has a very tiny atmosphere.
Would combustion...
Yeah.
Oh,
I think it would. There's not enough pressure for you to breathe or live, but I think there would be enough for
their only contribution to that, the only change to that cutscene from Destiny 1 was that they put Destiny 2 at the end of it. Okay, so that's 1 out of 3 cutscenes so far.
Next hour is our journey from our box product roots as a company to the live service team that we have today. And this journey really catalyzed in some kind of painful ways with the launch of Destiny 2. So way back in 2017, we launched Destiny 2. And at the time, Destiny 1 was still a thriving live service, but we had committed with our publisher to release a full sequel to that live service that we had just started nurturing 3 years prior. And so for us at Bungie, we knew that if we were going to have to sequel, we wanted to do it right. We wanted to make something that we and the entire Destiny community were excited about. Because we liked a lot about the original Destiny 1, but we knew that it had a reputation as a somewhat flawed game.
Interesting. See, again, I didn't know anything about Destiny because I didn't want to play it because it didn't come to PC. I said I'll play it if it comes to PC, and it never did. So I'm very bad about setting up those kinds of things where I then have to play something I don't want to, because I said stubbornly 6 years ago that I'll play it if it comes to PC.
Yeah, but oh man, I don't know. I feel like that's a valid reason.
Can you turn up Mr. Truman? They're saying he's quiet. It might just be that the cutscene's unusually loud.
I have the cutscene turned down. Okay.
It was really fun, but it was also pretty nerdy and hardcore. And so we wanted to turn that on its head and make a much more widely appealing version of Destiny.
So Destiny 1 was too nerdy and hardcore. We got to make it accessible.
Let me give Mr. Truman a bit of a gain here.
Right. So we built a better campaign with a much better narrative.
He said, with I guess that's true. Destiny players, is Destiny 2's campaign better than Destiny 1's? Let us know, chat.
We tuned the rewards to be faster.
See that, and that's what Todd Howard likes and is implementing into Starfield. Someone said that Diablo's throwing more loot at you than usual isn't a problem, and I just kind of have to disagree. Diablo 3 as is ridiculous with how many legendaries just drop, and you kind of just glaze your eyes over.
Yeah, when I was watching Indigo's video, it looked pretty insane.
Better. Does he mean the campaign they removed? Yes.
And more generous with more instant gratification.
Okay, he's peeking now.
More this is what I love about this guy. He's just flat out saying, so we went for more instant gratification. A typical person who feels, if you feel even the slightest inclination of artistry, you feel a bit of shame when it comes to you talking about the blatant ways that you try to monetize or generate interest, right? A lot of YouTubers will feel shame about having sponsorships or about doing certain editing tricks to make sure that people's engagement times go up, right?
Right.
This man feels no shame because he doesn't approach the making of video games as an art form.
No.
He is entirely a business person.
Primary razor during development was that we wanted to put a 2 on the box. You can see how it kind of...
I'm sorry. I'm going to have to hear that again.
With more instant gratification. Our primary razor during development was that we wanted to put a 2 on the box. You can see how it kind of subtly influenced our marketing treatment leading up to launch.
So their number one goal was to just put a 2? Was to just say that it's Destiny 2?
Oh no. That's literally what people were complaining about Destiny 2 when they started playing, is why did we need Destiny 2? Destiny 1 was just starting to hit its stride.
Yeah, and wasn't Destiny 1 supposed to have a 10-year lifespan? I'm pretty sure there is an E3 that Destiny was at where they said, we're aiming for a 10-year lifespan with Destiny.
Well, I've also heard the technical debt incurred with Destiny 1 just made it impossible for them to really add content quickly.
Destiny 2 just inherited all of that, so... It's better in that being punched is better than being stabbed.
And we did it. We launched to great reviews. Destiny 2's Metacritic was...
Okay, but there's a qualifier here. So on screen right now, he's showing the Metacritic pages for Destiny and Destiny 2. And what's funny is he made the Destiny 2 Metacritic image 25% bigger than the Destiny 1 Metacritic, probably just to greater emphasize, bring your eyes to the Destiny 2 one. But it's that's probably, I'm gonna guess, because you didn't show any dates involved, you haven't indicated that you've done anything to compensate for it, that's the current rating of Destiny 1, and this is like a favorable the launch rating of Destiny 2, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like Destiny 1 at Destiny 2's launch versus Destiny 2 at Destiny 2's launch, which is not quite accurate to say.
Yeah, that wouldn't really be an apples to apples comparison.
Destiny 2 Metacritic. Where's it at now? Like if we did Destiny 2 today, it's gone down. Oh, he's only showing the critic evaluations too.
Oh yeah, now I'm finally able to change the settings, FYI.
Oh, now?
The 3 cutscenes in. You can skip the cutscenes, obviously, but yeah, when I was trying to diagnose what was going on.
He should show the user scores, because the user scores is a 4.3 on Destiny 2 and a 6.1 on Destiny 1.
Wait, 4.3 on Destiny 2?
Yes.
Woof.
He's only showing the critic score.
Well, you know, the fans don't really know what they want. We'll listen to them. Well, I'm not going to steal that one. That's too good of a one.
It's more than 10 points above its predecessor.
Critically, sure. All you're saying is we successfully bought more reviews.
And our players and our fans told us that we had made something more appealing, more polished, and more rewarding.
I'd love if he sourced some of this stuff. So he's showing an article where the title is, I played 20 hours of Destiny 2, and it's everything fans have been asking for. So who said that?
I need names.
Yeah, because I'm not just going to take it at face value. Like, oh, so there's an article on the internet that exists. This is about as meaningless as, like, meaninglessness can get.
And I come back and they're all gone. I was going to shoot.
And that was also reflected by our in-game data, because Destiny 2's player engagement was both broader with more players and deeper with more hours than it had ever been in Destiny 1.
The sequel was bigger than the predecessor? Say it ain't so.
In terms of content?
No, it's almost like you copied the previous game and just added stuff to it. All right, so already I'm seeing the numbers bloat with you doing like over 1,000 damage.
Yeah.
For about 6 weeks. And then issues started to emerge, with the first signs being our most avid, hardcore community running out of content.
Okay, so he's saying that they're running out of content, and then the articles he's showing is their end game needs tuning and they have quality of life issues, which is not players running out of content. It's players realizing that your game kind of sucks.
This then rapidly spread to broader, more casual players, and eventually these problems spilled all the way out of our community and started creating a bad reputation for our brand in a major way, even amongst...
Yeah, that's usually what happens when you release a bad game.
Gamers who didn't...
He like, the only way he could be a 1% more honest would be if he just said, and then the honeymoon period ended.
Play Destiny. And that threatened the total ecosystem of the game, as we first frustrated and then shed our player base. To show this visually, so this was our weekly active users for Destiny 2 in the first few months. And for comparison, this is what Destiny 1 looked like. So far so good. But then this started happening.
He is showing a chart right now.
Oh, right. That's my grenade. Well,
are you able to quickly show the watch together? Or...
Let me... Oh, crap. No, I didn't hotkey it to my Steam Deck. Hold on a sec.
Okay, gotcha.
All right, combat's over.
Private sessions. Your energy will do more damage to guys with shields than your kinetic. I almost think it does it matter?
Oh, what the... I guess the capture isn't working. Play the video a little bit.
And this moment...
Oh, all right.
Interesting.
All right, so we're gonna be going without Justin on this one, I guess.
All right. Can you see it?
No, I can't.
Oh, you can't see it either?
Yeah.
Like even on your browser?
Let me see.
Because you could just screenshot the image.
Let me make sure I'm not about to show anything. Okay, play it. Maybe it's because...
Right here.
All right, there we go. Oh, okay, I see what's going on. All right, here's what I'm gonna do then. Move this over.
Yeah, so this is the chart he's showing for their weekly active users.
Let me just switch back to D2 real fast because I don't want to show this screen. Sorry guys, this isn't my usual setup. I had to do some janky shit to get this to work.
Mm-hmm.
February of 2018 was fucking terrifying.
Oh man, he's dropping bombs.
All right, so now this should work.
I like the notion of the only thing that emotionally phases this man was the loss of player base. It wasn't that they had artistically failed, it's that they had business-wise failed.
You know what, though? You want somebody who's business-minded in a position, in a game studio.
At somewhere, sure.
Yeah. You don't want them being at the helm of the studio, though.
No, this guy's making all of the decisions.
Yeah, he's making all the creative decisions, which is the concerning part. Oh, God damn it. It's fucking top chat. Why does it default to that? It's the little things, you know?
It's the little things on YouTube.
So this graph shows the trend of our weekly active users. And at the rate that we were shedding players, we did the math. I remember being in the meeting. We did the math. And if this continued for just 5 more weeks, we would run out of players. The entire...
That is concerning.
That it definitely so they came that close to the brink, huh?
Damn.
But also
they almost had Halo Infinite levels.
Yeah, I doubt it would have been true. They would have been saddled with like 1,000 players.
Yeah.
We're like, guys, no, Destiny 2, it's better than you think.
Yeah. Like
nobody ever runs out of players.
It's hard to kill a game completely, especially this early on.
Our population would be gone, and we were seriously like looking at potentially being 1 month away from having to just close up shop on Destiny 2 altogether.
Did we check out his Destiny 1 GDC talk? He seemed legitimately passionate about the first game. Interesting.
I don't buy it, but
so what would be sadder? He's always been like this, or Destiny 1 and like the experience over the past few years has just been so crushing that he just became utterly black-pilled.
I could buy that he had to learn this behavior from the crucible of Destiny 2.
That one was from 2015. We'll have to check that out.
So that was in February.
And of course, I mean, for all we know, he was just wearing the snakeskin better. Like
now he feels confident being able to just be out in the open now.
Now fast forward 4 years, and we're on track in 2022 to have our most successful year ever in the history of the Destiny franchise.
2022, the most successful year in the history of the Destiny franchise. Expansion, The Witch Queen. Which, Destiny players, speak up now.
I remember reading good things about Witch Queen.
Well, I want to know, like, 2022 vibes. Where do you guys think the game was at? Witch Queen was good. No, the Jedi Survivor video is pretty good.
Look, other players.
For sure.
Yeah, so this is the first part where I think this is different from Destiny 1's intro. Like,
I can remember this from the beta. You would do that little section, and then you'd come out, and there'd be like other players. Which, do you think they're actually other players, or do you think that like
no, those are real players.
That they're bots?
Nah, those are real players. I don't think they have bots. Like bot guardians. Oh no. Here's the thing, you don't actually have to do this.
But with the content, man, the content.
Right. This is gonna last forever.
Highest critical and community reception in the history of our series, and we're on track to have the strongest business year we've ever had. And that's 5 years after launching Destiny 2. That's 8 years after the launch of the franchise. And that...
Well, of course, it's not an MMO type game without there being humans that act like NPCs.
runs like totally counter to the AAA peak and decay model that I've experienced with every other game I've worked on.
I gotta get the list again. Oh yeah, the list is simple. Here's the games that this man has worked on in his professional career. Okay? Full Spectrum Warrior, Full Spectrum Warrior 10 Hammers, The Saboteur, Destiny. That's his portfolio of experience of these high and successful titles that he's sold professionally.
The Saboteur is a great one.
Yeah.
In my So what I want to talk about for the rest of this talk is what had to change about Bungie to go from here to here.
From here, the first from here is the low point, and then 2 here is the Witch Queen.
And this moment,
Full Spectrum Warrior, is that a real title? Yeah, it does make me think of the autism spectrum.
when we were literally 5 weeks away from shuttering Destiny 2 as a product, it was like a...
There's no way they would have ever made that business decision. They would have spent a year at 1,000 players before they closed the doors. Like, don't be hyperbolic.
I like it. Tall order for your first day, though.
Yo, is that Omni-Man?
Exciting, it was intense, it was terrifying, and I'm going to talk about it some today.
Sips smart water. Yeah, throughout this presentation, he drinks from a big bottle of smart water. Which, no offense to the smart water brand, I love getting smart water bottles, but that's because I like to reuse them and take them out on workouts.
It's probably they were probably like a sponsor of GDC or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
More than any one moment, I want to talk about the long, multi-year process that this moment catalyzed, that required us to rethink so many of our development practices and our studio culture from the ground up over multiple years. And at its core, this is about the transition from a box product mindset of developing games to a live service mindset.
So this is the terminology, and you better get used to it. What he means by box product is like your traditional video game release versus live service. So Halo Infinite versus Halo Infinite, I guess. Halo Infinite multiplayer versus Halo Infinite single player.
Wow. I don't know if you've noticed so far, but I already got 2 rare weapons.
Well, they're rare.
Yeah.
You're just lucky.
Yeah.
Season 21, man. I always wonder about seasonal games when they get into the high season counts. Wouldn't you want to hide that? That the game's been running for 21 seasons?
Yeah, like how Modern Warfare and stuff, Call of Duty keeps changing the numbering and stuff to mask. How many games are we at this point? I think we're at 14, 15 games.
Oh, I thought we were up to 20.
Oh wait, oh no, I'm sorry. I'm thinking from just COD 4. No, because so you have to count from. Yeah, no, we're probably up near 20 at this point. But don't worry, Modern Warfare 2.
So what do I mean when I say a service mindset? And I'm not talking about the product definition here. I think we all know what a live service game looks like on the product side. But what is the mentality, the culture, the practices that let you win in this environment? And so for the rest of this hour, I want to try to define what we had to learn to get to where we are today. And each of these transitions that I'm going to be talking about, they were really hard for us to first identify and recognize. And then even once we understood them, they were still hard to navigate and transform to as an organization. And so...
Dude, this looks fucking... I'm exhausted watching you play this. I'm about to fall asleep. Remember,
Destiny.
we could be playing ODST.
It's Destiny, all right. Yeah, what's with this? I'm like two-tapping everything.
Mm-hmm. I think that, like, it probably has the World of Warcraft problem where there are so many numbers and so many encounters to keep track of that they don't bother. And so, like,
yeah,
the tutorial a long time ago just came down to, yeah, you can just two-tap everything because somewhere the damage equations got bugged. And they didn't account for it in the tutorial. Because it's too much work.
So I think that they're each pretty universal in application. So I'm hoping that we can help anyone in the audience who's undergoing similar transformations on your team, at least to get past that first step of identifying and recognizing these, and then the
man, real cult leader vibes. Like, it worked for me, so you guys should adopt this. What I'm gonna say is actually kind of a horrible business model. Well, I think what he doesn't realize is that, like, sure, it worked for Destiny 2. That doesn't necessarily mean, I mean, we pointed that out last time, was that there's so many dead live service games that were doing the exact same thing. And it's just like luck of the draw that it worked out for Destiny 2 the way it did. And I think in part that's because of, like, Bungie's history and the fact that people just mentally filtered out Destiny, so they never got any kind of, like, meaningful support from the rest of the gaming community.
Bungie's history, and also they were kind of the pioneers here on a lot of the stuff, so... And they had cash to burn, goodwill to burn.
Yeah, but that's literally every success coach formula. Oh, yeah. No. If I ever, like, try to tell people, like, here's how you be a successful YouTuber, that means I've exhausted the formula that I used.
Yeah.
Actual transformation is still pretty tough. But actually, I want to go back a step earlier, because before we can define the end point of what a service mindset is, we have to define the starting point. So what do...
I think we need to speed them up.
Yeah.
We mean at Bungie when we say the box product
you can
mindset
do it. Nice.
for developing games.
Yeah.
And I would say for us at Bungie, like, Halo was our canonical example.
And again, I want to say for the records, he's got no credits tied to Halo. He basically hopped on with, like, it really is like he's wearing the Bungie skin suit, because he literally has no connection to Halo. He joined after, like, he joined during Reach's development, but he joined the Destiny team. So even if he did, like, work on Halo, it was probably just, like, at best of playtesting. Like, hey, we need somebody to do a multiplayer test.
Is that noise?
Can you test the functionality of Forge World for us? And we'll let you get back to working on Destiny.
Of a AAA. Because when we built Halo, we found success on every...
But there's a lot of when we did, but this man has, like, no, like, that's the funny part is it would be sad if this was, like, a former Bungie employee that, like, oh yeah, he worked on all the games that we like. But no, like, legitimately, this man has never made a video game that I have ever liked. But he's taking ownership of a company that I like the products of.
Yeah.
It's just sad.
Every axis. We had critical acclaim. We had broad popular appeal, cultural relevance, high sales, sustained player engagement. Halo was a winner by every possible definition of success. But unfortunately, that meant that we didn't have to think too deeply about which of those successes really mattered.
It's success. It matters. Like,
right. Oh, space. Okay.
Like, how do you get granular with the definition of success? If it's successful, it's successful.
I just gotta redefine it.
Well, yeah, that's where he's going with this, is you have to redefine success. You gotta move the goalposts.
Oh, we gotta go
he did make the autism game, though. Yeah, full spectrum warrior. What is he supposed to say instead of we, though? Bungie.
Yeah.
It's just that toxic gaming industry mindset of games aren't made by people. They're made by companies and brands. You know, Todd Howard doesn't make Elder Scrolls and Fallout and Starfield. Bethesda makes those games. It's like, no, it's specific individuals who work on the games that are responsible. So, like, it comes up a lot with
helmet.
Fuck, what was I gonna say?
Look at these numbers already.
Oh no, it is ridiculous. What was my example? I'm sorry, I'm blanking out here. Yeah, but the Kojima effect is also wrong. No, Rockstars are always going to be a complicated thing. But I would honestly like our last stream on this channel, I was reading from a book, Secrets of the Sages. I would much prefer the industry be in the state where you have rock stars and you have to deal with that kind of eccentricity than the state of, oh yeah, Obsidian was the example. Now that Obsidian's owned by Microsoft, they can make New Vegas 2, and it's like nobody that could be considered responsible for why New Vegas 1 is considered so good is still at the company. So, like, it would be pointless. Like, the only reason that you think that it would be good is because you think Obsidian made it and not the people who were at Obsidian made it.
Yeah, it becomes very advantageous for the studios and publishers to dehumanize their games a bit, because when the talented people leave, as long as people don't associate those talented people with the games that they liked, oh, they can keep selling you shitty games for a couple more until you realize...
I've been very tempted to take excerpts from this book and like read them in a video while playing footage from that game.
Yeah.
To kind of give modern people a perspective of what exactly has been lost from that late 90s, early 2000s game industry compared to today. And I mean, you see stuff like that when you compare how 343 talks about Halo and how Bungie talks about Halo in their Vidocs, for example.
Yeah.
So...
By contrast, Destiny 1 was the first game that Bungie made in well over a decade that didn't receive universal critical acclaim. And this was like a really big blow to our studio culture.
What about Halo Reach? Like Halo Reach, like he's showing 60s. Halo Reach didn't get 60s, obviously, but it was like a step down in the kind of popular acclaim that Halo had been used to. So I mean, like Destiny didn't out of nowhere start getting lower scores. Those lower scores started happening after Halo 3. People started to scrutinize Bungie more.
I love holding E.
At the time. In many ways, it felt like failure. And what we didn't realize when we launched Destiny 1 was that Destiny
what I'm
was
curious
already
about
becoming
is
a success.
Why are people playing Destiny 2 and not like Borderlands? Like this just looks like, I guess, like it's slightly better aesthetic.
Better aesthetic, better setting, better world building.
Yeah, less annoying writing.
Yeah.
But it's like in terms of if you're just trying to play the game for the sake of playing the game, like I feel like you're getting a better deal out of Borderlands.
In the ways that mattered. Engagement was the true measure of success for a franchise like ours, but we didn't know it yet.
All the hours Kotaku's staff has wasted on Destiny by Jason Schreier. Oh man, Jason Schreier is just a complicated person to appreciate. He doesn't make it easy. So we're up to like 8,000 damage.
Yeah.
Nice. Have you leveled up yet?
I don't think so.
So level 1, we're in the almost to the 5-figure damage counts. Oh, you really love to see it. This looks like Starfield a bit, right? It has gaudy guns already. Starfield has a more blocky design for its firearms. They're going for like if you've ever seen The Expanse, those kinds of guns.
And a lot of our to make a better Destiny 2 were because we had a wrong internal definition of what success was.
We have a wrong internal definition of success. Like, that's how nightmarish this is. If you do a bad job, it's because you didn't define success correctly. Okay, so we used to think that success was making really amazing games that everybody loves, but turns out if we say that success is actually releasing a mediocre game, but that it gets fixed later, then it's still success. It still counts, guys. They're on Ultra Copium. Well, it's just anytime you hear the words redefining success, just replace it with moving the goalposts.
Because you can fix your review scores, you can fix your sentiment, you can even fix your sales.
You can fix your review scores.
as long as you have engagement, as long as you have a community of players who care about and are passionate about your game. Even when that passion is being expressed as like anger or frustration. Anger, we eventually learn, like anger is not the opposite of loving a game. Anger is like 2 degrees off from loving a game.
There's the quote. Yes. Anger is 2 degrees off from loving a game. I think this is where we started. This is kind of where we jumped in on this and we started to lose our minds.
Yep.
Anger is 2 degrees off from love, right?
Yes.
And what did we say last time? We said that if you go for long enough, 2 degrees can be a million miles away from love.
Yeah. So it's like if you don't address the issues for a couple weeks, like if you address the issues in a couple of weeks, it's not that big a deal. If you don't address those issues for like 2 years, that 2 degrees becomes massive.
If you were in space and you started to drift off by 2 degrees, it'd be a really big deal.
Yeah.
They both come from passion, from people who are highly engaged with what you're making. And the opposite of loving a game, the thing that could kill you, is apathy.
I kind of like it, like, so if someone does like a really angry review, you know, that's fine. Because they're just 2 degrees off from loving the game because they feel passion. And as long as they feel passion and not apathy. You know, I guess a review has never killed a game.
What is this? I don't even know what the fuck I'm looking at.
This is the free... Listen, you're getting onboarded into the schizophrenic experience that is Destiny 2. As Todd Howard would say.
I'm already lost. Okay, so I guess I want to, follow this.
And that's so scary than anger. Okay, but I'm getting distracted. So from way back in the Halo days, all the way through.
Oh, this is another panel you want to show.
Yeah. Oh, this one. This is a good one.
Yeah, this is the thumbnail, right?
Yep.
So for context, this is the old like studio motto that they had. Did you see the video of them taking all the Twitter signs down at Twitter HQ?
No, I didn't. I didn't know there was a video of it.
There's multiple videos of them taking like all the signs down because they had a sign in like their break room and on their building.
That's funny.
And so there's some pretty good signs of them dismantling that stuff. Like they get it off the wall and they just drop it onto the floor.
Destiny 2 launch. Our process was pretty straightforward. We would hire the best talent in the industry.
I just want to say, this is my motto for making videos. I make videos that I would want to watch myself.
It's a very good perspective to have as an artist.
Yeah, because it's like, it's based in the idea of, we're not really anything special. We come from the same place. We come from the same place like our players come from, right? We're formed by the same ideas. We're formed by the same influences and stuff. So if I like something, odds are there's a group out there that would also appreciate it. So whenever I'm in doubt, I can always rely on myself and my own tastes and my own instincts to create something and help me guide through the process. And that's what that really means there. That's the whole purpose of a mission statement, is to always give you something to look at and be like, you know, if you're making big decisions, always go back to, is this what we want to be making? Is this, you know, is this what other people would want to be making or want to be watching or playing or whatever?
Most of my videos, after 6 months to a year pass, I can sit down and watch them in like one sitting and like be really satisfied.
Yeah.
So I've always made videos that I end up being able to be a viewer, that I can enjoy my work. And
I think
that's always my goal.
My older stuff I find rough to watch, but that's just because I see the imperfections in it and everything. But I at least have the confidence and because this is where it also comes into play. You know, if somebody criticizes it or something like that, I can always say, well, I did the best that I could at the time, and you know, like I'll learn from it. I always try to learn from what I've made in the past. and always
it's always
try
a
to
good
improve.
reminder too.
But it's a good reminder. Yeah, to see your old stuff and be like, I've actually improved. You know, I'm getting more views now than I got back then because I've improved, and it's just a good place to tap your creative energy from. So keep that in mind with what happens next.
Yeah.
The freedom to use their creative guts and their creative process to make whatever they considered to be the best game possible. We'd release that product with a big bang and the largest marketing push we could manage, and we'd trust that success by every definition would follow.
Okay, so I think I got a fast travel.
And this was all summed up at the time by our studio motto: we make games we want to play. And this is at the wall in front of our studio. And we believed that when you trust your gut on making something awesome, making something that you can't wait to play, that all of the...
I always find corporate workspaces interesting, what they prioritize. It seems like Bethesda's lobby is literally just like it's just them being proud of things that they've done.
Yeah,
there's no lessons that they impart. They don't have like a motto that they seem to have to walk by. Like, so
it's just like a museum of like, this is the stuff we've worked on that we're proud of.
You walk into Bungie's headquarters every day to go to work, and you see this logo on the wall, and it's like a daily reminder as soon as you enter the building that we make games we want to play.
The different forms of I want critical acclaim, sales, engaged players, those all just flow naturally and intuitively from that. And this picture is old and grainy because it's an old picture I actually found on my cell phone, because we took down that motto a little while after D2 launch as we evolved our view of what success really meant.
So we make games we want to play isn't good enough, and the new one's on the screen now if you want to show everybody. There's some fun composition stuff we get to talk about too with this.
I just got to finish pretending to listen to what this guy's saying.
Yeah.
Fire team's assignments. They're yours now. Go shake the tree. We'll see what falls out.
All right. So here we are.
Why does this guy have a cell phone with grainy photos? It's probably like a BlackBerry or something.
Yeah. So there's the new motto.
We don't make games we want to play anymore. We make worlds that inspire friendship.
Which I said when I first saw this, it doesn't sound like they're trying to make games anymore. It sounds like they want to make a social media platform. Like, what the fuck is that?
But the other thing that's important to highlight about this is just how much of the timeline they filled with Destiny and Destiny expansions. Some of which aren't even playable anymore. As I've been told, like, some of this content is gone.
Destiny 1 House of Wolves on par with Halo 3 ODST, with Halo 3, Halo 2, Halo 1. Halo 1, the game that defined console shooters as we know it today, on par with Destiny 1 House of Wolves. What was the worst expansion? Destiny fans, sound off. What was the, like, in your opinion, the worst out of either game, Destiny 1 or 2? What was the lowest point? Curse of Osiris. It's rare to get like a consensus.
Yeah. Everybody in chat
Lightfall really does look like it's
diverse opinions, but
yeah, the fact that I'm seeing Curse of Osiris.
Why do they have Halo on the wall at this point? No, I mean, like, it really is a beautiful sentiment. Like, I have to wonder, if you're the Destiny employees, are you gossiping every time the painter comes in to add a new name to the board? You're like, nope, they're putting another expansion up there. It's time for Lightfall to be added. What happens when they run out of space, though?
They'll just shrink it. They'll just keep shrinking the font size, or they'll just start removing stuff. Yeah, from, like, the bottom.
They're gonna remove the old stuff.
Like, who remembers Oni? Like, honestly, you can pull that one out.
No Marathon. Well, Marathon is probably like below the frame. I'd be surprised if it's not on there. This seems to be like, because you can see the hinge of a door, so they're like the hand's like probably 6 to 7 feet off the ground. So there's room for a few names at the bottom.
Yeah, this is, like you were saying, it's this is the first thing you see when you walk into Bungie HQ, and it's like when you look, that's an important thing. That's an important place because that's
for the employees,
where your dignitaries are going to be coming in, where your press is going to be coming in, and where your employees are going to be coming in every day. And it's just like it has meaning, it has purpose. For context, Curse of Osiris genuinely almost killed the game. It forced Bungie to take a 180 and try to reverse the damage in the Warmind expansion and completely revert the game further in Forsaken.
Oh, he's going to talk about that. He's going to talk about that for sure.
Thank you for the $10 dues.
But yeah, we make games we want to play. That's like a golden phrase.
It's like I said, it's what I use. That's how I approach making videos. And I've seen it's never led me astray, and I've seen no reason for me to change it.
I would never say I make videos to inspire friendship. I don't fucking do that. That's not genuine to who I am. That's not I don't think that's constructive at all. That I'm trying to inspire friendships. I want to make videos that I want to watch because I know at the end of the day that means that the videos are going to be good. And if the videos are good, then it's going to be positive in of itself because it can affect people.
I like the humility of that approach too, because it, like I was saying, it recognizes that like I came from, video games and stuff. I came from a community of like-minded individuals, and what separates me from the viewers is that I just make the videos now. But I still,
what somebody pointed out was,
I'm still interested in the same stuff. I'm still watching stuff. I'm still playing stuff on my free time.
Why would we care about a message that says, he says that. Why would we care about games that a bunch of white people?
Oh my God! Stop!
Yeah,
you're stealing his thunder. Like, you're stealing his thunder now. Yeah. We got to continue.
And our new studio motto, this is a more recent picture, is we create worlds that inspire friendship.
God, what a shitty slogan.
and just like the presentation of this too, like he couldn't even get it to line up.
Yeah. It's so sad because we create worlds
that zero friends in 9 years playing Destiny. It's true though. When I was playing Destiny 1, it was one of the most loneliest experiences I've ever had. And I had friends who were playing it too. I had like 3 other people who were playing it. And we all just kind of fell off at the same time because we realized if we weren't able to play together, it was fucking miserable. And we're like, oh, this is a game where you need like a group of friends, but we can't coordinate because like, we all live in different time zones. So
they had a slogan that $1 billion like super respected company would have, and they switched to a slogan that like a shovelware MMO developer would have on their wall. This is what fucking like the people who make, I don't want to dog on the WildStar people, but maybe like no, we won't do WildStar. We'll do PlanetSide 2. This is the slogan that's on like the PlanetSide 2 wall. That Sony Online, whatever the company is, that this is their slogan, but they decided that this is better than we make games that we want to play.
Well, so we got somebody in chat. We got somebody in chat who did admit that they made friends playing Destiny 2. So I'm curious now. See, I'm not going to be able to find that stuff because I'm in the free-to-play version.
Yeah.
Like, are there guilds and everything like that? Did you have to go into like Discords and everything? Because you can, if you go into a Discord, the game's already failed as like a facilitator. Because this is the problem that I had with Fallout 76 was that there were no community systems built into the game. That doesn't mean Fallout 76 does not have a community, but the community had to go out and build the stuff for themselves to be able to facilitate that interaction. And it's like, if your goal is to make a game that inspires friendships, right? You should have good community systems built into the game.
Like old school World of Warcraft.
Found them through your clan, and it's through Discord, not through the game. But do they at least have like a clan system in the game? Like, I'm curious. Like I said, I can't really verify any of this stuff because I'm playing free to play. I mean, as long as it's in the game at some point.
That reminds me, I showed you the clip of that guy who found Phil Spencer playing Fallout 76, and he gave him 20 of his 400 super stim packs.
They are only now. Oh yeah. Oh, that was Phil Spencer he was dropping.
Yeah. that's part of why it was funny was he found Phil Spencer playing Fallout 76. He was at like level 27, right? So he's barely played it. And he had 400 super stim packs, and he recognized that it was Phil Spencer and that he should give him something, but he only deigned to give him 20 of his 400.
Yeah. So you sent me that when I was like half asleep, so I didn't realize the whole thing. That's hilarious. Oh my god.
No, it's hilarious on many levels. Hang on.
And he drops like the poop bag as well.
Yeah, it's like the poop bag. It's like your typical fucking pay piggy for Fallout 76. He's running like the high radiation build. But like,
okay, so going back to Destiny 2, they are only now starting to add this stuff. But isn't Lightfall's the penultimate expansion? Why are they just adding these features now? Doesn't that mean Destiny 2 is gonna be what's Destiny 2 like end of the line gonna look like? Are they just going to start like doing recycled content, like just bring back, like do seasons?
Oh yeah, just unvaulting stuff.
Yeah,
for sure.
Like I'm curious. I'm very curious to see what this game looks like at the end when it's all said and done.
And I'm sure a few people have made friends through Destiny, but if that's your main motto, you should expect that like everybody who plays Destiny has stories about how they made friends through it. If that's your goal. So some other stats: he had 157 rataways. He has 200 lunch boxes.
Oh my god!
Which means that he's definitely buying those with atoms, right? Because you can't get that many with bullion. Like that's an insane number of lunch boxes to have. He's got 27,000 caps. That's the main things. And he drops Phil Spencer 20 super stim packs. I just thought that was hilarious. And then he commented like, well, I have that many because my friend sells them and he gets mad at me because I'm the only one who buys them. And I'm like,
what?
Yeah, I quote tweeted him like, this is hilarious on many levels if you played the game. And he's like, well, I have 400 super stim packs because I buy them from my friends. Like, so your friend duplicates them and wants to sell them to new players, but they're fucking worthless. They're super stim packs.
They
like,
just, oh my god. I love it. I love it. I love it so much. Dude, oh my god. I have such a love-hate relationship with Fallout 76. On the one hand, like I said, I feel like in the video I said I didn't really understand why people play, but the longer I've gone without playing it, the more I'm realizing just how unique Fallout 76 is in like really just weird ways. A lot of them bad, some of them just weird. It's a strange community that surrounds the game.
Appreciably jank.
Yeah.
It's like because they're delusional. They have perceptions about the game that aren't true, but they will die on the hill that those perceptions are true. Like that there's a community and that you can sell to new players and like
so
we set up shops near the starting area. New players don't buy shit.
Yeah. So people are saying that the end of the saga here, like we're seeing the end of the Lightfall's, the Darkness story. But I thought, aren't we coming up on the end of the 10 years? Like, isn't it supposed to be, like, the game is always going to be, like, 10 years, right? Is it going to continue?
No, marathon extraction shooter now.
Yeah, like, that's kind of the thing is that they're...
The last expansion of Destiny 2 is that they all die. That would be hilarious.
They
just close the book on Destiny by, like, killing everybody.
The darkness wins.
Yeah. The darkness
They announced that they are continuing a new story. Oh man, I don't.
Maybe they'll have their Wrath of the Lich King moment where they resolve the last conflict that anybody cares about and suddenly start just shedding players. I don't know how much you know about Wrath.
I know I fell off during it.
Yeah, that's a very common thing. So Wrath of the Lich King was about Arthas, who was like one of the main characters from Warcraft 3.
Yeah.
That was kind of like the last story that people wanted to close the book on, other than like Sargeras. But Sargeras was so esoteric of a villain that like nobody actually really cared about the story ever. Like that motherfucker died in an expansion, and I don't even remember which one it was.
So yeah, the 10-year plan was the Light and Darkness saga, which is, I don't know. I was there in the beginning days. I don't remember them ever saying that. That sounds like they redefined something further in development. Which is funny too, because like I've been watching, getting caught up on the story and everything. This feels like a story that they were writing week to week. It doesn't feel like they had these grand plans
I'm
for
just
anything.
looking at the names of the expansions, and I'm not seeing what the through line is with all of them. So so it's about dark and light. So the dark below, that makes sense. But then like House of Wolves, what does House of Wolves have to do with the conflict of light and dark? The Taken King, the Rise of Iron, the Curse of Osiris, Warmind, Forsaken. What the fuck does any of this have to do with your light versus dark conflict?
Purpose has a bunch of benefits over the old one, like including the fact that we make games we want to play. It sounds a little too much like it's just like gatekeeping for bald middle-aged white guys like me.
Yeah, there he goes. He said
it. We weren't even thinking that, buddy.
No, yeah, I mean, you said it.
Destiny 2 used to hover around 300,000 daily players. Now they're around 80K. Yeah, I was reading a Paul Tassi article today, or the other day, about how the numbers like really fell off. And, you know, that happens with a live service game. You have players that tail off, but he was showing the numbers and stuff, and I kind of had to agree with him. That was like a concerning drop off. That was like a cliff. And he was like, "Yeah, oh, I got logged out. Still there? Yes, I'm here. I'm just listening to your I'm listening to your director right now. Okay.
Are we sure he's white? Well, he looks like a bald white guy from Seattle. So yes.
Man, they like completely changed everything about this game since I last played it.
He's got, while you're on this, he's got a great picture at the start. This is the image he wanted to. He got to pre-pick this image for what really showcases him. I think it's accurate. Kind of, it gives a solid vibe.
God
create
damn.
Worlds that inspire friendship. And this new studio Purpose has a bunch of benefits over the old one, like including the fact that we make games we want to play. It sounds a little too much like it's just like gatekeeping for bald middle-aged white guys like me. But besides adopting a more
See, the new logo is more inclusive.
Oh no, I have to talk to this dude again. Can I skip? Okay, yeah, I can. I mean, I wasn't listening to him the first time, but I'm not going to listen to him the second time either. That's a lot of text. I'm sorry.
More global and inclusive view. This is really about a shift away from that box product mindset into the service mindset.
You're about to run out of content.
Again, I'm not talking about the product design. I'm not talking about business models or like free to play or microtransactions. I'm talking about something much more fundamental to how we think about.
Well, here's our first paywall. I can't take this unless I buy Destiny 2 Lightfall. Look at this.
Okay, so is there an integration here where you're at right now to even get Lightfall? Oh, there is.
Yeah, get it now. It's probably gonna. I don't want to click it because it's probably gonna take me to Steam and it's probably gonna fuck up all my my whole setup here. But includes access to current season pass. Oh yes, this is a game where they sell each season pass individually, which coming from Fallout 7, you know, looking at Destiny 2 really made me appreciate how conservative Fallout 76 was in terms of its monetization and stuff. You can play Fallout 76 without spending anything.
I like that one of the defenses of Fallout 76 is that, well, at least we're not Destiny 2. Which I think is funny, to say the least.
You know what? Valid at this point.
Why? The bar is buried. The ground is above the bar. Like,
think about the best.
Though I would argue you really should have Fallout first, which is $15 a month.
Yeah, the game Fallout 76, especially if you're playing with somebody, one of you needs to have Fallout first.
Yeah, when the servers are having just a bad day, you need to switch over to a private server. It's just,
unless you really like going back to the main menu and trying to find new servers.
Yeah.
Because you can't even get, so like the best way to tell if a server's alive or dead, and if you want to be on a public server, is to have the holotape that tells you if the nuclear missile silos are on cooldown. Because if they're all on cooldown, a lot of people will leave and it'll be like more functional.
Yep.
But you don't get that until you complete the base game main quest. So what a worthless character. No, I mean, he served his role. He's given the low B quests.
Right. He gave me a sniper rifle.
He literally exists to sell the newest expansion. How sad. Yeah. I'm thinking of like if there was an NPC at like Northshire Abbey that's like, hey, do you want to play Dragonflight? Which I think there are NPCs in the cities that do stuff like that.
Oh, I'm sure. You got to remind people what they're missing out on.
But surely not this early.
Out there, like the Last of Us's, the Tsushimas, the Elden Rings. There's plenty more that I could throw up on here. Horizon, like core to the box product mindset in these games.
Oh yeah, and we figured out that the reason he was naming those games was because Bungie is now owned by Sony. So
yeah, he named a bunch of Sony games as examples of like solid box products, aka like, you know, you pay $60 and there's no microtransactions. Kind of box products.
Press A to navigate. All right, so it really even though I did this, I didn't do it in the exact way that it wanted me to. So now
exceeding your expectations in every way across every axis. They blow your mind with their scale, with their polish, with their quality. At their best, they often almost feel like perfect games. But we all know that these products don't start perfect.
We all know that these products that don't start perfect, Ghost of Tsushima, Elden Ring, Last of Us, Horizon, they don't start perfect. I really like his logic here.
Like one from a Pixar interview that I love is all of our movies suck at first. Which, like, it sounds weird. It's almost incomprehensible when as consumers, all we get to see is this near perfect run of artistic products coming out of Pixar and now Disney.
He's got such a plebeian mindset. Like anybody that, we said this last time, like anybody who has an appreciation of art.
Destiny fans, sound off. How often do you get to see through like rocks and stuff like this?
Starting area, lacking polish.
See, because I followed this and I thought it was pointing down here, so I like just jumped down here.
Yeah. And I thought that was like a ladder at first.
So it brings you over here, and if you just step down here, you can see right through the terrain. Beautiful. How much money does this company make? Off of their expansions? Off of their $60 season passes and expansions?
Always. They have horrible clipping and map geometry and open world spaces, man. I'm just thinking of Bungie. Like you have to actually break out of the map at least in a lot of the Bungie Halo games to find stuff like that.
Yeah.
Like there's not many examples I can think of in those games of stuff like that.
But we're all familiar with what the creative process is actually like behind the scenes, that nothing starts great, nothing starts perfect. Making anything great is always about iterating through failure after failure, making it just a little bit better each time.
And we decided that we're gonna release that failure and make iterating a community process. The friendship will be the process of us fixing the game that you paid for.
The friendship is all the 2 degrees we made along the way.
Until you find something incredible. And this idea of taking a game, taking any creative idea, and doing all of that iteration in secret at your studio, so that the only thing you release, the only thing your audience sees is near perfect, that is what we're talking about at Bungie when we say the box product mindset. Because you iterate and iterate, guided mostly by your talent and your gut until you have something amazing.
Yeah, because Bungie never did any kind of public betas for their games.
Nope. They weren't pioneers in that or anything on consoles.
For real, is he implying that Pixar patches its movies post-release? What he's basically saying is, well, guys, you know how live service games are always launched fucked up at the start?
There is a clean system.
Traditional games are fucked up at the start, and it's just that they don't get released until much later. That's basically what he's saying.
You release it with this giant marketing explosion and hope that it blows all of the doors off. And to be clear, like, I'm not knocking this process. It's amazing. I have tons of respect for every one of these studios, every one of these games. Like this idea of seeming like you never miss is why I originally applied to work at Bungie. And so I'm not trying to criticize.
seeming I appreciate and respect the process of seeming like I never want to miss, but as soon as I was given the slightest modicum of power, I completely changed the process just to be sure. A white item? How could they have given you a white item?
Oh, that was just those were the first two weapons in the 10 feet into the first mission. We'll never see white items again.
I'm just to contrast it with a different approach that we've now had to adopt for Destiny. So if that's the boxed product approach, then what is the service approach and mindset by contrast? And more than anything else, being a service is about being fast.
It's all about speed, guys. Remember, it's all about how fast you can shit something out.
Why am I getting another tutorial on how to use, like... Didn't I just do this in a more fun way?
No, you...
What the fuck is this?
Is this like multiple years of tutorials that have been combined together?
Because this is fucking boring. Let me tell you. I want to go back to the overworld where I can at least, like, mindlessly shoot enemies.
Yeah, and run around and see things. Quality doesn't matter. Speed is all.
For live service,
it's a tutorial for the subclass reworks. Oh my god! You know what? My favorite part of janky live service games is when they combine different like tutorials together into one non-cohesive experience. Like, hey, remember?
I like this thing that's like just phasing through a wall here too.
Ooh, that's beautiful. Why does this even exist? It's just like a random corner of the map that has this thing.
Like, yeah, what is this thing? What the fuck? I've seen indie games that have less jank than this.
Destiny fans, sound off. What's going on here? What's the lore implications of this thing? I'm just thinking like the start of Fallout 76, which they're actually changing. They had on their PTR.
Oh my god, there's more of them. Changes. Here's a whole room. This is like a tech demo. This is a tech demo environment. What the fuck?
So what is
Yesterday's
this? How did you get here?
Stream got you through 90% of Spartan Ops, and the last interview was absolutely electric. Thanks for the stream. Oh my god. I'm glad we were able to assist you with
that. He was getting the achievement, and he was using the infinite ammo and flying skulls that we used on the final mission.
Yeah.
So
what is this? Oh
my god, what? This is legitimately like shocking.
This is so jank. Oh man. All right. Continue, Mr. Justin Truman.
That's fascinating. That's in the free-to-play experience, guys. That's what all your new players are seeing.
Yeah, well, I've heard the onboarding experience is fucking abysmal for this, and I'm seeing it for sure.
More than anything, more important even than quality, a live service is about being fast.
Again, and here we are, the guy that's in charge of everything. It more important than quality is being fast. I'm certainly seeing it.
As they're making me sit here very slowly doing all these objectives.
Like back in 2010, you could have a long-lasting, high-retention game just by releasing something that was super high quality, really well-balanced, and unchanged that players kept coming back to for years. But to stay afloat as a service today, you need to be constantly feeding your players.
So what changed? I'd be really curious. What changed?
I demand to be fed. I'm not fed yet.
It's like, and it's obvious because he didn't work on Halo Reach. He doesn't understand why Halo Reach had players as long as it did. Which, I mean, Halo Reach wasn't even a particular standout in retaining players for a particular long amount of time. It was like 2, maybe 3 years. But like, why was Halo Reach even a modicum of success? And that was because the mindset that game was made with, and like the community that existed around it and what have you. Like, there's all kinds of reasons why Halo Reach retained a player base beyond just, oh, nice, you can die.
Yeah, I accidentally killed myself. Don't get excited now.
Do you have infinite rockets?
No.
Okay.
We're not at that part of the mission yet.
You need to be responding to turns. You need to be making the game better. And so,
okay, so what about just making the game good at launch? Is that just not good enough anymore in your opinion, or like? Because like it sounds to me like
no, because we can monetize
he's intentionally like mentally skipping the step of we released the game broken and we have to like fix it up. Can't wait for Private to be introduced to Destiny 2 through its beginner-friendly Red War campaign. Oh. Honestly, though, what is going on with the introduction to this game?
I don't know. I mean, maybe it's because I have my attention split. You know, I'm trying to listen to this thing.
You weren't giving Destiny a fair shot. You shouldn't have live streamed it. You know?
Look, you didn't take the game suggestion to not live stream and record when it made it almost impossible to record it.
This is why it resists OBS. You know, Destiny 2, it's not a game for content creators. It's a game for game appreciators.
if box products are in the business of over-delivery, live service is the business of constant delivery.
Just keep shoving it down my craw. Give me that content.
I'm hungry. Feed me.
That greenskin orc content.
I'm noticing just how much flashier everything is now, too. Like, I know a lot of this stuff is stuff that was added after I played a while back. And it's just like, this game has gotten very flashy.
No, there's definitely, like, committee dopamine release studies and, like, like, we gotta up the flash in this sequence. And that was, like, somebody's job for a week.
Players, you need to be as fast as your organization can possibly be. And so at Bungie, one of the key lessons that we codified here to shift our mindset is that velocity is more important than position.
This is one of those slides when you get a chance.
Oh, yeah.
Because we really want to emphasize that, like, this is this guy's main point, right? He believes that it is more important to have a high velocity of content output than to actually have made a solid game. All right, you can go back. Because he stays on this slide for a long time.
Yeah.
I remember that.
Like, your position is your game's quality right now. How good is it? What issues does it have? How much content does it have to engage your players? And these are all important questions, but so much more important for us now is how fast can you change that position?
Which is like, once again, we'll go back to the context of what this is. In the context of a live service title, he's not wrong at all.
Yeah, that's how you run a successful live service business.
Yeah,
but he skipped the step where he explains why that's even necessary.
Yeah.
Bully him for the saboteur at every opportunity.
Necessary to be a live service title, you mean, right?
Of course.
Yeah.
That's the modern state of things. Like, there's not an ounce of this man that seems creatively ingenuous. Genuine.
When can I actually, like, play the game? When are the tutorials over?
Listen, are life's tutorials ever over?
You need more content. How fast can you funnel it into your game? If your game has an unbalanced...
Funnel it. Shove the hose down my throat.
Meta, how does it stay unbalanced? And if your community has a valid complaint, how quickly can you respond to that complaint?
All right, Destiny 2 players, how quickly can they respond to your complaints that the servers seem to break on a weekly basis? Doesn't Destiny 2... What the fuck is happening? Doesn't Destiny 2 have, like, constant issues?
Yeah, I think I've heard ever since, like, Lightfall, the servers have just been crapping the bed, like, consistently for a month now.
6 months from now. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of conflicting answers. I don't think Bethesda
Sorry, Bethesda.
Sorry, Bethesda. You're usually on the shit list. I don't think Bungie has a very particularly quick turnaround these days for fixing problems.
Yeah. Have they ever though? I've always heard that they were a little slow.
Because they didn't have that many problems with Halo.
Oh yeah, you're talking Halo. I mean like in Destiny, because I remember Destiny 1 is the same.
Well, no, of course not.
People complain and they're just like, well, it's going to be like 2 months.
And Bethesda was the same way with Fallout 76.
Yeah.
It's reminding me of the Ryan interview where he's like, he chased his ass down on a lot of things.
Yeah. we do have to
I had to give him props for that.
Yeah, that was actually a really good interview. Are we
surprisingly for how many shitty Ryan IGN interviews there were with Todd Howard? Currency exploits are priority #1 for Bungie. Man, that sounds like Rockstar. Rockstar will literally let a piece of their old content be broken for years, but if that old content somehow ends up producing a money glitch, all of a sudden it'll get big priority.
Maybe they're like intentionally trying to kill Destiny to like get people, but they don't even have a product for people to get onboarded with yet. Because if it was like they were trying to kill Destiny to get everybody to switch over to Marathon, then I'd be able to believe it. But no, man, things aren't going well in the house of Bungie at the moment.
Important but like unintuitive way, I'd rather have fast than perfect. Because being perfect, even just being great, is your current position. But fast is your velocity.
Why wouldn't you want your position to be perfect? Like, it's a very weird mindset. There's very few times in life where you want to be going fast. I guess on like a flight, you know, if you're driving a sports car.
Finally, it gave me the quest marker.
But like, I feel like most of the time you would rather be in a good position than a fast position. Because if you're always in a state of a fast position, that's kind of how you end up being a red streak on pavement. Like,
well, if you're always in a fast position as well, it's like, see, it's just his metaphors suck. The 2 degrees thing sucks. The speed over position thing sucks.
Yeah, we pointed it out that like every metaphor that he uses to describe his business model, you can twist and make fun of super easily. There's zero wit to all the kinds of metaphors that he comes up with that they can't be twisted against him. And it's kind of funny for sure.
And a fast game will become great.
A fast game will become great, okay?
Yep. Guaranteed. Just go fast.
What's the Miyamoto quote? A delayed game is eventually good, but a fast game is forever bad. Oh, no, wait, that's not the quote. I think inside every adult is the heart of a child. We just gradually convince ourselves that we have to act more like fast. No, wait. Truth is not what you want it to be. It is what it is. It is what it is. And you must bend over to its power or live a fast life. Fuck, what's the Miyamoto quote? Guys.
But a great slow game will very quickly fall behind.
A great but slow game will fall behind. What about a great and fast game?
I need those melee kills. I forgot about my challenges. What is going on right now?
This looks like a mess. Like these enemies are definitely not inspiring me to hang around.
Example for us, but this shift in our mindset to focus on velocity has meant that for our future games that we're building, we mentally shift a lot of our focus away from the launch of the product.
We mentally shift our focus away from the launch of the product.
Yeah, because it's about what happens afterwards. You know the game. See, Todd Howard said this the other night. You know the game is going to be broken, or it's going to have issues at launch, right? So why even worry about it? It's about what happens after that.
I've never heard somebody fail to identify the lessons of their success to such a degree. What success? This man wasn't at Bungie for Halo.
So the problem with Justin and Bungie is that they made the game great, but they kept going fast and then made the game terrible. See, he's going to cover what that is. He's going to explain why that is. That wasn't a mistake. That was intentional.
It's like all of our industry experience and training, all that box product training has us traditionally laser focused from like day one on having the best possible game on the day it launches. That's what you're losing sleep over. It's like, what's going to happen when we finally get to launch day? But if you're trying to make a live service, we found you should actually kind of de-emphasize that launch in your mind. Like a much more important question is, what is your roadmap and release tools going to look like for the first year after?
So ask Anthem about its roadmap.
Yeah, ask Anthem about its launch. Has this man has never heard of the statement that you only get one shot at first impressions?
Yeah. A lot of what he's saying hinges on the fact that Destiny 1 existed and was out of his control when it was made.
Yeah. And also, once again, it's predicated on the fact that Bungie was this golden child when Destiny came out. They were still like basically untouchable, and they had money to burn. They had money and goodwill to burn. So it's like this really only works in a very. I don't think there's any studios out there at this point that could launch a live service title and take these lessons to heart. I literally cannot think of a single studio.
Your game launches, because you can launch with a game that
full set of armor.
It's a set of rare armor, very rare. Everybody gets a set.
People's minds and it's super high polish. Or you can launch with a game that has lots of promise but a bunch of like janky issues on day one. And the sifter that's going to determine which of those two games is relevant 12, 24 months later is their velocity.
Yeah, you know, Elden Ring, Cyberpunk, they're not relevant.
Yeah.
Okay. They're not relevant to today. You know what is hot? Back 4 Blood. Back 4 Blood really came out. It had a high amount of velocity. And sure, it had a rough launch, but it's coming back, guys. That's the game that people are still talking about today.
How many updates came out? How much better was the game getting each month? Because that is what builds and retains fans in 2022. And if you're optimizing for that, then the position that you're in on the day you release becomes less and less relevant, because it's just one beat among many on your way towards a perfect game. And the reality is, like, if you try to launch a new live service game in the 2020s, it's kind of like that Pixar quote, like, a simple fact is, your game is probably going to suck at launch.
It's just a fact. There's nothing we could do about it.
I'm sorry, guys. This was inevitable.
Meanwhile, Todd Howard's over there like, yeah, if we did it again, it probably needed more time in the oven.
Yeah. we could have done with a longer beta. A longer, bigger beta.
Yeah, I mean, like, Todd Howard's over there talking about what they could have done with Fallout 76 differently to not have a disastrous launch.
Fucking UI is such a mess.
And then he's over here like, nah, if you release a live service, if you release a game, it's going to be fucking, like, super janky at launch. So just don't even bother. Don't even try. Remember when Halo 3 lost all of its player base a month after it released? Oh, wait, it didn't happen. Hey, remember how Team Fortress 2 just now hit its all-time player peak? A game that came out in 2007.
City Skylines 1 has more players now than it ever has before. And that was before they even announced the sequel. Yeah, a game from 2015. And that's not a game. And that's not a game. If you watch my video, I even suggest, if you're interested in the game, but you're still like on the fence about it, just get the game for $5. Just get the base game.
With none of the DLC.
With none of the DLC or anything. It's like, it's such a good value what you get out of the box.
City Skylines, like, they were great from the beginning, and they maintained velocity. They did both. So, like,
what is this?
And that's okay. Like, launch is not.
We have. Like,
what about all that velocity that Blizzard doesn't have with Overwatch 2?
Man, I didn't. It wasn't even that long ago that I played. I think I played this 2 years ago, 3 years ago. When did it come out on Steam?
I played it 3 years ago. Yeah.
Yeah, I played it like a few months after it came out on Steam,
Those are mods. You don't have access to them yet. You got to get to rank 6.
I'm looking at I'm just exploring right now. I'm just looking.
Yeah.
Oh, let's look at the.
We don't have very much. We don't have very much content here. We've got like 40 more minutes. So
yeah. So where is the?
Oh my god! Okay. This whole time I've been thinking this was a 2-hour presentation. It's only 1 hour. That's like a weight off my chest.
Yeah.
I mean, don't get me wrong. This is entertaining.
Journey. Launch is the beginning. Like, no new game iterated on in secret for however many years can show up and immediately beat the existing live services that have had the advantage of being able to iterate directly with
no new game.
Impossible. It's impossible.
It is impossible for new games to beat live services out of the market.
Or how about just like another live service title? It's impossible for another live service title to come up and dethrone Destiny overnight. Don't even try it, guys. It's not like a really interesting premise executed well at launch wouldn't immediately generate a ton of attention.
Starfield is going to suck, and it is going to blow Destiny's asshole wide open on launch. Look at BattleBit. That game has hundreds of thousands of players constantly playing. Oh yeah,
like, it's so fucking. I was saying in the stream yesterday.
So many examples.
This year has been a fantastic year for games. We've had so many bangers. We've had so many stinkers. It's just been a great year all around. Like, there's so much happening. Every week there's new news about this, that, or the other thing, and it's just like, I feel bad for the super black-pilled people because like my backlog and stuff, my wish list has never been larger. I literally have over 100 games on my Steam wish list right now. There's stuff to play, and it's always coming out. You just have to give up on AAA.
Are not live services.
Yeah. Oh, none of them are live service. I can't think of a single one that I'm interested in live service titles, and almost none of them are AAA games, really. But even if you are interested in AAA games, you had Zelda that came out. I don't think Starfield's going to be an utter flop. So like, as long as you're not overhyped for Starfield, I think, it's probably going to be all right.
To be fair, I don't think a direct competitor to Destiny has beaten it. Usually they end up dying like instantly. It's almost like Destiny's ideas suck.
Yeah, it's like their business model is unsustainable.
It's almost like the entire point of Destiny is to be a live service game, and that the actual gameplay of it is not that good. Or it's literally just the Skinner box. Like that's its value, is that it's an addictive formula that like certain people with a propensity for addictions can just get trapped by.
With their community for 10 years.
Armored Core coming out this year?
Armored Core 6. People have been talking about it, so I assume so.
I've been looking at it. I might be interested in it.
To win that battle on day one. But if you're focused on your velocity, not your position at launch, then the better challenge becomes how fast can you improve your game once you are in that same direct dialogue with your community? How quickly can you change your existing roadmap if you find something in the live game?
How fast can you change your roadmap? Isn't the point of a roadmap that it doesn't change?
Well, a roadmap a map is like a guide, right?
There's no constancy in life. Always be changing your format. Don't make it so that players can make plans 3 or 4 months from now and when they're going to play World of Warcraft Classic. Just keep people in the dark.
Okay, so I guess I just have to... What the fuck? Somebody killed one and it just gave me a data... Really? I don't even have to fight anything? I could just stand near people who are fighting them and I'll get them?
Just follow somebody around.
So this quest is literally just wander around and kill generic fallen.
Amazing.
Patches. If you have a major exploit in your game, can you identify the issue, then triage it, test it, and deploy a hotfix in 24 hours?
I don't know. Can you now?
Can you? Yeah, that's what I want to know.
It really sounds like you can't.
I got some people in chat right now that are telling me that ain't what's happening.
Mm-hmm.
Because if you're focused on those kinds of challenges,
I remember running around fucking farming spin metal and stuff. That's one of the things that got me to stop playing Destiny 1 when I reached that point, and I was like, what the fuck am I still doing?
I could go play RuneScape.
Yeah. I left that shit behind with RuneScape.
Before you launch. instead of just focusing on your position at launch, then your game will get to perfect with shocking speed. And you'll be making a game that is perfectly tailored to your community and built to last. So a bunch of this, like the big cultural hurdle for our team and our organization, one of the main things that I'm going to keep returning to is
was vaulting content part of the built to last idea?
Mm-hmm. Of course.
Was going back and reworking the entire introduction, creating content that was built to last. Where is the original campaign that I played back when this game first came out on Steam? Can I play that still? Was that built to last?
No, I mean, it was a problem and they fixed it. This is the fix.
I mean, it was a problem. It was fucking boring, but I don't know. I'm not having a better time with this, let me tell you. At least it was like missions. I still haven't really done a mission. These are all still tutorials. Like, what the fuck is this? This is awful.
Right. Now brace yourself. We're going in.
Like the big cultural hurdle for our team and our organization, one of the main things that I'm going to keep returning to is about redefining success.
Yes.
Redefining success. Here we go, chat.
This is sociopath speak here.
Mm-hmm.
Where gaslighting people, moving the goalposts and stuff. Like this is what
Babe,
it's
listen,
fascinating. It's fascinating to be hearing this in like the current like cultural zeitgeist where like people like we're at the height of people like accusing others of gaslighting each other and stuff. And it's like here's this dude literally admitting in plain English, here's how we gaslight our first we had to gaslight our developers, right? We had to convince them that no, we didn't fail.
We had to change the motto that they walk by every day.
Yeah. we had to rally the troops first.
Hey, babe, I know that you have ideas for how this relationship is going to be, but I think I'm going to have to redefine our relationship goals.
Yeah, when you start hearing somebody talking like this, be on alert.
Well, I don't think you ever want to say the word redefine.
Yeah.
There's never been a good circumstance around, at least not that I'm aware of redefining a word or redefining terminology.
Mm-hmm.
It's almost always like a shit show at the end of the day. Maybe like something that's genre redefining would be an example.
Yeah.
And even then, that's just like
that's more like marketing speech than anything else.
Yeah.
Usually you're not redefining. Usually you're not Yeah, exactly. You're creating a subgenre.
Like Skyrim technically redefined the genre, but really what it did is it made a new genre and left behind a bunch of stuff.
Yeah.
Oh man, you've got what's that? What color is that? Legendary, exotic, artifact.
Yeah. I got something. All right, you know, I was complaining, but oh, look at this. We got a bumper car here. Futuristic bumper car.
Main things that I'm going to keep returning to is about redefining success. Like, what does quality mean to you and to your team? And I don't just mean in terms of like business.
What does quality mean to you? I've accepted that quality means a lot less than it did 10 years ago. Like, you know what's sad is how many consumers are on this wavelength that are like, well, you know, like people who think that like the game industry, it's never been better than it is right now. Oh, it's been way better to be like on the consumer side of the curtain, on the creator side of the curtain, and on the artist side of the curtain. Like the only people that are benefiting from the way that it is now are people on the business side.
I wonder if I should move the camp. These sightlands are a little...
goals, like KPIs or something. I mean in your bones, like in your heart. Why do you get up and go to work making video games every day? And for us at Bungie, for a lot of us, like it used to mean that feeling of seeming perfect, of being impeccable, being uncriticizable. That is all part of that box product mindset. But now we're instead focused on being fast.
So our original definition of success was making perfect games. Now our definition of success is just going fast. This is what someone really reckless tells you, right? Like they just dropped out of college to go like be a street racer.
Dropped out of college to go become a YouTuber. Oh wait, yeah, that's me.
Ooh. Yeah, a little success redefining in your life.
No, it was more like discovery.
Mm.
Oh, I keep missing fucking messing up the buttons.
And the really tough part here, though, is that to do that, you have to get comfortable with public failure.
To be fast, you have to be comfortable with public failure.
To be fast, you have to get used to being a lol cow.
To drive really fast cars, you have to get used to crashing. I mean, like, what? Like, your metaphors don't make sense. Granted, of course, I converted the fast metaphor thing to driving cars, but, like...
I mean, what else goes fast, right?
Yeah. Listen, we're going to redefine success, and the first definition of success is that you're going to have to get used to people saying that you fucking suck. And it's not because you fucking suck, it's because we've redefined success to say that, wait, so failure equals success? Of course. You have to be comfortable with being a public failure because eventually that perfect game is going to exist. Like Destiny 1. Destiny 1 was eventually the perfect video game. Same with Destiny 2.
Yeah, we're getting into it now, guys.
Like, yeah, this is a talk that gets better as it goes, which is kind of impressive for sure.
Like, you have to get comfortable with all those failures and those iterations, that journey from your game sucking to it being great. More of that happening out in the open instead of in secret at your studio. And this trade-off is worth making. Like, it gives you speed. It lets you feedback and iterate and get better faster. It makes the final product even better.
It makes the final product even better. Mm-hmm. Remember, Halo 3, Destiny. ODST, Destiny 2. Halo Reach, Curse of Osiris. They've gotten better. No, like this is how a cult leader, you like objectively since joining the cult, your life has gotten worse. But then you go to talk to the cult leader about it because he's offered you reassurances before, and this is how he tricks you into thinking that, you know, living in the jungle without electricity or running water, actually, there's benefits to that.
But you have to be those lumps, which are a lot. If your ego, like ours, if your definition of success as an artist is tied up in that mystique of only letting your failure happen in secret. To give one more example.
It can be really tough if you used to be really good at making video games and then you decided to compromise your vision to go fast. To prioritize speed over quality, which he said.
In the space, like broader than just developing a game. Like, I believe the shift to an ongoing service-oriented iterative conversation is happening in every sector. Like, even with people's personal brands. This is why you're seeing so many more like public apologies from
Destiny fans, sound off. How many public apologies has Bungie had to?
This is wild. I want to hear that again.
I didn't remember that one.
I don't remember that one. Did they insert this one? This is why we're redoing it, because we were so flabbergasted the first time around that like we missed stuff.
Oriented iterative conversation is happening in every sector.
This iterative conversation is happening in every sector.
I love that language too. Iterative conversation. Have you ever had an iterative conversation before in your life? What is that? Let's take that back. Let's break down the definition here a little bit. Let's break down that word a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Iterative conversation. So, no. I have had iterative conversations before. It was on Bungie's forums, actually. We on the group that I used to be a part of, we had these RPG threads, and everybody would add to the story. And as like, so one person would post, and then the next person would post related to like the story that the previous person posted. That became an there's an example of an iterative conversation. Is that what's going on here?
What it makes me think of is, imagine if a car company used to be known for making like perfect box products, and then one day they decided to release like a really just fucking unfinished car that was super dangerous. But guys, we're having an iterative conversation here at Ford.
Yeah.
And now, you know, it might take a few updates of your vehicle, but we're going to eventually reach a state that the car will be acceptable to drive.
Come on, Pat. That's such an unfair comparison. People aren't dying from playing Destiny. They might be going destitute because they're paying $150 for a jacket each season, on top of the $100 expansion that they had to pay, but...
Even worse than like the Tesla updating their stuff. I mean, like, the car is legitimately unfinished, akin to how live service games start out unfinished, and that you like every month you have to take it to the dealership so that they can install more parts. Like, your car comes out and it doesn't have air conditioning or windows. It doesn't have air conditioning or windows, and the brakes are like really
Am I really
sluggish.
Already going back through the same dungeon again?
Like, even with people, this is why you're seeing so many more like public apologies from corporations, from celebrities, whomever. It's more and more.
Oh, celebrities too are also engaged in the iterative conversation.
Show the current slide that's on screen. I don't even know whose apology video this is. I think that's like, I think that's Pokimane. I don't remember her doing a YouTube apology, but like,
yeah.
This is what he's citing as like a positive.
Cyberpunk was a positive.
Yeah, Cyberpunk's apology was a positive.
Tell that to the legal team that had to like fend off lawsuits. That is that part of the iterative conversation? Lawsuits.
Listen, this is the world we live in. Everybody, it's not just us guys. Everybody is now engaging in such sloppy and shitty work to rush stuff out to market so fast that they need to like apologize every time they do something bad.
Like, what's concerning too is he's not even wrong. He's just saying it out loud. And that's the state that we are in now, is where these companies, like people like him, can feel comfortable saying this.
Well, it's like with the XQC reaction stuff that's going on.
Yeah.
Like XQC isn't sitting down and having a conversation like, how do I do a good stream, like entertaining content, you know, is it legal that I'm doing this, etc. He's just doing it.
Yeah.
Whatever his idea is, he goes full send on it. And then if there are consequences after the fact, he'll figure out if he has to defend it or apologize for it or debate somebody about it. But like, there's no... And that's what he's talking about with this iterative conversation that's going on. Is basically, we are rushing to do things in this competitive market to the point that like we have to apologize half of the time because, you know, we fucked up.
Two shot. Two tap.
XQC should just leave the room, take notes from an actual streamer. For all we know, there's examples of him doing that. Yeah. And they just haven't been found yet. Like, JXC had a really good point about the controversy, which is that, well, there should be a proportional split based on the amount of effort that's involved between the streamer and the video maker. Something like 0 for the streamer and 100 for the creator is about fair. Who is this XQC? Well, that's the funny thing, is if you're a person of discerning taste, you probably have no fucking clue who XQC is as a viewer.
Yeah, he
is the lowest common denominator of Twitch streamers.
Yeah, is he even on Twitch anymore? Oh, right. He's on Kick as well. He did like a... He is the highest paid Twitch streamer now, or the highest paid streamer in general. Like, he got a $150 million contract with Kick or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I mean, Kick has been throwing out a lot of money lately. I know they snatched up a bunch of people, so I'm trying to remember who's who. My take on the XQC thing is I don't want his community exposed to my or I don't want my community exposed to him and his community. Yeah. It's not about money. For me, I just don't want his followers knowing who I am and coming and fucking up my shit. No, thank you. Oh, these are suicide bombers. Gotcha.
No, because here's the thing with the Twitch people is that they're not celebrities in the slightest. They all fuck Twitch staff to get their algorithmic ranking. They all live in Austin and they all fuck Twitch staff. And like that's not even an allegedly. They all go to the same parties and fuck. Even with other streamers, they all fuck each other. That's literally it's the most incestuous like influencer industry that's out there.
I remember this place from Destiny 1.
And I'm saying that in context of knowing about what's going on with the Xbox shills on YouTube.
Yeah.
I mean, those guys are incestuous, but at least they're not fucking banging each other.
Had on Destiny happening out in the open. And in success, it means by embracing this service mindset, you're getting to a better position even faster through that feedback, through that.
Release it, even if it's broken, you're going to get feedback, and that's going to help you get to a good place. And then, like, the counterpoint to this is just Destiny 2.
Hey, I remember the feedback during Destiny 1 where people were saying these defense missions were really boring. Oh, do I have to, like, shoot these things? Oh, here's the feedback. Here's the feedback that they took into account. People were saying these were boring, so here's something to shoot at instead.
Pretty colors.
This is why we had to play the game while listening to this, because it's just amazing. Yeah, so I'm standing in a location from Destiny 1, harvesting items that were that literally the harvesting of these items made me quit Destiny 1 because I realized what was going on. And the stuff that they took to improve the gameplay issues that people had was to add pretty stuff to shoot at. And not even enemies, just pillars to shoot at. And I'm one-tapping everything. I have not run out of I've not run out of ammo in my super weapon yet. FYI.
You can't if you're gonna one-shot everything.
What is this? What the fuck is this right now?
Extra transparency. See, that's honestly
here's a super weapon now.
Anymore to any highly visible brand. All right, so that was our first big learning. That velocity is more important than position. For the next part, I'm going to dive in deeper into what it means to really redefine success.
So he's not done redefining success. We really got to lay out what that means.
Like with Halo days, when you're really successful, it's really easy to not bother with a precise definition here. And I'd wager that for most people in this room, you probably define success as some combination of two things. Whatever your chosen version of quality is, like that could be Steam user reviews or Game of the Year awards or...
That's how you define quality, not your personal opinion on how good of a job that you did as an artist.
It's validation of others, especially game journalists.
Yeah. It's like that Lex Friedman thing all over again. Like, Skyrim's one of the greatest games of all time because it was popular, not because it's like even he qualified it with, well, it would probably be more Morrowind if it was like in actual context. Like, it was such a confused answer because Lex Friedman was struggling with the concept that the objective quality of the game is independent of popular consensus. Because like the whole thing I go to every time is if monetary success defined what made games good, then your top 100 games of all time list would literally be the same as the top selling games of all time. Like, by definition. There was a guy on Twitter who was like complaining about conservatives who don't like video games. They were like, well, conservatives should like video games because they're popular because it's $1 billion industry and they should try to get more people into the $1 billion industry. And I'm like, so video games, literally their only value is that it's just highly monetizable and successful.
Yes.
You'd probably think that success is doing well and being recognized for your superior efforts, but no, it's just getting more kids hooked on crack. I mean, that really is what it comes down to, especially when people do that shit where they like look at the Steam charts of single player games like 24 months after launch.
Oh yeah,
like,
it's like the game died.
Elden Ring is no longer relevant, and I'm like, dude, you're gonna be hearing about Elden Ring for the next decade and a half, at least.
Dude, we're still hearing about Dark Souls 1. Try and watch game analysis videos about anything and avoid hearing anything Dark Souls 1 getting invoked.
Mm-hmm.
Metacritic. I don't know. Do people still use Metacritic? I'm old.
Do people still use Metacritic? You dumbass.
You fucking said it in the beginning of the fucking...
You used Metacritic to define Destiny 2 as being more successful than Destiny 1 at launch. What the fuck are you talking about?
Got him.
God, this guy's like a...
insane.
You know what it is he doesn't want Metacritic to be what defines it, because Destiny suffers on popular Metacritic score.
Yeah.
Come on, guys. Does anybody take Metacritic consumer scores seriously? It's all about the critic scores, because we're in the critics. The critics will rate us higher.
Yeah. We paid the critics off, so.
Well, like, because the current games journalism industry isn't tuned to actually accurately rate live service games, because the way that games journalists should do it is, if it's a live service game, you need to have somebody go back and see how the game is doing 6 months out, a year out.
There should be somebody on your team who's just dedicated to it. You should have somebody on your team that's just rotating Destiny 2 and Fallout 76 or something like that. And their job is to just keep people informed about the state, because if these games are in constant development, that's news too, you know?
People care about what Metacritic thinks if Metacritic aligns with what they think, otherwise it's irrelevant. Yeah.
Especially people in the industry. Get to the array.
And same thing with Rotten Tomatoes for the film industry.
Oh, yeah.
Like, well, nobody cares what the pros say. It's all about what the critics say. And you know what it is in their circles, they've like, game developers love the conspiracy theory of the review bomb.
Yeah.
Like, they think that there are like concerted efforts to just review bomb games randomly, or like get a bunch of people together to review stuff. Like, they fail to see an influx of negative reviews as being in response to something, or like trying to be a form of communication. They just see it as like maliciousness or trolling. Or,
it's
like,
not
bad actors.
It's not. See, the problem is that it's disproportionate. Oh, we killed this favorite character, and now everybody's review bombing us. And it's like, maybe they're review bombing you because you guys really fucked up, and there's really no way for them to effectively communicate with you, because you shut down all of your Discord servers, like you just banned people and stuff like that.
In fairness, I will say the Metacritic score bonuses, I'm very glad that we're past that stage of the industry. where you get paid based on what your Metacritic score is.
Oh yeah. Pour one out for Obsidian, man. Respawning restricted.
The Troll Legion, over there on Red Channel.
Whatever that definition of quality is, mixed with some definition of reach. Like, that could be financial success, it could be unit sales, or it could just be how like culturally impactful or big your game is with your chosen audience. But in order to adopt a service mindset, we've had to get a lot better at defining multiple axes of success and doing that very precisely.
We have to define success.
Mm-hmm.
Success isn't defined, or no, it's what he's saying is you have a defined definition for success, and you need to change it.
You have infinite ammo in your primary weapon now.
Oh yeah. People were saying that right at the start was that there was infinite ammo.
I did not notice that.
So let me start with our first tangible example. This was when we really started learning to break apart and be more precise with our definitions.
Have to go out here?
So remember this terrifying moment I was talking about in February of 2018. At the time, living through it felt like a stressful, real-life version of FTL.
This is literally a mission from Destiny 1. This is from Destiny 1's beta.
That game. Your engine room is on fire, and your O2 is draining out through a hull breach, and your shields are down. Which of those is most important to fix first? Because if you get it wrong, your ship's going to explode. And the mantra that we came up with during that difficult year.
Is he going to talk about Rasputin? Because I remember Rasputin coming up here too.
His metaphor is a box product game.
Was first, then retention, then revenue.
All right, here's another one of those slides that you're going to want to show the audience.
I died. Guys, I died. I had 110 kills, too. Alright, let me switch on over. Yeah, this one. First trust, then retention, then revenue. You get them to like you get them to stick around, and then you make the money.
You should cap your FPS. Honestly, how much free-to-play content is left?
Yeah, I'm wondering.
So, yeah, so this is going to be... It gets worse. This presentation continually gets worse. Because he is going to explain methodically...
Rasputin lived for 3 months and then died. I know Rasputin died. I was wondering, just because they're recycling so much content here, if they forgot and left him in here.
That our first priority was player trust. Because we'd assumed when we built Destiny 2 that players who ran out of content would just happily leave and come back for the next expansion. But what they were actually doing once they ran out was they were sticking around in all of our online communities with these megaphones shouting to everyone to avoid this game because it sucked.
That's why. I'm sure that's the only reason that people were saying at launch that Destiny 2 was bad. It wasn't that you guys were fucking with the XP formulas to make sure that people couldn't level up too quickly, and it wasn't because of microtransactions. No, it was because they ran out of things to do. And mind you, this is not the first time he's mentioned this idea, and he's shown like articles that are supposed to reference this, and then it's like the articles were completely irrelevant to this. We ran out of things to do. The articles were like, the quality of life has issues and the end game is not very good. And
fascinating.
Private, you should check the store. That I was thinking like one of the last things we'll do once we hit the end of the Destiny 2 content is
where is the store?
We'll just tour the store.
Where's the city? I haven't even gotten to the city yet. So we're still in like the tutorial shit.
And this was especially bad with streamers and influencers because we had literally hurt their livelihood by making streaming Destiny a less viable profession. So they were loudly and like understandably shouting their complaints to every viewer. And so we knew.
I like that notion that like
we hurt their livelihood.
We hurt their livelihood, and so they retaliated against us.
Yeah.
The only reason was that because we hurt their livelihood, not because they felt any kind of passion for the game that they liked.
Yeah.
No, it's because
because they're all fucking
we hurt
greedy
their revenue.
vultures.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking leeches.
Yeah, because
no, they're not free marketing.
Because but his mentality is fundamentally rooted in money, and so he's putting himself he's empathizing with them because he's a sociopath. Like he has to fake empathy, right? Because he's a sociopath, and so he has to think, how would I feel if I was in their shoes? I would probably be upset if I could feel empathy. I would probably be upset that my revenue bottom line was hurt because the thing I'm relying on is bad.
What an interesting window into like this man's, just his like priorities and everything.
Private, I can't wait for you to get access to the city where you're going to talk to an NPC who is currently dead in the story.
That we needed to trust issues first. So we focused a lot of our early work on trying to repair our reputation with our players and our community and our influencers.
And I love how methodical he is during this presentation and explaining that the only reason that we made these decisions was because we wanted to build the trust so that we could then get the retention, so that we could then get the revenue.
Like that's how he opens it. So it's like
we don't feel a sense of obligation to do the right thing because we did a bad job the first time. We don't feel that it is our responsibility to do right by these people. We only want to do right by these people because they are a conduit to profit.
We of our priority queue several early changes to the game. Not because our designers believed that these were the most important root causes to our engagement issues, but because they were vocal pain points in the community, and addressing them quickly would clearly indicate that we were listening.
I love it. See, again, he says flat out, we didn't fix issues with the game because we thought that they were important, or because we thought that we as artists thought that they were the most pressing issue to our vision. We fixed it because they were common vocal pain points, and by fixing them, by making a big show of how we fixed the game, we would get the influencers to shut the fuck up about complaining about the game, and they would no longer have an excuse to like make videos telling people to stop playing Destiny. Like, he flat out says that.
Engagement issues. But because they were vocal pain points in the community, and addressing them quickly would clearly indicate that we were listening, and we were responding to our player community, and we were just trying.
We're not actually listening. We have to fake the process of listening.
Me right now.
The plebs are environmental storytelling. The plebs are complaining again. Time for another circus.
To do our best.
Channeling the good Roman emperor in them.
Yeah.
Put on bread and circus.
And this battle took us almost a full year, if I'm being honest. And that's also when we did stuff like we removed all of the microtransactions from some of our releases in that year.
We removed all the microtransactions, not because we thought that they would make it a better product, but because we wanted to build trust. We always had the intention to turn them back on, don't get me wrong, but... That's why I love it's such a transparently mask off
only
thing,
temporary.
Too.
Only temporary.
It's only temporary, and we always did it with the mindset that we were going to turn it back on. That was always the goal. Like, how could you ever have trust in that when you know full well that they're just going to turn on the things that
that you hated?
If turning off the microtransactions make people like the game more, it's almost like microtransactions make people hate the game, and then it's not a good thing. So why are they necessary? Oh, right, because there's a profit incentive.
Yeah. Well, it's
not
also
because they're quality.
It's because their entire business model is built upon this system. You can't remove it, and this is why I keep saying like it's a one-way street. Live service titles, and it's so valid. It's been so validating to hear this because it confirms what I've been saying, that Bungie will never make another Halo boxed product game again, because they just cannot. Their whole entire business model now, their income revenue, their expense streams are based upon this system. Like, you have to rebuild your entire company to facilitate this. And it's a one-way street.
Taking multi-million-dollar losses in the process because the risk of losing more trust was so much worse at the time than the known loss in revenue. And the reason that we were able to eat that revenue loss was because we knew that revenue wasn't the goal yet.
We ate a revenue loss to trick people into being our supporters.
Trust was. You can come later. And then once we had player trust and sentiment under control, we then focused on retention. And this was the real focus of our first major expansion after Destiny 2 launched, Forsaken.
You never want to say that, like... I mean, like, yeah, it is just boiling the frog. Like, you're flat out saying how you tricked people. So that means, like, the trick shouldn't work again. The only reason the trick would work again is because people didn't know that you said it. But yeah, there's a lot to read into with the word yet.
Forsaken's focus, more than any other specific goal for that release, was to fix the end game for Destiny 2, to fix our retention, and to ensure that there were plenty of long-term pursuits and content in Destiny 2 for our most hardcore players. And this focus allowed the product to succeed. Not just succeed in being a great expansion, which it was, but being the expansion that Destiny 2 needed at that moment in time as a service.
So we didn't make Forsaken because we thought it would be a good thing to do. We made Forsaken because it was the best move that we could have made. Like, imagine it, like, Again, imagine if Bethesda said that. Imagine if Todd Howard went on a stage and said, "We didn't make Shivering Isles because we wanted to make Shivering Isles. We made it because we wanted to salvage our reputation with Elder Scrolls fans."
Yeah.
And I don't even think that's true. But imagine if it was true, and imagine if Todd Howard said it.
Man.
Like, I do think that Shivering Isles was made to lend Bethesda more legitimacy with the older fans.
But I do think there was a lot of artistic
But no, it's
desire.
super valid. It's super valid as an artistic expression.
It's also,
like you said, it's S-tier DLC.
Yeah, S-tier DLC. Worth playing Oblivion just to play that. But I'm going to be right back. I have to go to the bathroom, and I got some stuff that I ordered that I have to pick up at the front door. So I'm going to switch over to Justin Cam.
All right. Hey, chat. What's going on? Can you believe he trusts me with the watch together?
What's happening, friends?
All right. I gotta see where I was at. You know me. I don't waste a second. Always be bussin'. I need to start from the beginning.
Another episode of IGN Unfiltered, our monthly interview series.
What's ironic is this interview is actually pretty good, and for Ryan, from what we've seen, so.
Where I have the pleasure of sitting down with the best, brightest, most interesting minds in the games industry. And this month, we've brought the show remote. We've traveled far. We're out here at Bethesda Game Studios in Rockville, Maryland, with the great Todd Howard, the Todd Father, the man behind the Elder Scrolls series, the Fallout series, and all kinds of new stuff you guys are cooking up. Todd, thanks so much for inviting us.
Thanks for coming out. It's been a long time in the making when you first brought this up.
Yes, you used to call into my OXM podcast back in the day. That was fun back in the Oblivion Fallout 3 days. We'll get to all that, but you've had a heck of a career all here.
Is that right? Wait, was he talking to Ryan in that interview that I play a ton in the Skyrim video? If Todd Howard isn't on the screen, all characters should be asking, "Where's Todd?"
And that's one thing I find fascinating about you. So,
why is it sped up? Just because we got to get through the intro of
that,
this.
But I always like to, of course, start at the beginning. And it's, you know what, you fell in love with RPGs pretty early on, right? Wizardry and
Wizardry,
was a big one for you?
the Ultima series was kind of the first time where, I was a kid who grew up with video games like everybody else. I think grew up in the 70s, but Ultima was the first time where I played something. You played D&D, where that kind of experience translated. Where I felt like I could do a lot of things in the world, despite it being whatever 16 pixels or 8 pixels by 8 pixel tiles. It felt very real for the time that I was in the game. I would go to bed thinking about it and, how am I going to finish this quest? And really just captured my imagination in terms of, this is something that I really, really want to do.
There seems to be, I've noticed in doing 30-something episodes of this, there seems to be a pretty high correlation with game developers and tabletop D&D.
I think that's true.
Right?
Whether it's, not just gaming.
This was his Punish Todd era when he was basically doing a PR tour for ZeniMax. It kind of is. We were joking that this is the Dark Todd interview, and then he's a lot more honest these days.
I think a lot of people then, D&D, it was that time period, right, when, I might have the years wrong, 1976 to 1985, that period of like D&D and...
He said 76. 76 mentioned, chat.
Science fiction movies and fantasy and all of that, I think was a big stepping stone from where entertainment was a decade before.
So you mentioned Ultima being big for you as a kid. How old were you back when you first remember getting into games?
I was probably 6 or 7. I wrote my first game when I was 12.
Nice. What was that? Do you remember it?
There was a Star Trek game on the Trash 80, and then I did a ripoff of it called Shotgun.
The TRS-80 is the Trash 80?
That's what everyone called it. And then the Apple II came out soon after. And then once I got my hands on one of those, I was very much a self-taught Apple II programmer, and I could really, I could make that thing.
We're looking at Dark Todd.
And that's when computer.
Yeah, you haven't missed anything. All right, I'll put in my notes that the first 3 minutes are literally nothing. And then we'll go back. We were 27 minutes into the Justin Truman. I probably shouldn't have closed it, though.
Oh, you closed the Justin Truman thing?
Yeah, well, I need to keep the tab open because we're going to be coming back to it a little bit.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to switch back to
the... $1 loss. Plenty of long-term pursuits and content in Destiny 2 for our most hardcore players.
What is that?
Would I say that Cyberpunk is worth playing, or should I wait for the DLC?
I'm waiting for the DLC.
Yeah, I'd say wait for the DLC because the DLC's coming with a new rework.
Yeah. So it's
And
like
so
even if the DLC's not really worth playing,
yeah,
it's probably going to be a better version of the game. Hopefully, ideally.
And this focus allowed the product to succeed. Not just succeed in being a great expansion, which it was, but being the expansion that Destiny 2 needed at that moment in time as a service. And it worked. So this was that terrifying moment in February of 2018. But by the time Forsaken launched, 1 year in, our brand trust was back on track. Our retention had recovered from that precipitous drop after D2 launch. And only after we had solved for trust and solved.
Once we had their trust, once the frog was in the kettle and the heat was turned on, we could start to turn up that heat.
For retention, did we then actually start paying attention to the business again? That was when we started experimenting with revenue innovation that we knew would ultimately be player wins, but were complex, and we knew that they needed to be built off of a foundation of trust. So that was when we started charting our course to get out of loot boxes, or and move.
Of course, we didn't do that as part of the trust build. No. There was nothing going on in the world. There was no regulations on loot boxes being proposed. We definitely switched out of loot boxes. It was always in the books, you know? It was just a necessary stepping stone.
Our sort of direct purchase. That's also when we started to add a free-to-play entry point into our game. Like these.
Yeah, a really solid free-to-play entry point.
I am definitely not confused at all right now. As I'm getting confused over why sometimes I have to reload my gun and sometimes I don't.
These were all designed to further sustain the long-term Destiny hobby, and I think they've made our game better for all players. But to go back to that FTL analogy, like it would be suicide to be messing with our shields when our O2 systems were down. And I truly believe that each of these different releases along this road would not have succeeded if we didn't have clear laser focus each time on what our specific goals and definition of success were. And importantly, these goals, they change from release to release. So that was a really simple example. 3 definitions of.
Our goals change from release to release. Because it's not about making something good. It's about making money. And the amount of money we need to make changes each release.
Yeah.
Success, layering them on one at a time. As we've iterated since then, it gets more and more nuanced.
Shields take priority 100% of the time. That's the weird part, is that if you're in a ship-to-ship battle in FTL, why wouldn't you like focus on fixing the shields first?
Because we keep trying to build more and more precise definitions of success. So for a more recent example, here's one of our typical KPI report cards. I pulled this straight from one of our internal presentations, not too long.
Yeah, we're getting into the stats of it. So he's explained the basic premise of how you boil the frog. Now he's going to show you the analytics of getting kids hooked on crack. So like, this guy's not just getting kids hooked on crack. He's like doing exit surveys for when they leave the crack den. And like, he's done it enough times that he can give you analytics. And he's got an entire like analytics department for really doing the analyzing on the exit surveys of these crack kids. Are you enjoying your time of playing so far, Private? Are you ready to pay yet?
This is... I am hooked, let me tell you.
KPI means
watch, look, I'm killing this robot with a sword.
Performance indicator. It's quantifiable measurements of performance that we measure against a defined target we set ahead of time. And we call it a report card because while every release might have their own unique metrics that we want to measure. So like, for example, in the Witch Queen, we released the new glaive weapon. So we have a metric for like how many people are using the glaive weapon. Those are unique per release. This report card is the baseline grades that every release is going to get no matter what. And it gives us a common language to define and discuss success every time. So let me talk through what our KPI report card looks like and what each of these different measurements mean to us. So first up, we have that trust in Bungie, trust in our game. And we measure it in 2 ways. One is...
Oh yeah, by the way, like almost every metric that's in the chart gets redacted.
Oh yeah.
But he can't even bring like old numbers to the table. Like he's not allowed to bring the fucking Forsaken numbers to the table. Like years out of date at this point. What, like 4 or 5 years after the fact?
The spin metal literally just gives me glimmer. It's not even giving me materials anymore.
Well, of course, it's a quality of life feature.
I thought, don't they have like a crafting system now?
No, it doesn't matter. Like you're just gonna buy the reagents there anyways. You know, you just craft from glimmer, and like, because everything can be reduced down to the glimmer value. You know?
Yeah, naturally.
Vocal sentiment. So what are people saying about us online, on social media, on Twitch?
What the?
And vocal sentiment is super important because that's your reputation, right? Like that.
What?
I just like managed to do a forward roll in my.
What the fuck? Nice. That's like a almost intentional kind of like. There could be like a trick scene for mounting, but
I did it again. I don't remember that being a thing. Did they change the physics of the sparrow?
Well, what the fuck? Impressive for sure.
That is what people say you are. But it's also often distorted by a small vocal minority. There's a few people who talk a lot, and a lot of people who have an opinion and don't talk very much. So to get beyond that vocal minority, we also do our own weekly surveys of player happiness using a rate last week metric. So we randomly reach out to, I think, a few thousand folks every week, and we ask them to rate the last week of Destiny on a 1 to 5 point scale. And we've tried some different systems here. Like we've done.
We're talking about a game as like big and diverse as Destiny. I feel like a few thousand people just isn't enough.
Done more subjective measurements of quality. We've done net promoter scores, but we found that rate last week hits that sweet spot for us of rapid, precise data that we can quantify about player happiness. If you release an amazing...
Oh man, is this an explosive weapon?
No.
Why is it exploding on shot?
Is it? Oh.
That like rifle? Yeah, it's got like the explosive prefix from Fallout. We can't escape it.
Live event. You can know the very next week.
Yeah, explosive payload. It's got an effect on it.
If your players are happy about it. Or if you do something terrible and you break something,
we can't get away from it.
If your players are unhappy about it. And so between the two of these, you can get a good week over week trending of both what players think of your game and what they're saying they think of your game. And both of those...
Oh, apparently this scout rifle was a god roll. Oh god, do they do that thing where it's like your first legendary is really fucking good so it gets you hooked on the...
Yeah, because I mean, like, is it like a level 1 weapon?
Yeah, it's so literally the game just... Oh look, they gave me another purple and a random...
It's a god roll item, but it gets like, it dropped off immediately and you'll never find the right combination of stats again. Dude, they've like perfected the scummy shit. You always get that specific weapon. Okay. Still though.
Oh, okay, okay. Still, but yeah, so it's just, it still goes back to the same thing though. Like, I wouldn't know that you would get the same weapon if this is my first time playing. So then it gets you hooked. It's like, oh shit, you know, go and
I'm excited.
Do some more G rolls.
Even though every gun in the game so far has one-shot every enemy.
Yeah.
So like it's literally impossible to tell that this is...
I'm still using the starting shotgun because I just want to use a shotgun.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's literally impossible to tell the difference between this and the gameplay that we were doing at the start because you're still one-shotting everything.
Those are interesting and different data points about player trust. So next up, we have the lifeblood of our game, our engagement. And our primary metric for this is our average DAU, so average daily active users. How big is our community that is willing to show up and play each day? And you can measure your active users daily, weekly, or monthly. There's interesting nuance there and different learnings that you can pull from each of those different types of measurements. But for our report...
Oh,
he speaks like a true statistician, you know. There's different learnings from different stats. Just make up whatever interpretation is going to keep you employed.
Oh, yeah.
Cards, we like it because it's not very latent. You can get new DAU scores every single day. And while DAU is ultimately one of the best indicators of health for us as a franchise, it's kind of like our blood pressure. Like, it's super important, but it's not very actionable on its own. To try to impact DAU, we have to go one layer deeper. So DAU is ultimately a function of really just how many players are coming into your game each week and how many players are leaving it. You funnel in, funnel out. And so we measure this through new...
How many crackheads are showing up to the den on a weekly basis. And what can we do to get more kids in here? Are we going to public parks? We hitting up schools? We hitting up sporting events? You know, what are we doing to get kids hooked?
Players, so brand new accounts that are created on a given week. Our weekly return rate, so these are players that played last week and have returned this week to play again. And then win back. So these are players who did not play last week, but played at some point in the past. It could have been 2 weeks ago, it could have been 5 years ago. But for whatever they've returned to us. And you put these factors together, and then you can see pretty easily your funnel in and funnel out of players. And importantly, each of these KPIs are going to be pushed differently. Like the type of content that typically causes your engaged players to stick around, that raises your return rate, is going to be really different from the type of content that's going to cause new players to show up. And this is where getting higher granularity in how you're defining success for a given feature, a piece of content, or a release gets really important. So,
oh my god, do those enemies die in multiple shots?
Yeah, I'm fighting. I'm now no longer on game dev mode. I'm on game journalist mode.
Finally, beyond our blood pressure, we've got the revenue that we're trying to accomplish, made up both in unit sales and in microtransactions. And importantly here, like while we're tracking revenue daily with these report cards, we aren't actually optimizing for revenue. Because like it would be easy to make decisions that temporarily spiked our revenue, but were very bad for the long-term health of our game.
It would be very easy to quickly turn up the heat and kill the frog.
Listen, it's very tempting. I know, guys, I know. But
it's very tempting to go into the school to recruit the kids. But the teachers will report you. It'll be very bad for your business model if you get arrested. Trust me, you want to stick with the playground.
And that's why we focus a lot more on our trust and our retention scores than just on our revenue scores. All right, so we're gathering this data, we're bundling it up in these report cards, but the data only matters if you're doing something with it. And so the remaining step for us is about validating our hypotheses and really unpacking and learning from this data each release.
Validating our hypotheses, not proving our hypotheses, validating them. Basically trying to find the stats that confirm the things that we want to be true, rather than, you know, coming up with a hypothesis and proving whether it's true or not.
You guys need to stop nitpicking every word that he's saying, every syllable that he's saying. It's very... He's not a communications major, guys, although I'm pretty sure... From what he's been saying so far, he does sound like a communications major, in which case you can't do this.
He has a bachelor's in computer science.
Oh, yes. Okay.
From Carnegie Mellon University.
Oh, pretty good school.
Good for him.
So we have 3 main ways that we use this data that each have different levels of latency. They range from very rapid and timely use of the data to very thoroughly analyzed but delayed.
No, listen, if you're a mediocre artist, you will come up with analytic ways of proving that you're not mediocre. And it's like, well, you know, I don't get very many views, but like the views I get are very substantive in comparison. And it's like, no, the correlation...
My impressions are very good. My click-through and stuff, that doesn't really matter. As long as... Listen, if YouTube thinks my content is worth... you know, showing to people, then that's already a good sign.
I can work with that. But listen, would you rather have?
Oh, this is like.
Would you rather have 10% on 100 impressions or 2% on 1,000,000? I thought so.
What is this?
Actually, you would prefer to have 2% on 1,000,000, but like, you know, they're getting like 1,000 impressions and being impressed, you know. But there's all kinds of ways that you can look at YouTube analytics and like rationalize that a shitty video that you made as being better than it is.
This has enough code fragments for me to generate a new authorization. I need to boost my signal for the key to
This is why I like to define my success metrics before I release a video.
Have dashboards that are live updated
because
and they're
it is
to
easy and
studio.
tempting to start like goal posting, like shifting goalposts and stuff. So like the City Skylines video, I did not make it to get views. I did it because I was using it, and I said this at the end of my video, it was a test bed for other ideas. And I learned a lot from that project, so for me, that project was a success before I even released it. And this is why it's important to have concrete metrics or concrete goals that a project's meant to do. And you do not change those, because otherwise you turn into Mr. Truman here, talking about how you need to redefine your metrics. It's just like, no. Either it did what we wanted it to do or it didn't. And you need to acknowledge failure, because if you don't acknowledge failure, then how are you supposed to learn?
Well, so I was looking at the analytics on subtitle adoption, because I've been working on subtitles, and used to be like 9% of people would use the English captions, and now it's like 18%.
Really?
But the increase in people, like 1 in 5 people now use captions on my quick retrospective videos.
Well, so
it actually has nothing to do with what I've been doing. Just for some reason, in the middle of 2022, like 6 months before I started the project, there was an uptick in people using English captions.
So here's the thing: if you're like browsing on mobile and stuff, I noticed it has like a captions mode, and it's defaulted to on for me now. So it might be picking that up as well. And now that like stuff will autoplay, dude, YouTube is such a fucking mess right now in terms of like. I've seen features pop up on my end and then disappear, and now it's popping. But that same features are popping up on other people's YouTube now, and yeah. So it's like now videos can autoplay in your subscription box.
Yeah,
I've noticed that now too. So it's like, yeah, that number might just be getting inflated because it's just defaulting to having subtitles on.
You want to know something interesting? So you know how English auto captions are really, really fucking bad?
Yeah.
So there's no grammar, there's no punctuation. I don't even think there's capitalization.
Nope.
There's literally nothing, and word recognition's really bad. Like English auto captions are pretty bad, but if you translate the English auto captions to another language, it will try to fix the grammar in the translation.
What the fuck?
So I tested this because at first I thought, well, okay, if I'm doing this on the Morrowind video or the Oblivion video, I'm at a part where I've worked on it and it's got fixed things, so it's pulling it from my transcript that I've added, and it's going to get more accurate as a result. So I went to the Outer Worlds video that I haven't done any caption work on, and it still is, when it translates from the English auto transcription to Polish subtitles, it will fix the grammar and the punctuation and all that.
What?
So for some reason, they've decided that whatever process they have that fixes the grammar in translation, that they're not going to translate English to English to actually make the English caption viewing experience better. It's actually like really bizarre.
YouTube. Come on, guys. And that just sounds like an oversight too.
Yeah. Well, it's because so few people use the feature. I think. They don't have it for any reason other than like it looks good to have it. That's why they got rid of fucking like the community contributed captions. Can you just input a whole script and have it queue properly, or do you still have to do the time code? You can input a script, and I think it kind of accurately outputs. The problem is I don't have accurate scripts, and I don't have a script for the Morrowind video at all. So Polish fixes grammar. Yeah, there seems, well, like languages in general, if it translates from English to something. No, like here's the reasoning for it. So it will speech to text whatever the native language is, and then it takes that speech to text and puts it through Google Translate, and Google Translate is fixing the grammar.
Yeah.
But the speech to text doesn't care about grammar, but Google Translate does. So like at that point, wouldn't you just like, because I'm sure if I made a video in Polish, I'm willing to bet that it would have like, it would do the same shit it does in English, where there's no punctuation, no grammar. So that was an interesting find, to say the least.
I'm not sure. I'm just following quest markers, but I am prioritizing doing like public events because I've played Destiny before, and I know how important doing public events are for gear progression.
And listen, we gotta stretch this out.
Yeah,
we've got like 24 more minutes.
You're remote, you can log in and see them directly in your browser. And this was like a meaningful cultural shift because we're talking about live updating and displaying all of our core metrics, including our business metrics.
Oh yeah, and the #1 auto-translated language for my captions right now is Russian.
Interesting.
Stuff like revenue to the whole team. But what this means is that at a glance, anyone in our studio who's trying to make a decision about something they're building can see how we're trending against our KPIs for the year, for the week, or for the given release. And that data is updated every single day.
Whoops.
We then do what we call live ops reviews of this data every 2 weeks. So we dissect the performance of the last 2 weeks of our game with the team.
The dive bombing, I've done that. I've been doing that trick for a while now. Just like getting on my Sparrow midair. That was never something to happen before. You point out you once saw someone genuinely fail at doing the jumping quest that I'm doing for 2 hours straight, and he never played the game again. Oh my god.
The audience here for these reviews is not just like our PMs or analytics. We try to get all of our feature leads, like all of our design directors, our art leads, anyone who's making creative decisions about the product, to prioritize attending these meetings every 2 weeks. Because in these meetings, besides going over our report cards, we do deep dives into specific timely topics in the game. So like as a recent example, we just launched the Witch Queen, what has it been, like a month? About a month ago. And we launched our first legendary campaign with the Witch Queen. So this was a hard mode that you could opt into and play instead of the normal mode. And so 2 weeks after that launch, in our live ops review, we did a deep dive on how that legendary mode feature performed and how many players engaged with it, how many of them completed it. We could have that conversation with the whole team just a couple weeks after launch. And what this means is that we can try different creative experiments like that and validate them 3-4 times across different releases. And our creatives then get to develop a much more intuitive understanding of what kinds of creative approaches are going to yield the results that they want.
Am I going to play this with patrons? No, I don't have any intentions of playing this game after we're done with this live stream.
Yeah, I mean, this looks like a terrible experience as is, so like... I don't see what this was supposed to sell us on.
This is literally just a shit post stream.
And finally, we have these large 2-hour lecture style recaps that we do at the end of every season.
Oh my god. Imagine fucking sitting down in the lecture hall at Bungie and having this guy give you a lecture about the seasonal recap. So he's going to talk to you about stats, and he's going to fill it with like shitty metaphors and like various aphorisms he's come up with to explain his mentality.
It's not enough to convert people to the cult. You need a way to continuously reinforce why it's important the cult exists. This
isn't just like trust, retention, revenue is not just his approach to gamers. That's his approach as a manager.
Yeah.
Someone gift this man Shadowkeep and Lightfall. No.
Oh god, no. Please.
We don't need to be paying them money.
No.
Like, I'm on the fence about fucking 5 players. Like, one of the big downsides of having a guild for Classic WoW would be that a bunch of people would be getting WoW subscriptions.
Yeah, I'd be encouraging people to give Blizzard and Microsoft and them money.
Yeah, and I don't know how I feel about encouraging that behavior.
Oh, I wasn't supposed to walk into that. Well, how was I supposed to know? Every other colorful thing I'm supposed to be walking into.
Mm-hmm.
Where we recap the all-up performance of every aspect of
Can we go back to the room of the weird spinning sausages?
Season or an expense several months after it's gone live. And this is where we get the most in-depth analysis, but it's also where we have the most latency because we spend several months building these presentations and consolidating our analysis. But we then present these in our theater and we record them and put them all up on our streaming portal for any employee to watch. So this picture was from
Man, I'm sure that's the most engaging use of your time if you're a Bungie employee, is getting fucking the seasonal recap with Justin. In case you missed it, you know it's mandatory viewing for anybody that didn't get counted in attendance at the lecture.
One of our pre-COVID sessions, that's why we're not wearing masks.
From one of our pre-COVID sessions, that's why we're not wearing masks. 2022, guys.
But they're basically our college-level courses on learning the Destiny business.
College-level courses on learning the Destiny business. That's not a transferable credit, is it?
Well, you know, if you're going to go work for another company that's doing live service... Oh, wait, nobody's doing live service anymore because it's basically been proven to be a dead platform, dead business model. Thank God.
It's too risky.
Yeah.
Is the deal.
And then you got people, you know, like FromSoft and stuff proving that the box model, you know, man, March of 2022. So, okay, so when did it come out? When did Elden Ring come out? February of 2022?
No, like April.
April.
Late March, I think. Late March, early April.
Okay, okay. Man, imagine doing this presentation and then immediately eating your words.
Yeah. He used Elden Ring as an example too. Did he think that like Elden Ring was just gonna drop off the face of the map as soon as like a month had passed?
Man's never followed you know, FromSoft's track record.
This is absolutely the kind of guy who says, "Can we take this offline, please?" on team calls.
And they've become a great point for any employee to start understanding how their work is going to impact our players at scale. And so what this all drives to, what we're trying to accomplish with this nuanced definition of success, is to start doing data-informed.
This nuanced redefinition of success, remember.
Design.
Ah, goddamn.
Importantly, like, it's not data-driven. We are not putting any guardrails on our creative process or our team's vision. We regularly try radical new experiments that veer far away from our existing data, that veer away from our standard formula. Like a recent example, in last December, we released a 30th anniversary pack. And that was a very different product from anything we had built in the last several years. That was driven, like the definition of that product was driven by the creative passion of the team and how...
The definition of the product was driven by creative passion of the team, in quotes.
How they wanted to celebrate 30 years of Bungie more really than anything else.
What?
But even when we take those big...
I was looking at my gear, please, guys. You're shoving so much crap into my inventory. The last thing I need is to be getting interrupted while I'm looking at this shit.
Swings, when we're guided by that creative vision, those creators then get to be scientists. What we do is we try something new.
Those creators get to be scientists. Maybe they want to be artists. Maybe they don't want to be fucking doing science all day and studying analytics and coming up with hypotheses on how to make good content. Maybe they just want to make art.
Yeah, they just want to make something that they're proud of. They don't want to have to paint by the numbers.
Then some asshole came along and redefined success to be like creativity is super statistics driven.
But ahead of time, we predict what we think is going to happen. We then take those predictions and quantify them. And then finally, after we release, we validate whether those results matched our predictions. And almost every release...
It feels like 25% of the time at Bungie, they're making stuff, and 75% of the time they're statistically analyzing it. Like,
you know, guys, if you didn't stop to statistically analyze everything, you might be able to increase your throughput. Wouldn't that, like, go a long way towards servicing your end goal?
I'm scared of what games will be like when the kids who played these games grow up. I think that the kids who are playing games today are going to have a big like counterculture to a lot of the stuff that's going on. And there's going to be a lot of like real retro obsession with people who were never around for the 2000s era.
You stumbled in a day earlier. Might have gone differently.
You're already kind of seeing it too. I'm noticing a lot of like, not like the super young kids, but you know, like kids in there, like 18, 19-year-olds are starting to go back and like they're getting into like boomer shooters and stuff like that.
Yeah, I get messages occasionally from people who are like, yeah, I'm 18 and I'm trying out Morrowind for the first time.
Yeah.
Which, if you're 18, that means you were born in 2005.
2008 was gaming golden age. I'm gonna have to disagree there.
Yeah, I mean, like there's a lot of people who say 2007 was a really good year, and then there's like a good screen cap of all the bad things that happened in 2007 that literally set up the fall of the gaming industry. So, like, at best, the party was ending in 2005.
Sounds good.
I'll say that, like, 1995 to 2005 was, like, the best time to be in the industry.
Oh, damn. I can't get my granite burrow ship thing. What is this, a skin? And I need Lightfall.
I didn't cheat on my wife. I redefined our relationship to be unilaterally open.
At least through this get at least one, just like
2008 was a great year if your parents either had lost their job or your house was foreclosed on, and so to distract yourself from their divorce, you played Modern Warfare 2. Like, I've actually legitimately heard that like the reason Modern Warfare 2 is as popular as it is because kids were playing it during the recession.
That's an That's an interesting theory there.
Oh, weird. More people were playing World of Warcraft during the time period when there were massive layoffs and unemployment. Yeah. That's really weird. What a coincidence.
Yeah, I've never really thought of the crossover between video games, their popularity and stuff, and like economic events.
Mm-hmm.
But it makes sense because you're seeing so much like an increase in like Fallout 76 got a huge bump during the pandemic.
Shocking.
Sorry about that. I got interrupted.
Totally
no, but what I was saying was you saw like a big increase in like live service games and stuff like that, and online games during the pandemic, during the lockdowns. And it's just like, so it's not like video games don't exist in a vacuum. There is a greater environment that impacts them.
Well, people are working more, so there's a bigger increase in people who are working 2 jobs now, and suddenly you're having a decrease in like job games. Which is what live service games are.
Yeah.
You're still having games that are coming out that are in that, like, this game is going to take you 500 hours to complete mode, but... So, I mean, we're looking at Classic WoW, and my working assumption is that 1 to 60 is 168 hours of playtime. So not 7 days... Not 7 days of our playthrough, no. 7 days of actual playtime. And to say that like your game is 500 hours.
Oh, hey, I remember this
mind-blowing
from the ending of Destiny 2's original tutorial.
Hey, listen, we can just like this is like this reminds me of
so interesting.
Like video editors that like take a movie and completely redefine the story by
that's seriously what's going on here is they're just recycling content in weird ways to make something new.
Welcome to the tower and the last safe city of humanity.
And our hypotheses of our game. And I love when this happens because that's when I know that we're really learning. Like that's when I know that we're honing our craft. We're discovering something that's true about Destiny or something that's true about our community that didn't fit any of our shared conventional wisdom up until that moment. And as a result, we're becoming better designers, becoming better artists and creators. Okay, so we've talked about velocity, we've talked about data. The third major way that I want to talk about redefining success is in the product itself. And the way we talk about this mindset shift internally is you're building a train station, not a train. So if you think about that box.
Nice. Traveler is literally dead. Yeah, someone was saying that a character was dead.
Yeah. Activate blast deflectors.
product mindset as building the most impressive, fast, luxurious new train that the world has ever seen. You're poring over the details of the trim in every cabin, the friction on the wheels, everything to make that train the most amazing thing the world has ever seen.
God, this fucking analogy sucks once again.
Yeah, he's on a metaphor, and I need to start over because I really got to track what he's saying here.
Oh, so she's dead. Amanda Holliday's dead right now. Amanda and the Traveler are both dead.
There was some stuff that they weren't able to repurpose fully. You know, is this voice acted?
I'm not hearing any voice acting right now.
So, like, there's no reason then. They could have just have any character say that if it's not voice acted. You can't even pay for a new model to be made, like just a generic guy to fill this role.
Up until, and as a result, we're becoming better designers, becoming better artists and creators.
We're becoming better artists and better creators through the power of statistics and analytics.
Wait, Zavala, isn't that Lance Reddick's character? So now I'm gonna go talk to somebody whose voice actor is dead now.
He's dead.
Man, what a loss too.
It's like a mausoleum. Dead characters, dead voice actors, dead game.
We won't make the joke.
Creativity is dead. Please do not say that it killed him. That was a very tasteless joke, Pat. And I'm like, no, I'm legitimately asking the commenters to please don't say that fucking Fallout 76 killed Ferret Badwan. And it would be disrespectful to say that.
Better artists and creators. Okay, so we've talked about velocity, we've talked about data. The third major way that I want to talk about redefining success is in the product itself.
We're going to redefine success through the product, okay?
And the way we talk about this mindset shift internally is you're building a train station, not a train.
Didn't we get to this the first time? Okay, so you're building a train station. Is it like a fucking New York subway station? So it's just dirty, and just homeless people jerking off.
Well,
and crack everywhere.
Well, I did go to the new. I did go through some new parts of train network in New York. This metaphor sucks. That's all there is to it.
You're building a train station, not a train. Why? Are you saying there's no artistry in making trains? Your ghost has been looking for you for a long time. There's fucking people whose entire hobby is to go to the tracks when they know a train is coming, just to see it and take pictures of it.
That box product mindset as building the most impressive, fast, luxurious new train that the world has ever seen. You're poring over the details of the trim in every cabin, the friction on the wheels, everything to make that train the most amazing thing the world has ever seen. And you probably have some sort of like intense push at the end of the project. It could be a targeted crunch, or it could just be like extra focus, where all anyone is thinking about.
A targeted crunch. Listen, the analytics say that everybody's got to work 120 hours this week. Oh, sorry guys, I forgot to carry a 0. And I know I asked everybody to crunch 120 hours this week. There was an error. I want to thank everybody for oops all crunch. Oh my god, this is 2022 and the man's talking about targeted crunch. Okay, we don't crunch all the time. We have statistical models to determine when.
Strategic crunch.
We have statistical models.
It's not a retreat. It's a strategic advancement towards future goals, future victories.
I thought crunch was like a thing that developers did optionally to make sure that they put out a good product. You can't target optional input because that would imply that you're like sending a memo out that like,
man, when do the tutorials end?
We need some targeted crunch right about now. Machine learning optimized crunch.
Well, at least they gave me another legendary. Ooh, it's an auto rifle too.
Just so you know what the meta is. You're pretty much done.
Mag capacity.
According to chat, you're pretty much done.
Nice.
is how to get those last few steps to release to a gold
Are you
master, to a
impressed?
final, perfectly polished experience.
I am.
But
I'm feeling something all right.
Guys, Destiny 2, it's a perfectly polished experience, right? We didn't just see dead characters because they like made a Frankenstein's monster of a free-to-play introduction.
We'll go increase mag size, I guess.
as a live service,
So, in the current state of World of Warcraft, the retail experience, there was so much content between levels 1 and 120 that they decided they were going to like try to fix that up so that, because what was happening was players had to do the Cataclysm base game, and then which was a rework of vanilla, and then they had to go to Outland, and then they had to go to
the elevator wasn't there.
And so they did this big leveling rework where you can do like basically it's scaling. Oh, nice.
I guess I'll just stand here and wait. I love missing the traffic light.
Nice. So what happens is when you make a new character in World of Warcraft, you do the Exiles Reach tutorial, and then you get asked which expansion you want to do, and you're locked into that expansion on that character. Like, you would think you have this big expansive world where you get to pick and choose which zones you want to level up in. But no, you actually have to pick an expansion and do it on that character. Or, yeah, you can just get a token to max level immediately.
Why?
I don't know why. It's because World of Warcraft is very bad at onboarding new players. Like, this is a famous issue that the retail game has, and that's why there's like a dwindling population.
It may not feel like it now, but the tribulations you faced were a blessing.
what we're building is a train station. And the moment that that train is departed, you have another one arriving.
The moment that train is departed, you have another one arriving. What? What do you mean? Like, where is this metaphor going? This is like his least coherent metaphor. Because you would think that you would be saying, you're not building a train station, you're building a train.
or to take the train station analogy, usually you don't build just one train station. You're usually building a network of them. So it's like, okay, we finished this one train station, we have to move on to the next train station.
And we need it to be a coherent experience so that when people get on the train...
Yeah, what? So it's like you're building... I understand what he's saying, like, what he's saying is, like, what he's trying to get at is you're building a platform to create content to deliver with.
Yeah, you're constantly getting, like, new people coming in or something, I don't know.
In fact, the track probably needs to be cleared for that next train before the previous one has even departed. So this, to put it visually.
Basically, don't you dare have overlaps of content.
This was what our release schedule looked like, a development schedule, during Destiny 1 and
You might want to show this
I'm
on
gonna put this on, yep.
These metaphors are my 14th reason.
So, alright.
This is the content release schedule for Destiny. This kind of looks like a mess. I'm sure that's what he's saying, that like, hey, maybe we shouldn't have been releasing Destiny 1 expansions when Destiny 2 was coming out.
Yeah.
Is that what he's saying? Because I feel like that's a really fucking obvious lesson.
Well, we have to clear the tracks, you know?
It's such an obvious lesson that it's actually not a lesson at all. It's actually just common sense. He's teaching common sense at this point.
Destiny 2 developed. Destiny 1, we built a couple expansions, one after another for Destiny 1, and then in parallel, we were building Destiny 2 and eventually released.
Oh, building Destiny 2 while in parallel doing Destiny 1 expansions.
Right. Isn't that...
But otherwise...
Isn't that, like, a lot of developers do that? It wasn't Bethesda doing that with, like, Fallout 4 and Skyrim?
Yeah, everybody does it to some extent.
Like...
It was a difficult time.
Fairly straight shot. We were building trains in this model. But this is what our release schedule looks like today.
Oh my god, that's such a fucking mess.
Move your cursor over the void ability.
Jeez, can you go back?
Go back to what?
Go back to show what's on screen right now.
Oh. Oh, God.
What in the fuck is...
Redacted, redacted, redacted. Hold on.
Ah, yes.
Me,
The much more preferable model of... This is what velocity gets you. This is what velocity looks like. The fuck kind of train station is that? Well, here's the problem with his metaphor. When we were in DC, were there a bunch of different trains that went to a bunch of different places and did a bunch of different things? Or were there two lines, a red line and a blue line, and there were different trains, but they all did exactly the same thing, and they just came at different times?
Well, actually, we'll go back to New York City. New York City is actually a very complicated train system to navigate because you have local lines, you have express lines, you have weekend lines, you have lines that change during peak hours and stuff. So it's like they literally had to make an app that will let you navigate it because it gets so fucking complicated. And like, different trains hit different tracks and everything. DC's system was fucking beautifully simple. It just got you where you needed to go. That was it.
I really like it. I still have my
it's
my MTA card.
Second best in the US, and I can see why.
Yeah. But my stop is at the redacted station. I feel like this metaphor might be more applicable if you were talking about an airport terminal, because you've got a bunch of different flights that are going to all different places, and you're building an aircraft. You're building an air traffic control tower, not an airplane. That's a more apt metaphor for what you're doing. God, he sucks at metaphors. How are you this bad at making metaphors when you rely on them so much to explain your concepts?
Yeah, because he's going from metaphor to metaphor to metaphor here, and it's just like they're all terrible.
And I'm sorry, but let's be honest. What is there in developing a season of content?
Yeah, why do we need to clear the tracks? I thought we just needed a lot of velocity. Yeah, like, why would you clear the tracks? If the train is fast enough, you'll just blast through whatever is on the track.
Dude, you stand behind the yellow line because the train's going to be coming through so goddamn fast that the air current's going to rip you away. But,
man,
yeah.
That's hilarious.
And so at any given moment, we have 5 to 6 releases in various stages of development. And we're not a significantly larger team than we were when we were shipping Destiny 2.
Sounds like a fucking mess. And by the way, your content is literally just seasons. It's literally just seasons of content. We're talking, so battle passes. We have 5 or 6 battle passes in the work at any given time. Oh, okay. I like... Oh man, Lightfall's what's on there too. And then... So, Destiny fans, getting some insight here?
Like, this hasn't been a dramatic scale up in team size, but it has been a dramatic scale up in schedule complexity.
Yeah, schedule complexity? You mean like employee schedule complexity, where they're spending more hours at the office and they're like, can you imagine fucking spending 10, 12 hours at Bungie and then being expected to go to a 2-hour talk from Justin Truman where he explains analytically?
Hold on. Okay. So I'm supposed to be talking to her, right? Why is the marker pointing to this device over here?
Well, the device is what lets you pick your alignment, and she explains it.
No.
Listen, it's a minor thing. You're nitpicking right now.
This is their onboarding experience.
New players don't think about it this much. You know, they go through it.
Year over year with largely the same team. And what comes with that increased complexity is yet another redefinition of what success looks like. Because success for a great train station...
We need to redefine. We need more redefinitions.
It means scheduling rigor. It means no one should...
We need to redefine what a train station is and what a train is.
be doing any heroics. Like there's this great, I don't know, maybe it's apocryphal.
Oh no. Oh no. Is he gonna do it unironically? You might wanna put the screen on for this.
Yeah.
You're not busy, so
It's yours.
all right. Is he gonna do it, chat? I wanna see chat's response to this. Is he gonna do it?
That a delay is eventually
yes! Fuck yes! Oh my fucking god. He's actually gonna use the quote that everybody fucking memes on.
Yes, of course.
This is his justification for it. His entire mentality is wasn't Miyamoto fucking dead at this point? I think he's dead. Is he a was? No, he is and is. So he's still alive. Where did I hear that he was dead? Anyways, fucking oof. He's gonna explain that it's okay to be fast because hey, Miyamoto said it was okay. Do you think of Iwata?
Man, they're literally just giving me all my abilities already.
Like there's this great, I don't know, maybe it's apocryphal Miyamoto quote that a delayed game is eventually good, but a bad game is bad forever. But we found that once you're in a train station mindset, you actually need to have almost the...
It's almost like he said that before the advent of online patching. When you actually had to put a product out that was finished.
Completely opposite approach. Because a delayed train doesn't just hurt that train. It potentially causes cascade failure and chaos in the entire station. Whereas the reality...
Rush the game, rush the updates. Got it. You got to rush the updates because you don't want to cause scheduling conflicts. Don't ever do it right. Just as long as it's done.
Because today a bad can be fixed. And like I hope...
Hey, Destiny fans, speak up. Was Destiny fixed?
I don't know. I'm playing something right now.
I mean, like, literally, this only works if Destiny 2 is a masterpiece as is. Destiny 2 is a masterpiece by the metric of it makes money.
Man, so I got a whole bunch of abilities now.
Y'all are hearing the point that I'm trying to make here. Like, I'm not trying to dunk on Miyamoto. I'm not trying to say...
I'm not trying to dunk on Miyamoto.
The quality isn't important. But like that earlier...
I'm not trying to say that quality isn't important. But...
point about velocity, it's that you don't get the quality on a service through perfectionism or through heroics and overextending yourself in any one given moment. That is train thinking. It's not station thinking.
It's train thinking, okay? You're thinking like a train operator when you should be thinking like a station operator. There's no cooperation between the two.
Does not go unrewarded, Guardian.
You couldn't dunk on him if you were LeBron James.
Instead, you get to quality one train at a time.
You get to quality one train at a time. So, hey, New York. Let me tell you, in all the time that you've been running that subway system, have you gotten to a quality train service yet? Hey, Amtrak. Is my fucking train gonna be 13 hours late again?
So much knowledge lost in the war. A pity I was so busy.
Like, our seasons in Destiny right now are the best they've ever been. I think that
Our seasons in Destiny are the best they've ever been.
All right. Destiny fans, sound off.
Can we open the season menu?
Yes, we can. Where is that? It's in tab.
I've never heard a metaphor more tortured than this one. Because the metaphor doesn't make any fucking sense. The the trains are more important than the station. The station's literally just where you step off. Dude, when I was riding the Amtrak, half of the Amtrak stations are literally just like a sidewalk. A sidewalk in an abandoned building. That's half of the fucking Amtrak stations in the country because the train is more important than the stations. All right, so here's the quality content, the better than ever. Oh boy, it sure looks like a fucking Siege battle pass.
Upgrade material, glimmer, upgrade material, glimmer, an engram, upgrade material.
You get crafting materials from the standard line, and then what does the premium line give you?
An exotic auto rifle. Some engram with some gear. Materials. Seasonal boost increases fire team XP gains by 2% for the entire season. Man, I think Fallout 76 had a more interesting. At least you had like bases that you build that you unlocked like stupid knickknacks to put into.
Yeah, it did give you stuff that was exclusive.
Yeah, this
like,
is
we've got that like Nuka World guy.
Yeah, it's like this is all just like materials. Oh, I like the ranks that give you nothing too. That's cute.
Oh, that's a battle pass standard.
But if you paid,
actually, you obviously haven't played enough battle pass games, because it's very common in battle pass games for the normal line to not get anything for like 5 or 10 levels.
Oh my god. It gets so worse.
So this is
it's fuck this, dude. Fuck these games. This is so predatory.
Battle passes are legitimately one of the worst things on the market. Like, if I hear a game that has like, my interest in Diablo 4 was non-existent because it had a battle pass, and I have that game for fucking free.
Yep.
For the price of free, they couldn't get me to play because it has a battle pass.
Look at this. This is like... The only reason these aren't getting blown the fuck out right now is because, like, our legal system just doesn't have the language yet. There aren't laws written to make this shit illegal.
Yeah, so basically the way that the loot box bills happened...
They are begging. The EU, watch, the EU is going to step in at some point and be like, this can't continue.
I was in school at the time. The way that the loot box bills happened is basically at an academic level, there was tons and tons of paper and research done on loot boxes, and then those papers would end up going to the various legislative branches that would draft the bills. And so the first step is that the academic system, the journalistic system, they look at what loot boxes are doing to people, and they say, here's all of the reasons why loot boxes are really bad for people. And then that gives the legal system the framework to regulate it.
Mm-hmm.
And that was going on when I was in college. So I can only imagine what's going on now with battle passes. Because in some ways, I think battle passes are more predatory, because loot boxes attack your money. Battle passes attack your time.
Yeah.
And time is way more valuable than money in life.
Yeah.
The Drifter, best guy.
See, the thing about Drifter is he's unique. Let's leave it at that.
Please make
it's a safe statement that I agree with. So are our expansions right now, the best they've ever been. And the
their expansions are the best that they've ever been.
Ooh, I don't even need the Destiny fans to tell you about Lightfall.
Yeah, they're working on Lightfall as this man speaks, and he's saying they're the best that they've ever been.
Well, it makes sense if you make something in response to, you know, catering to the fans to shut them the fuck up, and the next thing's designed then to, like, he's really, like, Bungie has been sticking to what this man is preaching.
Yeah.
Lightfall made sense because Witch Queen was good, so Lightfall had to be fucking terrible.
If you have a good expansion, that means you need to turn the revenue machine up, and if you have a bad expansion, that means you need to build player trust. Maybe you go easy on the microtransactions for a season.
Yeah, maybe the season pass won't be as cheap. Maybe it'll give you some new shit.
This really, like, this sets a good, like, remember when there was the talk about, there was a presentation about whales, like how to develop a mobile game so that you get whales to spend as much money as possible. That talk which was just like this, gave a lot of the terminology that was used to describe people who pay for microtransactions. And I think this talk in a lot of ways gives you the terminology you need to talk about live service games, because you can pretty much break every live service game down to where are they on the business model of trust, retention, revenue. Are they on the trust step? Like, so Diablo 4's launch was the trust step. Now we're on the retention step for Diablo 4. Expect in like a season or two for Diablo 4 to get to the revenue step. And they always change. You look at Blizzard's history of monetization practices, they always go through this process.
The reality is our seasons got there a fair bit quicker than our expansions did, despite our seasons being under tighter schedule constraints with less room to like iterate and polish.
Because the seasons are just battle passes. Like, what is there to work on?
Oh, it's finally giving me the tutorial for season passes.
A tutorial for a season pass.
And so do you know why they got there faster? Because right now we're on season 16.
I don't feel like that's something to brag about. Like, fuck, I thought Fallout 76 being on season 13 was crazy. And Destiny is over here on season 21.
Is that Destiny 2 season 21, or is that...
Yeah, you're on... No, like, on the menu for Destiny 2, it says season 21.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, did they continue it after...
I don't know if Destiny
at
1 had seasons. I'm pretty sure that started with Destiny 2.
You know, it's been around for... It feels like it's been around forever at this point. Like, I don't remember when this shit started.
Been able to iterate.
Man, 21 seasons in just Destiny 2.
Yeah.
After train passes through that station to get to where we are today. But that also means that to keep the station running, you need to let train...
This is the kind of guy that one of your coworkers could die, and he expects you to be back at your desk within an hour.
Listen, guys, the best way to deal with grief is to work.
We can't stop the trains. Okay? We got to get this season done, and we've analytically reduced it down to... Like, he's doing what I'm doing with the... making a battle plan for how you'd have to play WoW Classic to get it done in 1 month or 2 months. But he's doing that on, like, an employee level. At least I'm working on the assumption of, like, 20 hours a week, not fucking 60 or 80 of targeted crunch.
Redefine the definition of grief. You're just 2 degrees away from being ecstatic.
Your velocity of going through the grieving process is more important than your position of where you're at in the grieving process.
There's gonna be I got a warning for all you guys in chat right now. You're gonna be seeing me making subtle references to this thing for like the next fucking year. Like, you're gonna be hearing train analogies. You're just gonna be hearing like little things here and there. And if you're in the know, you know it. If not, you probably won't even pick up on it. Holy crap. It just doesn't end. Alright, so we got a strike now. I think these are like a multiplayer thing, right? Yeah, fire teams of 1 to 3 players.
This menu.
I wonder, do they have matchmaking? I like the thing popping up, so I can't see like the rest of the UI. It's good design. Use a matchmaking group to group you with other guardians. When you are ready to begin matchmaking, select the launch button and press... Do I need a tutorial for that? Do you need to tell me to hit the launch button?
Of course.
Wait, so it said 1 to 3. Can I just do it solo? I kind of would rather do it solo. Do I really need other players?
Why not just let it matchmake, okay? We need this to take as long as possible. We've got 15 more minutes.
You cannot do it solo, but it said 1 to 3 players.
You have to script the game to do it solo. There's a solo script. There's a method to do it solo, but it involves PowerShell. Oh my god, that reminds me of fucking solo public sessions in GTA Online, Because there was a ton of content that you were only allowed to do in public sessions so that players would be more likely to grief you. And
oh. You will make friends and you will like it. The funny thing too is I have voice chat muted because, you know, I'm doing a live stream. And I always imagine, I remember back in my Xbox 360 days, once they introduced like party chat, everybody would go into party chats by themselves because it would automatically mute like any randos in server, in you know, like Modern Warfare or something. You wouldn't hear them anymore.
If me and all my friends pitch in together, we can afford one copy of the DLC. Wait, what's going on with these enemies? Why aren't you one-shotting them?
Yeah. Now it's suddenly, now we're actually doing a mission. The tutorial's over. Now I actually have to like talk about a difficulty ramp. And remember, I'm using like a bunch of new legendaries they gave me and shit too.
You got skipped to the final boss of the strike. What?
What?
Did it hot join you right at the end?
I guess so. Don't worry, guys. I'm fresh out of the grave, but
you skipped 90% of the mission. They were missing a person, and you got hot joined into the end.
Incredible.
This is your free-to-play new player experience. We can't put any flags on it to make sure that the new player gets the full strike experience. No. You need to be like inserted.
Oh no. I'm sorry, guys. I just got out of the grave like 20 minutes ago. You know, it's a good thing that I've played Destiny before, so it's not like I'm totally helplessly lost.
Yeah, I mean, this seems like it would be endlessly confusing.
Yeah. Man, talk about a difficulty ramp.
Yeah. Impressive. Again, Destiny fan. Justin Truman. Where's this polish that the game's supposed to have now that you had this high velocity? Well, at least you brought everybody back, you know. Good support role.
Out the door that carry risk on them that you might not be comfortable with, or that have things that you know could be just like a little bit better if you just backed up the train station just for a couple weeks and did a heroic savings throw.
What? Let's back up the train station for a couple weeks. Again, your metaphor makes no fucking sense. If there's like, train stations don't have delays because they have these things called rail yards where the trains can go and they need to be maintained. They don't maintain trains at the train station.
Oops. Sorry, buddy.
This is a guy who drives his Model S to everywhere he wants to go in Seattle. He's never been on an Amtrak. Like, he's using train metaphors and he has no clue how the fuck they work. This is a name-swapped Destiny 1 strike. That's even...
Nice. I'm gonna get that assist medal in the end.
Yeah, these guys sucked, then that's probably why the third person left.
Yeah. They are all fresh out of the grave too.
Bro doesn't even know what a substitute signal and interlocked are. Bro, I can't, bro. Like, he is milking this train metaphor for everything that it's got, and he's never played Factorio.
Please, let me reload.
Well, you should all be new players, so of course you all suck. Yeah, but that doesn't mean somebody's going to stick around. Like, if they keep dying repeatedly because nobody on the team knows how to play Destiny because the onboarding process was fucking miserable. Because, like, did they even teach reviving?
Oh, no, we wiped now, too.
Yeah, like, I'm sure this has been going on for a while. That's... The mission's been going on for 3 hours. Now the players who originally started it have long since left, and it's an endless stream of newbies.
It's a newbie trap.
Yeah. So who will leave at this restart?
Well, one dude already left, so...
Oh. Oof. So, well, I mean, you're getting your content, you know, if you keep having to replay the strike.
And we've learned painfully not to do that, because that only makes things worse.
Because you don't stop trains at the train station.
So a tangible example that we found here is with crunch. Because now a truism that we have at Bungie is that on a live service, you're either never crunching or you're always crunching.
What was that you said about targeted crunching, though? Because it's either never or always. So if there's any crunching, that means you're in the always camp. Always crunching. ABC, always be crunching. Okay, so truism, just for everybody in the chat. A statement that is obviously true and says nothing new or interesting.
I don't think he knows what the definition is then.
He knows that it's an expression.
Yeah.
It's a little aphorism that people use. See, now I'm self-conscious. Now I'm going to look up what aphorism means. A pithy observation that contains a general truth, such as, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Yeah, that's that. I'm using the word aphorism correctly. He's redefining truism.
Because if you put in that crunch level effort...
Justin truism.
Even when it's just using it for themselves, from their own passion, you overextend yourself. You burn down your stamina bar. But unlike those big box products that we used to build, where you could roll from that release with a low stamina bar into some early pre-production and concept phase where you get to recharge, in a train station, you are rolling from that release straight into another high-pressure release in the middle of production.
Always be crunching, chat.
You don't get a chance to recover from any overextensions. If you spent an extra week closing that last release, you've just lost a week on your next release, and you're already behind. And so in basically every case, we've seen...
It's almost like occasionally you're just going to have to change the schedule because of, like, your accruing levels of... You know, like, this stuff happens. There's delays, and it's going to push stuff back, and maybe one of your seasons gets pushed back in the development process, but, you know, that's why you were making 6 fucking seasons at the same time. Like, because you only do one at a time, so it's not like... Man, this is crazy.
Overextension.
A guy named Justin True Man is talking about truisms in some Kojima tier hackney. Sam, it's Justin Truman. You're either never crunching or you're always crunching. Remember that, Sam.
Create debt, where you're transferring that debt from one credit card to the next, getting further and further behind. And we see that with delays, schedule delays. We see that with crunch. We see that with any kind of pressure, just building and getting worse and worse each release. And that is what we mean by that road leading on a service.
Well, you know, you're the one who said we need to crack the whip and get 6 projects going on at the same time, despite having no expansions in team size.
To always crunching. And the only way that we've been able to combat that is with rigor. It's with dismantling the whole idea of heroics. That, like, you know, that leave it all on the field final push to close a project that we've all felt in the past. And we have to kind of get rid of that mindset, and instead...
We have to get rid of the mindset that you can have any pride and that you're going to work a little harder to get the project done, because you're never going to be done.
Yeah, that you're ever going to... See, that's the problem here, is that you're removing the idea of that we're ever going to actually finish this project. We're never going to finish it. We're just going to abandon it at some point. So stop thinking in terms of finishing things and just get used to it. Just get used to it, guys. Oops. Suicide myself on that dude.
Be disciplined, be constrained, operate in a way that you know can be repeated.
Once again, it goes back to... It's almost like this entire business model is fucking terrible. It's bad for the players, it's bad for developers. So why are we continuing to do it? Like, look at all this busted logic you have to use in order to just justify this shit existing.
Yeah.
And it's, you know, sometimes that whole, like, the simplest solution is usually the correct solution.
Yeah.
The simplest solution here is not to create all of these ways to redefine how we're doing things and redefine our metrics of success and stuff. It's just, no, it's a bad model. It's a bad model that you're trying to force to exist.
Occam's razor.
Yeah. Alright, looks like we're actually gonna get this one.
But yeah, like, it doesn't have to be said that the goal is money. And you have to, he's bending over backwards to try and philosophically justify the money-making process as being something that's artistically valid when it's not. Like, good artistry is self-evident.
Yeah. Well, that's one of the things because I have some friends who want to start getting into like video production and YouTubing and stuff. I'm like, the best thing to do is make stuff. Once again, it goes back to make stuff that you want to make, because you tend to find that good stuff becomes successful. If you learn how to make good stuff, then you can learn how to make something consistently. Like, you'll be able to consistently get good results. Oh man, that was an experience.
Someone in the chat asked, "Don't leave and look at the end mission timer." I
What
assume
the
there's like a stat.
fuck?
There's like a stats screen.
Is it gonna 24:19. It took 24 minutes 19 seconds for us to.
Okay, so it wasn't 3 hours.
Okay, full results.
But is the strike just that, like, that little 3-minute thing?
No,
So
I
guess that's a bit time consuming. 214 kills. Yeah, that guy was at it for a while. If you only did 94 minutes.
Okay, so is 24 minutes like a long time? Oh, it's a 7-minute strike.
Yeah. Well, because like it's a newbie trap. That's impressive for sure.
That is the train station mindset. And don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that we perfected
this is the end. This is the end, guys. This is a trailer that's supposed to get you to buy the season.
I'm talking about the mindset, the recognition that if you allow even a little bit of overextension to creep onto your teams or onto your project, it's going to cascade and it's going to build release after release. We've seen it happen over and over. And so the reality on the team is that this is a constantly ongoing battle. We don't catch every case on every team, but with every new release, we are trying to constantly, proactively identify where our teams are overextending themselves. Whether this could be through their own passion or it could be through feature overscoping. But regardless, we try to actively help each team member.
Wait. But when I was in the city, the Traveler was there.
No. He's leaving now.
Wait, what?
No.
So that was all a flashback? So what is my
everything you did was a flashback to catch you up with the present day.
Wait, but then what was my character doing between the flashback and now?
He was sitting in the main city, kind of just jerking off. You know, he was playing. He got addicted to a live service game, and it ate up a lot of his time. And he missed that whole Red War thing.
So is my character? Yeah. So my character just he just took a really long nap because he's obviously not going to be at any higher level or anything, right? I'm assuming.
Well, he was playing Warframe, and that took a couple years.
To learn this lesson so they can ultimately get onto that never crunching path, because you don't want to be on the other path.
So what I'd really like I would really enjoy some clarification on what targeted crunch means.
And so here's the last almost painful realization for us about train stations. So remember back when I said,
oh my fucking God, he's still going on with the train station metaphor.
And then there was another painful realization. And it's like, oh my God, if you have this many painful realizations about what you're doing, maybe you shouldn't be doing it.
Remember, this is a game that makes like billions of dollars a year. And you just... The train station.
And it's like, so his list of negatives for the box product was that you kind of have to keep it to yourself and you're not given like a lot of opportunities to incorporate feedback and all that. Like he had a very small list of reasons why the box product model has failed. Meanwhile, this entire presentation is just painful lesson after painful lesson. It's like the man's been whipped on the balls a bunch of times in a row, and for some reason still thinks that it was all worth it. Like, legitimately, it's just cope. It's cope to justify why he switched it to a profitable business model and not an artistically authentic business model.
That box products are in the business of over-delivery. Over-delivery is actually dangerous.
Beware of over-delivery.
Right. This. I remember this.
Yeah, we're getting into the good stuff now. Okay. Listen, you never want to knock it out of the park with a release because you're creating a pattern. You're creating a pattern, you know, you don't want to give out the good crack because those crackheads they're gonna keep coming back thinking that you've got the good crack, and it's like, no, my dealer, you know, was a one-time thing. You know, it's bad for your reputation to give good crack. You want a consistent, shitty crack product in case there's ever a supply problem.
For a train station. With every release that you put out there, you're setting a pattern for your community and for your players. And so if we release an expansion,
like you literally weren't even joking. This is what he goes into, is that it creates a pattern of expectations. You don't want people to expect things of you, which is fucking hilarious because you know what expectations are? That's reputation. Reputation is a really good thing to have. That's why Destiny and Destiny 2 have been able to get to as far as they've been able to get to because of the reputation of OG Bungie. This dude wouldn't be employed right now if it wasn't for the fucking reputation that the OGs established with Halos 1 through 3. Just FYI, he's literally explaining now why reputations are a bad thing.
Yeah. As he was only given this opportunity at a company that had a reputation that he hijacked.
Yeah.
With every release that you put out there, you're setting a pattern for your community and for your players.
You're setting a pattern. You got to let them down. You got to have your Lightfall expansions that just absolutely disappoint them so that when the next expansion is really good, or, well, you know, relatively really good, as in not total shit, you know, they'll come back and they'll say, well, you know, they're on the up and up again. Never over-deliver, but under-deliver constantly.
And so if we release 2 raids, let's say, next year, our community is going to be upset if we go back to only 1 raid.
Man.
What if it was 1 really good raid, though? So basically, like, what he's saying, if you're a Destiny player, you got to be looking at this with horror, right? It's like, so we only get 1 raid a year because even though the team could have made 2 raids in 1 year, this guy was there to make sure that they didn't do that.
It's like remember the game jam from Bethesda. Hey guys, we could put in spears in a week. All those things you wanted in a week, we were able to implement a bunch of those ideas.
Guys, it's intentionally shitty.
Okay, so I need to go.
We've hurt the station by making
tab.
I'm also like, I'm completely dumbfounded. Really? They only do 1 raid a year?
Yeah, isn't raids like one of the big things that everybody really liked about this game?
That's actually honestly pathetic. It's 2, but one of them's recycled. Well, of course. Does this guy ever have a mask on moment? No, he's like so transparently dishonest that it's actually pretty impressive. Can't even say he's dishonest. He is honest.
No, he's too honest.
Yeah.
A rogue decision on just one of the trains to over-deliver. But at the same time, and this is why this lesson is painful to us, is because so much of quality and like
he's having they hated Jesus because he told them the truth. Those fucking Destiny fans, they didn't appreciate when I pushed for there to be 2 raids in that expansion. So there will forever only be 1 raid per year.
Is it the
light
ancient
in our
tree?
comes from over delivery, right? Like it comes from giving folks stuff above and beyond what they expected. And we still want to do that. We still want to surprise and delight and sometimes even overwhelm our players. But we need to be mindful.
Oh man, this introduction sure is overwhelming. You got that part down.
I like how how the rest of my body's glowing except my helmet.
And naturally, of course, and your gun.
Yeah. Oh yeah, my gun too. Oh wow, I can like.
I think if you asked him straight up if he thought Destiny 2 was bad, he'd just be like, absolutely. Yeah, Destiny 2, guys, Destiny 2 was bad. It was a painful lesson.
I was wondering when this would pop up. The forced pop up to buy the expansion.
Again.
Mindful of the patterns that we're creating. The implied.
Well, here's the thing. Honesty is the best policy if you are being honest. What we're seeing here, I think, is cope. This man has spent years twisting up his mind to rationalize a pattern of behavior that he knows is not good, but he's rationalized it anyways. So that's why he comes up with all these kinds of metaphors, right? If a game developer came to him and said, I'm kind of concerned with what we're doing, he will bust out. He gets out his little notepad that's full of metaphors and he puts one of them on the whiteboard and explains how they're building train stations, not trains. You know, like, that's ultimately what it comes down to, is that it is fundamentally dishonest because he is rationalizing something that isn't true, which is that the live service model is superior to the box product model. So is Destiny's conflict just the battle of the shapes? Like, what the fuck is this game about? Actually, I think pyramids are superior to spheres.
Man, you want to talk about, like, post-apocalypse boring nonsense? I feel like Destiny really peaks it. It sounds like everything was really much more interesting before the Great Collapse. I would rather play a game set in the Golden Age.
Future commitments that we've set for ourselves each
or at least during the collapse.
And this is tough. Like,
yeah.
This is honestly one of the ones that we're still grappling the hardest with. Because it's hard to tell a team that has extra cycles, and they have energy, and they want to do something amazing, and they know how to do it. And it totally would be amazing and awesome for the game. Sometimes we have to tell them, like, we shouldn't ship this, because it's an over-delivery that is going to set us up for failure on future trains.
Why would you say that?
Man.
Why would you ever admit that I could have done more, but I could have done more, and I wanted to do more, and here's all the ways that I would have done more. But I intentionally decided not to because I didn't want to build up a reputation. Like, imagine if I said that I had all these ideas for how I could have made the Skyrim video better, but I wanted to match my previous mediocrity because I wanted to set a realistic and easy expectation for the future.
And to paint it in a more positive, more like proactive light, the less...
To paint it in a more positive light, yes, because fundamentally it's unappealing and you need to paint over it with a thin veneer.
Dude, this is a fucking mess. How many expositions do I need? We're up to exposition dump 5, 6?
They got to catch you up on 21 seasons of plot development.
Yes.
Is Nathan Fillion's character still around?
See, and this is... Well, he died, and I thought they were bringing him back or something like that. I heard he was coming back. Yeah, this is the Lightfall intro.
This is the last exposition. They should call their final expansion the last exposition.
Yeah, I remember this from the I Hate Everything video.
You just got dumped into Lightfall? Well, yeah. When are they gonna... Will they let him do the first Lightfall mission and then ask him for money, or...
Yeah, I think that's how it goes.
No! Named character.
Yeah,
he's character that we just met.
He's coming back next season. Next expansion, I mean. Megamind. How's it going? I'm really getting like end of Mass Effect 3 vibes from this, which is not a good thing, by the way.
What is that?
What the fuck is going on? I like how fundamentally meaningless this is.
I love like that shot. Oh my god, just gave me like vibes of like some shitty 90s music, like pop music video. Some like pop techno music video. Yes, literally end of Mass Effect 3 vibes from this, like straight up. Just pure nonsense happening.
Yeah, I mean, like, it's fundamentally
like watching the finale of a
like,
show I've never seen. No, it's even better for me. This is watching the finale to a show that I've only watched the first couple seasons of.
Not even the first couple seasons. So you just played the pilot of the show,
yeah,
and now you're getting like the season finale before the final season.
Yeah, this is the penultimate episode.
Yeah. This is supposed to sell new players on this setting. It feels like none of the characters actually understand the mechanics of of anything that's going on here, and so
Lightfall is aesthetically a 1980s action film. Yeah, I know. I saw the cutscenes. It's still just fucking hilarious. It's like they had this. That's one of the things I genuinely liked about Destiny, was at least it had like a strong visual design to it that was pretty consistent. And they usually had some really cool looking cutscenes, and like especially like the 2D animations and stuff. Those were all usually really good. Like the UI looks slick and everything. I mean, it's a mess. The UX is a mess, but the UI still looked good. And now, then you get to Lightfall, and they just like, what the fuck happened?
This kind of looks bad, man. Like, just honestly, this doesn't look kind of bad. This looks just bad. Yeah, you're qualified for this situation. you belong here.
Yeah, I just crawled out of the grave like 20 minutes ago.
You crawled out of the grave 20 minutes ago, completely fucked up your first strike, and now like you're doing one of the most important things that have ever happened in the setting.
Oh my god. Well, I'll be honest. I was told there was only 1 hour of content. We're 4 hours into this stream,
so does your character even understand what's happening right now? Oh, they understand, because they've been sitting around jerking off every day to Warframe characters and playing Warframe. They've kept up with the political state. They in character know the story of what the fuck's going on, right? It's just that we didn't see the process of them spending however many years sitting in their apartment jerking off to Warframe characters.
For now, find your way through that ship.
No one understands what the fuck the mechanics of this universe is. Oh no, it's absolutely like endlessly esoteric. And like I said, my observation is that the principal characters that are like trying to deal with this conflict probably also don't understand why anything is happening.
Yeah. Everybody is in a constant state of just damage control. Just react. Nobody's proactive except for maybe the antagonist. Everybody else is just 100% reactive.
It's kind of like Evangelion in that way, but like really shitty.
Yeah.
Really shitty take on Evangelion.
At least
like,
Evangelion,
almost...
like thematically, there was a reason that existed, that it was the way it was, like thematically speaking. It was, you know.
Yeah, because Shinji doesn't understand what the fuck is going on. Most of the main characters don't understand what is happening, and so that's why it's so fundamentally confusing. And it makes sense there.
That pyramid residence is shielding the boss.
And that we're still learning, everything we deliver needs to be a blueprint. We need to understand.
What is that?
Everything you deliver needs to be a blueprint that you can repeat.
Yes. Because when you get a hit, man, it's so weird though, because then he's also saying don't create expectations. So it's like, why would you create blueprints then? If you don't want to create expectations, then what you really want to do is be completely unpredictable at all times.
Yeah, it is. He's
this is like double think. This is double think here.
Like I said, it's cope to rationalize something that is fundamentally unpalatable to a room full of creative people. Because you know how many conversations this guy has had to have with creative people to break it down from a business perspective why things are the way they are.
Why is it giving me
how the blueprint will be repeated and whether or not we can do that repeating sustainably? And if we can't repeat the blueprint, or if we don't want to, we need to make sure that our delivery of that feature or that content sets up player expectations to match ours, that the blueprint is not going to be repeated.
We need to set the player's expectation that they will never see anything as good as this ever again.
Man, tell that to the people who got excited from Witch Queen.
Yeah.
Dude, it makes so much sense playing this while listening to...
Yeah. That's why I thought that it's such a fantastic idea for a stream.
Like, people who were surprised that Lightfall was so fucking abysmal. It's like, no, this is according to their playbook.
This is your ship captain speaking.
Stay vigilant. With the witnesses back
So if it can't be repeated, don't make a sequel. Well, like he said, the only reason they made Destiny 2 was that they wanted to have a 2 in the name. Create a blueprint that you can repeat, then don't repeat the blueprint because you don't want to create expectations.
It makes no sense.
It's like Todd Howard talking about whether or not he created Fallout 76. Where, like, from interview to interview, he'll be inconsistent, and even in the same interview, he will give a really confusing answer that doesn't internally make sense, because he's fundamentally trying to take credit, but not trying to take blame for it. And you just can't do that. Because whenever you take credit for something good that happens, you also take the blame for all the bad parts of it as well. You can't have it both ways.
Yeah.
Is this a puzzle?
No, I think it's like just an arbitrary lock.
Yeah, I'm being too generous. That's why I was so surprised.
So like a good example of this recently was our legendary difficulty for our campaign. That was a cornerstone feature of the Witch Queen, and it's been really well received. Like, I think it really...
He said it. He said the expansion, the feature...
made that expansion better than our previous ones. And it also was a meaningful step up in the amount of work that we had to do building a campaign, because we had 2 difficulty modes that were finely balanced for every single mission. And we...
Destiny fans. Were the campaigns for the Witch Queen, both of them, finely balanced?
We knew that going in. We designed it as a blueprint, and we weren't just worried about whether we could ship the Witch Queen. We were worried about, can we ship this blueprint and repeat it in every future expansion?
Of course, that's what you were worried about. It's not, can we make this expansion as good as we can? It's, we got to think about the future expansion. We got to think about the business model. Listen, Blizzard could take notes from this.
Listen, guys, it's not about our current position. It's where we're going to be in 20 more weeks.
Blizzard's mindset is, let's make it as absolutely, like, as pivotal and defining as we can, and then every expansion they find themselves in the position of needing to, like, one-up it. And so that's why you have this... I don't know how much you've kept up with the World of Warcraft story, but the chain of antagonists that are like the current expansion's antagonists are behind the previous expansion's antagonist. And so, like, there's this chain that goes all the way back, and, like, this complicated web of, well, actually this person was behind it all, and this person was behind all of that, and this person was behind all of the person that was behind all of it's like literally every expansion. I think Dragonflight tried to, like, intentionally break it because people were pointing out that, like, every expansion was that. Palpatine's behind it all.
Which, fortunately, we want to because it's a proven success. So yeah, returning all the way back to this moment in 2018. At the time, it honestly felt like it could be the end for us, like for D2 altogether. But what it really was the inflection point that was the beginning of us really understanding and embracing a live service mindset. This was the inciting incident that led us to some big multi-year shift.
I'm seeing 2 big spikes on this chart too. And he hasn't mentioned, like people have pointed out, he hasn't mentioned the first 2 expansions for Destiny 2, which I'm thinking are have to line up with what these 2 spikes are. Now that's interesting. If he was being honest, why wouldn't he just say, "So we did our first few expansions for Destiny 2, and boy howdy, can I tell you that that was not a good idea."
In our mindset, this is what helped us solidify a bunch of these learnings that I've tried to walk through with y'all, like how your velocity is.
Hey, don't culturally appropriate y'all.
So much more important than your current position. That to achieve that velocity, we have to get really comfortable with failing out in the open, in front of our players.
We got to get comfortable.
Get comfortable being the lolcow, guys. Get comfortable to the death threats.
This is like the where he wraps up all of the like super contradictory stuff, and that's like this is solidifying in a nutshell how insane this is.
Yeah, now follow the logic with us, guys.
Yeah, let's go through the full logic.
Solidify a bunch of these learnings that I've tried to walk through with y'all, like how your velocity is so much more important than your current position. That to achieve that velocity, we have to get really comfortable with failing out in the open, in front of our players.
So he's going to come to all these assumptions based on a bad first rationalization, which is that velocity is more important than position. Okay? That part didn't make sense, so anything derived from that is inherently not going to make sense as well.
That when you're in a live service crisis, prioritizing trust, then retention, then revenue, could help you get out of it.
I want to dream conversation. Justin Truman and Sean Murray. Like, get those 2 guys to talk to each other about trust, retention, revenue.
So true.
And that you need all of your designs and all of your creative decisions to be data informed in nuanced and quantifiable ways. And that we're building a train station, not a train, which means that you need to stamp out crunch and any other form of heroics that you're doing that overextends your team.
I like how he calls it heroics. Guys, don't be a hero. Don't try and make a good game or anything. We're here.
It's shitty on purpose.
Yeah, like,
okay, you just don't understand what the broader vision is. Will you please attend my seminar at the conference hall? I explain. I take 2 hours in addition to your 8-hour shift to explain in detail why going above and beyond is actually a bad thing.
For delivery can cause future problems for your station. And ultimately, all of these mindset shifts, what they really boil down to
is the reactor for the ship under the bridge?
I guess so.
And there's like glass windows that can access the reactor.
Sure. Well, you need to see what's going on outside. Look at that. Look at that. Does not...
Did you just shoot a giant energy blast at the reactor?
Yeah.
Okay.
Is something wrong here? Is there something you're not getting?
Defining what success means, what quality means for your entire team and culture. And if you do that, I think that any organization can make the transition from a storied history of great...
Anybody can make the transition from a storied history of great games to just shitty live services. That is true.
Listen, guys, if Bungie could fuck themselves up, anybody can fuck themselves up.
Hey, there's been so many painful truths.
God.
Do you want to go down this journey?
God damn. Okay, so
AAA box products into the future of live service. So yeah, I hope that you've gotten some value out of the lessons that we had to learn in this space, because we paid for every one of these lessons with a lot of scrapes, a lot of bruises, a lot of blood, and a lot of soul searching.
God, just really sell the idea that we should try it. Yeah, there was a lot of blood, a lot of pain, a lot of scrapes, a lot of soul searching. We had to settle for doing less. We had to shoot people down when they wanted to go above and beyond. We had to limit opportunities because they weren't repeatable. We had to break everything down to mathematical, quantifiable, you know, complete removal of artistic input on creativity. But don't you guys want to try it?
We had to emotionally abuse and manipulate our audience. We had to get used to being a laughing stock.
We have to embrace public failure. We have to redefine our metrics of success.
I don't know, Justin. It feels like there's a lot of coping going on with this. Have you considered just making a good deliverable product?
This sounds like a really miserable experience.
You want to make games in the modern era? This is what it takes. And then you got indie studios of like 2 people.
Yeah, and you got Todd Howard on the other hand going, you know, we want to make games that we're proud of.
You know, I might have gotten on stage and announced a release date, but even my pride has, you know, my pride does not take precedence over the health and safety of the studio and the product that we're going to deliver. So, no, we're going to delay it.
And so I'm hoping you can get to that same destination with far fewer injuries.
Guys, I did it for you because I love you. Guys, I'm a hero. Wait, I thought we weren't doing heroics. But listen, I'm putting all this information out here selflessly because it's totally a good idea and you should totally do it. And the live service model totally isn't falling the fuck apart as we speak. It is kind of scummy. It's like he's trying to offload his bags.
He's trying to weed out the competition.
Are those key cards sprites? Like they're 2D sprites?
That's a good question. We'll see when I pick up the next one.
And if you like what you heard, like, we'd love to have you on this learning journey with us.
Oh my god. So, if all of the cock and ball torture that you heard today, if the fact that I've just spent the last hour explaining how I am willing to put you through the fucking ringer to beta test all of these shitty business practices, and I've got no qualms about telling you how absolutely soulless my business practices are. So, does anybody want to come work for me?
What am I even supposed to be doing?
Building the future of live services at Bungie. So we're hiring right now for almost every type of role imaginable. We have development.
I wonder why. Why do you have so many positions open right now?
Why is there such a high turnover rate? Maybe it has something to do with embracing public failure. Telling developers that they need to just accept that they have to do a shitty job.
Maybe I'm supposed to backtrack?
Who signed off on publishing this talk on YouTube?
GDC.
GDC.
They did God's work. This is why this is why the video should not be getting dislikes. It should be getting likes, because this is this is what we need out there. Because
this is getting a sociopath to admit to everything that he's doing.
Yeah. Where am I supposed to even be fucking going? Okay, so it's...
Our last dealers got caught by an undercover cop at the arcade. So if at any point that the prospect of selling crack to children sounds palatable to you, we are looking for dealers. I'm sorry, but this is so complicated and convoluted to the traditional business model that you didn't disprove the idea of.
Acquired Chalice key card. Okay, so I got the Chalice key card. Am I supposed to? I guess I'm just supposed to backtrack. But why is the objective pointing me upstairs? And I came this way.
Chat is saying behind you.
Behind me. Behind me when? Behind me 10 seconds ago?
Well, probably just the way you came or something.
Okay.
Can you jump up in those like little crevice areas?
No, I tried that.
Go upstairs.
Upstairs. Okay. Where's upstairs?
Listen, chat, there's a delay. We're never going to get anywhere by saying behind you right now.
I got it.
Man, guys, it was a painful process, but we're over it. Please, we need employees. I don't think your chief development officer should be pitching that they're hiring.
I hope this
is
from
entry level to director level, and we would love to speak with you. So yeah.
Entry level to director level. I didn't know the turnover was that bad. You don't have internal. You don't have internal staff that you could that you can promote to director positions. You actually have to externally hire managers. That's never a good sign.
Yeah, that's never a good sign.
A healthy company never hires outside management.
Yep. Even if you're doing expansion, because that just creates opportunities for people within. There's a million reasons why you want to promote within than hire from outside. That's hilarious.
Yeah. Thank you, everybody.
Clapping. He's using a Razer laptop. Oh no, is that Razer or Alienware? It's the triangle logo, the green triangle, with like the snakes.
That's Razer.
Okay, yeah, he's using Razer.
GDC.
So he's a real gamer.
Sponsored by Razer. Man. So we finished.
Those are some very, very polite clapping.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so yesterday we were talking about how Todd Howard's like polite to literally any game developer that gets mentioned.
Yeah.
GDC probably very much has a culture of like, well, you know, he talked for an hour. We need to.
Yeah. I mean, I want to clap.
Well, there's certain. I'm willing to bet like half of the room they're unironically clapping.
Yeah.
And yeah, like you said, I want to clap too. You were so transparently obvious, and you made such beautiful content for us that, like, a performance artist couldn't be that good. A performance artist doing a parody of the industry could not produce a talk as beautifully descriptive and wonderfully horrifying as what he's done. Clapping at it being over is also valid.
I didn't want it to end. This is a dude, like, the longer he spoke, the deeper the hole got.
Yeah. I want more talks from this guy.
Yeah.
I want to give him a platform. I'll interview him.
Yeah.
I think we've got about 5 minutes for Q&A. Anyone has questions?
Oh, beautiful Q&A. All right.
No questions?
Justin, let's go.
Thanks for the talk. That was really revealing. Appreciate it. I appreciate any candor that you can offer for this specific question. From the beginning, having a specific corporate partner to becoming fully independent and moving into having another big partner, how did these learnings all collide with that in terms of what buy-in you had originally, maybe, and then from there, what changed in terms of this train station metaphor as
really
more
revealing,
independent, and how that relates to moving into a brand new partnership? Thank you.
Yeah, I mean, I think most of the manifestations of these learnings are not. They're not at the green light phase. They're not at the milestone phase. They're in the day-to-day decisions that everyone on your team is making culturally. And so we found that, like, if we can make that transition internally in our organization, then we feel really confident that we can make something great. We can convince anyone that is going to be amazing, whether that's our players or our partners.
If we can convince ourselves, we can convince anyone.
If we lie to ourselves enough, we can fool people into thinking that we're genuine.
It's true that, you know, that once again, sociopath behavior. It is true. Like, the best lies are the ones that you yourself believe. My God. This man knows no bounds.
Basically
he will sink to no... There is no level too low for him to sink to.
Basically admits the big bad publishers are not the reason the game is so scummy.
Yep.
No, guys, trust us. That's the Bungie flourish.
We did it ourselves.
It wasn't Activision. We're worse than Activision. Sorry, we're more effective than Activision.
Yeah, we got bought by the
which is
evil,
impressive.
Yeah, we got bought by the evil company. We realized they weren't evil enough. We realized we could teach them, and that's when you leave. That's true. You leave a job when you realize you know more than everybody else in the room.
Yeah, no. So here's what happened: is he was on the phone with Bobby Kotick, and Bobby Kotick was like, "Damn, dude, don't you think that's a little greedy? I don't know if we can continue this business relationship."
I don't know, man. Like I'm talking to some of the guys at you know, Infinity Ward and stuff, and they're just trying to make something that they're proud of, I guess. You know, they're not saying that they're intentionally releasing bad content to throw the player base off. That might not be a good idea in the long run.
Crazy how Activision could have been the one saying no, don't do that. I honestly get the impression that Bungie was too evil for Activision, which is an honestly impressive level of scumminess.
Yeah. That's hilarious.
I really do like the mental image of Bobby Kotick thinking that something's going too far.
You see him like recoiling, like physically just aghast.
He's like, I've never had a game development studio tell me that they intentionally held themselves back to not set expectations.
God damn.
Parents.
Yeah, it's a great talk. I'm a little curious about your overall sense in the shift of the industry towards live ops. I feel like a lot of games are slowly becoming the live ops kind of model of things. And until you get to live ops, you just kind of keep going for it until you get there. So I'm just curious, right? You're well known for a lot of different games and expansions and sequels. Now we're in a...
Well known? The guy's got 5 video games on his resume, and 2 of them are Destiny.
Well, you know, Bungie and... He's Bungie now, so...
future for the next decade or so?
Yeah, I mean, I think if you're trying to make a game that builds a community that sticks around, then I think it's worth thinking of it as a live service. Like, no matter what type of game you're making. You could be making a roguelike, like 8-bit indie game, but if you're planning to release that indie access, like early access, and iterate and build a community, I think you can still think of that as a live service. It's got the same lessons about your...
Oof.
No, it doesn't! What the fuck, bro?
Listen, this business model, it works on the indie level.
Oh my God. I want to get some indie developers' insight into this now.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know all those famous indie games that got turned into a lolcow and was memed to death. They're still around, right?
I see now. Destiny 2 is in early access.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. Destiny 2 is exactly the same as an indie game on early access. Well, you know, Bungie, they're an indie studio. They're like 30 people.
Yeah. Holy fuck. We're back to we have to stop every sentence he says because...
Yeah. Because it's actually crazy. I didn't actually think he was going to go for the angle of, yeah, you could do this on the indie level. Freudian slip for Diablo 2. I'm actually not used to acknowledging D2 as Destiny 2 because it literally didn't exist in my headspace until we started doing this Justin Truman thing, because like Private Session said, anytime I heard Destiny talked about, I would pretty much just filter it out. And that's kind of the Destiny community's problem, is I think there's a lot of people who have that mindset of like, it's Destiny 2, it's scummy, so why should I, think anything about it? Like, it's bad taste. But it's like, no, Destiny 2 is actually like worth knowing about just because of how evil it is.
Yeah. if it wasn't going to be such a basically an impossible. This stream has proven how impossible it would be to go and do like a proper deep dive analysis, because like the content doesn't exist. They remixed everything. This whole game is just a fucking. It'd be a nightmare project.
It sounds like a fun challenge, but I have to pick a game that's I like. For the next thing.
Yeah.
And I have no like strong opinion about Destiny, so. And I've said before, I only do quick retrospectives on games I've played before.
And it goes back to, like, we just said the problem. We just identified the problem, that everybody who isn't in it mentally filters it out. So if my goal was to make a video being like, hey guys, look how fucking bad Destiny 2 is. People are going to be like, yeah, I don't care. It's Destiny 2, whatever.
Yeah.
So it's like
that hook's not there.
Yeah. Like the objective that I would be going into this project with would be impossible to achieve. Oh, here he is again.
Man, this gets wild. Like I said, I mean, this is like art. Like, I need to put this on my second channel unlisted.
Yeah.
Because this has to go down as probably one of the most important talks that's ever been done at GDC.
Your velocity matter, needing to be in a constant dialogue with your players and being willing to fail publicly to learn faster. Like, I think all of those still apply if what you're trying to do is build and nurture a community over time.
Maybe just as a quick follow-up.
Remember Stardew Valley? Remember how that game publicly failed at launch?
Is build and nurture a community over time.
Yeah.
Remember Factorio, how that publicly failed at launch?
Or even
remember
Minecraft.
Valheim? Yeah, Minecraft, Valheim. Remember all these games that just publicly failed at launch? BattleBit, yeah, exactly.
I can't think of a single indie game that followed Destiny 2's lifespan. And the reason why, and we've said it again and again, that he doesn't seem to understand, is that Destiny 2 cashed out a lot of the goodwill that Bungie had built up over the years.
Goodwill and cash. That's also an important aspect to it. They had money and goodwill. Those are two things that an indie studio will probably not possess. Oh god, this. Hey, ready for your ODST drop moment?
Hell yes. Mission's over. Let's go.
Let's go. Remember, keep in mind the ODST drop from Halo 3 ODST. Keep that in mind, because we're about to do one.
So there's not even an animation for you getting in. You just teleport in.
Of course, this is a setting with space magic.
Well, okay, ODST works because it fully immerses yourself in the whole process of the drop pod sequence. So, like, as soon as you enter the first-person perspective, there's all kinds of things you do to really, like, get yourself in that headspace.
Remember the loading screen during the drop pod sequence, too?
Yeah.
And here we are. We did our drop pod launch. See, honestly, here's the drop pod.
Honestly, the most jarring part of the ODST drop pod sequence is the cut in the clouds.
I've got a ping on Osiris's coordinates. Let's find him.
Dude, that's so lame. That's your drop pod sequence? That was so fucking lame.
Remember, this is a studio that it's not even me drawing an unfair comparison. This is Halo 3 ODST is a game that they made using. It's in the same situation too. You know, they threw together a bunch of assets and stuff from Halo 3. It's such an apples to apples comparison. I could not find a more fair comparison to make.
Let's listen to this guy's question, because he's got a follow up to the indie thing.
Oh, nice.
Quick follow up on your KPI. Do you have a point where like live ops, this is where we would start to ramp down? Have you thought about that far in the future?
Not anytime soon. We are very happy with where Destiny is, and it is getting bigger each year. So.
Cool.
Okay, wait. What did he say? It's hard to hear because.
Are they planning on ramping down? And he responds, "No, we're very happy with where Destiny 2 is at. It's bigger every year." But here's the problem: how does it get bigger every year if you absolutely refuse to increase the scope? Because you don't want to set expectations for something that you couldn't do.
You don't want to set expectations. You also don't want to expand your studio.
So like, how can it possibly get bigger?
No. Here's oh my god,
a bigger failure.
We don't. Our studio is the same size it's been for a while now, and then he literally advertised, we are hiring on every level right now.
Yeah.
I wonder why you guys aren't expanding. It's not because they don't want to expand. Because I'm going back to Colossal Order, where they've been the CEO has said many times, like, we have a very distinct company culture and stuff that we want to maintain. We want everybody to say, like, to have a say in the development process and stuff. So we have been very careful. It's just like, you know, we've made a lot of money. We can expand and stuff, but we're conscious not to, because we have processes and stuff. Like, that's very important to us. It's the most important thing for us. And then you have this guy who's like, hey, we're hiring, FYI, like we're even hiring managers and executives right now.
Well, them hiring managers tells me that they have a huge attrition problem with employees.
Yeah.
Especially where they're located.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, fuck it. Yeah, you'll go work somewhere else.
You have to live in a, like, especially COVID era Seattle, because a ton of, like, the upper class people started moving out.
Yeah.
During that time period, during the Occupy thing that was going on, where they turned a block of the city into like a independent state.
Yeah.
There were a lot of people, because I'm familiar with some people that are from the area. There's a lot of like upper class people that were like, I don't know about this, about hanging out here.
Yeah,
this is what's going to go on.
And also, you just had a lot of people who were like, oh, you mean I can work from home now? I don't have to live in cities anymore. I can go and just like get a house somewhere, and I can make big city money, but without living in the big city. Fuck yeah, goodbye.
Well, then they moved to Nashville, and they like have their house paid for because they downgraded from like a $2 million house to a $500,000 house.
Yeah.
And then like, so they're living in Nashville. They've got no mortgage, right? They've got all their money. At that point, is it worth sticking around for the bullshit that is
getting your balls crushed?
Bungie?
Yeah. Getting your soul crushed? Or do you just go and start your own indie studio instead?
I mean, like, this is such an absolutely soulless perspective on game development.
It is so fucking cynical.
Yeah.
It's like, it genuinely is shocking. Like, we keep saying it over and over again. Just like, this is the stuff that you think, but you never ever say out loud, unless you are so fucking confident that nobody's gonna call you out on it.
Yeah, which is not wrong.
If I was the head of a studio, right, and one of my underlings gave one of this like speeches like this, I would fucking fire them before they even set foot in the studio again.
Yeah,
like they would be gone.
How does this guy get a promotion and not a fucking termination letter?
Yeah.
It's interesting to me that the Destiny community too didn't like massively latch onto this.
Like revolt.
Yeah.
They're just used to it at this point. They're not surprised whatsoever.
Yeah. I've been linked a couple of like the Destiny shield channels, and I'm honestly like, it's pretty impressive how big of shills they are. They're not on the level of the Microsoft shills.
Oh, okay.
I've got a great I've actually got a great clip I want to play on stream.
Oh, they're gonna give me the thread thing now, right?
Yeah. Let me just boot something up real quick. Let me check my history.
Man, can I just say how fucking mindless this has been so far? I've like completely mentally checked out. I am on autopilot.
Gotcha. I got the timestamp on it. So when we're done with this, I've got something else to show.
Nice.
Oh, I think I closed the stream though, so I gotta reopen it to check the chat. 230 people in here. Pretty good.
Oh shit. It's, you know, it's the Destiny fans. They remember how we said at the end of Fallout 76 we needed like a therapy group or something, like we need a therapy session. Destiny fans need a therapy like regimen. We need like an AA for Destiny players at this point. Like looking at this, I genuinely like talking to some of the fans that like some of the players. I won't even call them fans anymore because they all fucking hated it. They sounded disturbed, like genuinely hurt by this game. And then,
I would be maybe interested in like putting out a call like, hey, if you're an old Destiny player and you don't like the game, you can send me like a short 1-2 minute testimony in video form, a video recording of you talking about your experience with Destiny, and we'll put together like a compilation. And like, and I'm gonna say it flat out, like, I'm not from the Destiny community, so you can talk to me. I'm not one of the usual Destiny shill that's gonna downplay you and all that. Like,
here's your chance. I'm giving you guys a platform because I think you all need it.
Yeah, I guess that's something that we could consider setting up. That might be the extent of what I do with Destiny, is just like a short, not a short, but like, because I might get a ton of testimonies to work through. But that could be a fun little collab project that we do. Maybe that's my week vacation. It's just like a different kind of video.
Oh, okay.
Thank you, Justin, for the talk. Really inspiring. I have a question about the leadership and disciplinary directors and this new approach of the train station. How you convince them in the company that it is a good way, and how?
Oh my god, the German guy is asking for clarification on the fucking train station metaphor.
Stop.
How you recognize the difference?
Sorry, can you help me understand the question a little better?
And did he have to ask the German guy to clarify?
For sure, they have all the leads, the directors. They had their previous box mindset.
Yeah.
And then the conversion, the road to the new one.
Yeah. So like, let me give you an example. We've found that there are things in the game that we could release that might very briefly create some negative sentiment, but then that quickly rebounds as players, like, because sometimes players just don't like change, and then they understand the difference. But they might be really great for the overall health of the game. It causes people to show up more, to play more, to ultimately long-term be happy. And we're going to see the sentiment side. Like, anyone can go on the internet and can see what your players are saying. But if you don't know what like the silent majority are thinking, if you don't know what's happening with engagement, you're probably making the wrong decisions. And so we try to make all of our leaders like see that full picture of what success is, so that they can balance those different axes.
I don't know. There's kind of an art to reading what the silent majority wants.
Do you think the silent majority wanted surfer dudes on Neptune?
True. Good question. Oh yeah, I need to catch. What the fuck? Okay, so I wasn't watching. And I hit the live button, and I'm seeing I'm seeing Silver Surfer fly around like shoot dudes.
Have you never seen these cutscenes?
No.
Oh my god.
What in the fuck is going on? What kind of...
It's surfer dudes on Neptune.
What kind of
Get it?
What kind of straight to Disney Plus bullshit is this?
Okay, maybe the second one, because you said about stamina and the creativity, so everybody are boosted with those.
Yep.
How do you have a control that they are all work in the same direction, the same goals, release by release, train by train?
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard because, it's hard on any creative project to get everybody working in the same direction. It gets easier the more similar your blueprint is to something you've done before. Like there's a lot of things that we release in our seasons that we know, even though we're going to be creative on them, we know the rough size of the box and the shape and what it's supposed to look like. And so we tend to focus, when we build our creative pitches, on the differences. Like, what are the ways in which we're going to innovate and be different from our previous blueprints, and then really focus our efforts on like aligning the team around those differences.
Thanks.
Yeah, thank you.
Hey, we're at the time, so I'll be really quick.
I like that they did like an 80s themed thing well past the height of 80s aesthetic. Like, get with the times, guys. It's now 60s and 70s.
Yeah, like synthwave aesthetic is so fucking dead and overdone.
Yeah.
That, like, and of course they're this late to it.
Yeah. It's been dead for like well over, I would say, 2 years at this point.
At this point, no, it's been dead for like 5. Like among the hardcore synthwave people, it's been dead since 2018.
Yeah.
So like, yeah.
I love it. So thanks again for an amazing game. My question was really about some of those like data-driven insights about the player community itself. Could you share any examples of the things that you said were surprising you've learned? Maybe from the 30th anniversary.
Oh, please. Can you show this slide just real quick? What's on screen right now?
Oh no, my controls. Hold on, let me see if I can. Can I alt tab at least? Yes, I can. Wait, we got to witness the witness though. I can't interrupt this. This is the most important cutscene.
Of course, the battle of geometry. So what is this? The Shadow Broker talking to?
Talking to.
I don't even know, like a Prothean AI.
Yeah.
So there's no subtitles? No, there are subtitles. So what was that, like, just long sequence of him staring at him?
My cup is empty. It's empty, my lord. What do you mean, empty? There's none left. Is that what empty means? Man.
So
Season 1 and Season 2 of Game of Thrones was fucking phenomenal, though.
Yeah. Yeah, there's an adaptation that, like, kind of knocked it out of the park. Did its own thing competently.
Even Season 3 was fine, but after that...
Kingslayer, get in here. We're sharing war stories.
Okay. We can switch back to Justin now. Staring up at the sky.
Oh man.
there's a thumbnail.
So chat, what do we think of this? Damocles sword hanging above him, I hope. Well, like, you know when you... Oh my god. Okay, so you know when you have to, like, recall something or like, think of an example? Because you've been asked by a question that you're not really prepared for.
Yeah.
And, like, you kind of, like, look up.
Look up.
Like, he takes it to, like, an extreme. He actually, like, looks at the ceiling to try and recall information.
You know what? He's a Mass Effect 1, Mass Effect 2 NPC where, like, they're not rigged to be able to just, like, look with their eyes. So, like, you'll see their eyes move up and then their head moves up.
Yeah.
That's what's going on here.
Pack, which was like their very different kind of experience.
Here's what I'll give you. It's not a. I'm not going to give you numbers, but the
number of players. Wait, can you go back? Can you go back? I want to check this body language. Was he just staring up at the sky while this dude was talking to him?
Okay.
We're at the time, so I'll be really quick. I'm a long-time Destiny player and I love it, so thanks again for an amazing game. My question was really about some of those like data-driven insights about the player community itself. Could you share any examples of the things that you said were surprising, you've learned?
Oh,
from
okay,
the 30th
yeah.
anniversary pack, which was like way out there, very different
experience. Here's what I'll give you. It's not a. I'm not going to give you numbers, but the number of players who played the Legendary campaign was shockingly higher than we expected. And even completed it. Like we expected it to be a narrow minority of players who would play it, but it was it had a very different uptake in our community than.
So basically, we completely underestimated what our players were capable of.
Isn't this like from the studio? Like they would make raids and like people would like they would make raids that were really fucking difficult and like people would beat them within a day.
Yeah.
Why would you be underestimating your player base at this point?
Well, like they probably have this internal mentality that the average Destiny player that they're shooting for is just this absolute fucking brainlet. Right? Their brain is a hamster wheel, right? And like so any content that's challenging to those people, like that's why they have the baseline difficulty that's super easy. So
yeah,
no wonder.
Oh, I think let's do one more question and then we're done.
Hey, thank you for the great talk. Love Destiny.
Thank you.
So when you're focusing on DAU and weekly AU, do you break down your audience kind of like by motivation? It's okay for this part of the audience to just like they care about the story. They're going to show up for a very short time per week to play through the story. Because how do you avoid the trap of focusing so much on that you might burn out your players? because they feel like they always need to be engaged. They can't play anything else.
Yeah, and that's kind of that distinction between engagement and sentiment, and why we have to track them both. Because you can create toxic patterns where you motivate people to log in, but they get less and less happy about it. And so when that happens,
Destiny fans. Sorry, I keep calling them Destiny fans. Destiny X.
I guess I have to log on now.
I got to complete the season. I mean, like, that's entirely the business of the Battle Pass model, is that...
Yeah. There's oh, who was it we were talking about where their analogy was like, you want the player to land somewhere between apathy, like boredom and frustration.
That was Todd, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think that was Todd.
Yeah,
so
well, okay, so he didn't say that directly. He said it indirectly.
Yeah.
He said the causes of players failing out of games was confusion, frustration, and boredom.
Yeah.
And you want the player to be somewhere in the middle of that.
It's just funny, like, see, the balance, there's a balance to a good battle pass. You don't want people to love the battle pass. You want them to just like it enough so that there's no expectations set that they're going to love every battle pass. Because if they love the battle pass, that means they're getting a lot out of it.
So you got 1 glimmer for completing that?
No, I got 500 glimmer for...
Well, why wouldn't it say that you got 500 glimmer? It's just saying that you got glimmer.
Listen, it's an indie studio. UIs are really hard to do. I can tell you. It
doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because players just blast through it. So, like, it doesn't matter what it's going to give you.
We see that show up in sentiment first, and then inevitably it's going to show up in your engagement too, because eventually someone's going to be like, I'm in an unhealthy relationship, I need to stop this. But we usually catch that first on the sentiment side.
So I want to quit Destiny 2. I think it's a bit too much, and then we got to catch him. Got to catch him.
No.
Reel him back.
It's fine. It's fine.
Okay. Even if there's no way to track it if they're being silent about it, if they just silently.
Well, the sentiment on the silent side with like Rate last week, we're able to track even the players who aren't complaining. We can see their interest waning over time. Yeah.
Thanks.
Yeah, so thank you, everybody.
We can see their interest waning over time from just the engagement stat. Man, he's one of those YouTube gurus that's like, yeah, you can figure out what your audience is thinking by microanalyzing the average view duration. Like one of those real psychopaths. That's the talk. We completed it. Is that lining up about with the end of your free-to-play? Or is there actually more?
Okay, so I gotta... No, I think there's still more content here.
Destiny victims. How much more is left in the free-to-play trial? He's still got Shadowkeep, Witch Queen, and Beyond Light's first missions. Oh, I was just told that, like... Oh, I see. When chat was talking it up, they said it was just the introduction and, like, strikes.
Wait. So how do those work story-wise? Because if the story's, like... Am I going to do another, like, flashback instead?
So while you were jerking off to Warframe porn, actually... you made time to... But then that doesn't make sense because you had all your equipment. Like, that's why fucking... That's why none of this makes sense.
This is why live service titles suck. Because the longer you go... See, there is a point where it can get good. But it will inevitably collapse because you have to constantly keep putting more content in.
You can go to a planet to do the 30th anniversary content. Man, it's crazy that Destiny's been around for 30 years.
What?
I keep thinking when they said 30th anniversary content, and I'm like, I know it's Bungie's 30th anniversary, but all right, don't hint at the chat what's going on. Let me get the right timestamp. Okay. 228.47.
I don't even know what's going on because I have OBS on top.
No, don't worry. I've got your back here.
All right.
Top reported that Xbox Live Gold had 46 million subscribers.
Wow.
So
46 plus a potential 30. We talking 75.
They're aiming for some type of number in that, bro. We've talked about it for a while. They're looking to get some type of number out of Game Pass to continue pumping the first party and getting where they want to be. And we don't know what that number is, but this is no doubt going to be a massive bump. And there's no coincidence that they're dropping this September 14th. Starfield territory. You know, this is right. But the thing is, this is right in the heart. It's not really at Starfield's launch. It's at the heart of a bunch of Game Pass games dropping at once, with Starfield naturally being the pillar that supports all of that, right? So, again, we have to recognize that Xbox, they're coy. Let's give them a tip of the cap. They're a little bit coy, right?
Yeah, when they beat the FTC.
They tricked the FTC into rushing their case because they thought that the Activision buyout deadline was going to be sooner than it was.
Yeah.
And then literally as soon as the FTC relented, they're like, "Oh, well, we're actually going to push the merger deadline back." And it's like, what? Like, legitimately, how is that actually legal? And how is the FTC so incompetent that like they fell for that? Like, why wouldn't the FTC just put their foot down and say, "No, we're going to stall as long as they can, and if that means that the merger doesn't go through, then that's a victory condition for us."
I think it's because the FTC is also afraid of the optics of what's going on right now, because they're starting to being accused of going on witch hunts, like politicized witch hunts and stuff. So
I also think the FTC is just controlled opposition.
Yeah.
And someone probably tapped their shoulder and like, okay, you've done the show long enough that you're against Microsoft's. Is that guy floating? You've done the show long enough that, oh no, the bench is floating.
Nice. I like how the elevator almost killed me.
You know, you've done your work, but the clip's not done. We're just now getting to the good stuff.
So again, we have to recognize that Xbox, they're coy. Let's give them a tip of the cap. They're a little bit coy, right? When they announced, oh, we're gonna do $70 games. Remember, they reached out to you, people like me, and so on and so forth. They're like, hey, by the way, we're just doing this right. They're trying to prepare people for what could be blowback, right? And then you see stuff like this, right? They're smart. They're smart. And so just wanted to acknowledge that. But otherwise, Game Pass Core.
So interesting little thing that Mr. Matty Plays here is saying. That really alludes to there being a very interesting relationship between these Xbox content creators and Xbox themselves, where they're reaching out and having this kind of business relationship where they're like prepping them for different kind of like marketing pushes and stuff.
They're prepping the content creators?
That's the implication that I'm getting from this clip.
And
if you're looking for this, it is Defining Duke episode 133 at 2 hours and 28 minutes. So that's the context. Don't say I didn't take him out of context, because I made sure to play the clip early so that there would be full context. But yeah, Matty Plays is basically alluding to there being some kind of relationship. I would really like to see there be like a big expose that expose, but these guys get exposed that actually, yeah, there is like a very incestuous relationship between Microsoft and the content creators.
Of course. Come on now.
Mm-hmm.
The thing too is like going after content creators is great because they all have their prices are so fucking cheap for the most part.
Oh no, absolutely. You can get their loyalty for like a couple $1,000s.
Not even. Some of them will give it away just for some free fucking swag. Like it's pathetic, really. It's why so many people, ones of integrity are starting to shirk the influencer label.
Yeah.
Because it's just like you got people like this running around being like, yeah, you know, just take their money.
It reminds me of the new Star Wars Disney era access media. All those podcasts that would talk the fuck up out of everything that Disney did so that they would get invited to like the exclusive events. Because their high-end business model relied on them being first in, first out on that.
I literally don't even know what I'm collecting at this point. I've been given so much garbage. Like, what is going on?
You need like a tutorial to understand like what exactly is happening with Destiny 2. It's actually kind of impressive.
It's impressive because I've been doing nothing but tutorials for the most part, like tutorials, expositions, and introductions. And I am so fucking lost. The only thing that's carrying me through a lot of this is my previous experience with Destiny 1 and 2. If I didn't have that, like, there's no way.
Here's what it is too. Influencers are so fucking stupid that the mere prospect that they're getting behind the scenes access to these companies is so exciting for them that they are willing to work hard. They're willing to work harder to shill than any journalist ever would.
Yeah.
So like just on the prospect of like, how much of this are they willing to do just so that they can get early review copies? Like, let's be honest. How much is it? None of them are journalists. None of them learned what ethics are. None of them have any kind of moral sensibilities about them. And I'm not saying games journalists are good. They do a lot of the same things, but YouTubers are even cheaper and stupider.
Yep. They're cheaper, stupider, and usually hungrier. Because at least if you're working for like an established outfit or something like that, yeah, your check is kind of guaranteed for a little while at least.
Yeah.
And then like everything has upgrade slots, and this is a fucking nightmare. This is worse. This is worse than Fallout 76.
Oh yeah. No, absolutely.
At least like Fallout 76 had like the crafting and everything to like kind of slow this down. This is just shovel it in your fucking gullet. What a mess. I don't want to do any more of this. How much longer do we have of this clip?
Oh, that was it. That was the
okay. All right. Then I'm fucking wrapping this up. I'm gonna go work on Skyrim or something like that.
Yeah.
Man, Destiny 2. What a game. What a disaster. Shocking. Just shocking. Oh, the store, right. The store. Is the store in game? I imagine it has to be.
Yeah,
right?
it usually is.
Okay, hold on.
I'm glad you remembered.
Yeah. No, chat reminded me.
Before everybody dips out, we got to look at the store.
Yeah. That's how we got to end this thing. Sorry guys, now I got to reboot the game. I was so quick. I was
so quick to get out.
Man. What happened? Well, I mean, we saw, we got told exactly what happened. They really drank the poisoned live service well water.
Is this a real fight? Oh, it's an offer.
Man, I love all these like meaningless numbers and stuff too.
Sam Hyde versus Dr. Disrespect.
Wait, what the fuck?
Muay Thai fight.
I got another cutscene? We're just loading back into the game? Why am I getting another cutscene? Did this fail to fire the first time?
Yeah. Oh, no, wait. I don't know what's going on with this fucking game. It's the current season cutscene. This is this season's opening.
What? What?
This is the end of the campaign.
What?
This is so confusing.
Schizophrenic, as Todd Howard said.
As Todd Howard would say. And mind you, Todd Howard approves of Destiny 2.
at least the looting system.
Like as of November of 2022, he approves of Destiny 2 as a looting system. And they implemented colored loot into Starfield. They spoiled Lightfall. I don't know if there's anything to spoil about Lightfall. So here's this crew of all your main interseason main characters standing around just being flabbergasted at whatever the fuck is happening.
What is this?
You have to go to orbit to fire the cutscene, and you didn't go to orbit, which is why you're getting it now.
But I went from Neptune to Earth, and I didn't have to go into orbit? What? What's the point of orbit, then?
It's just mission selection. Chill out. What? Wait, what? Are you getting thrown into a mission?
Guys, I just wanted to look at the fucking...
I'm trying to shop. I'm trying to look at the store.
They can't... Oh my god.
Every season auto starts the intro mission. Dude, what a nightmare.
I just wanted to check my settings, guys. I just wanted to check the shop. I have to go to work. Now I'm on Titan somehow. Literally just got sucked off the planet against my sucked off the tower against my will, and
not even a cutscene of like, yeah, you're just here now. You're just here. Hi.
Okay, so, oh, there's the store. Did I just see off my lawn? Okay, so how do I buy silver? Can I buy silver here? Ah, crap! It's going to be one of those things where I have to go to the.
It's going to open Steam.
Yeah, Steam store. What's the conversion ratio of dollars to silver?
I'll look it up. USD to Destiny.
That's a
silver.
Oh, it's a sparrow. It's a lawnmower sparrow.
So you get 500 for $5, 1,100 for 10, 2,300 for 20, 3,500 for 30, 6,000 for 50. How much is this lawnmower?
800.
Okay, so that's $8.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. We'll just work off the 100 silver equals $1 conversion ratio, even though there are more efficient ones. Like this is GTA shark card logic, where
well, I mean, you have to obfuscate the numbers.
Used to convert an unlocked armor item of any what? What do these do?
Use to unlock armor item of any class to a universal ornament. I don't know what that means. A bundle of 5 synthwave
transmog. So it's $3 to transmog, or can you get it in game?
Okay, so we got some emotes here. Wow, $32.50 for an emote.
That's like $30. Like legitimately, you have to buy the $30 one to get 3,500 for an emote.
For this emote,
for the water gun emote. Do you want to spray particles all over people's screens? Didn't Destiny have a problem with particle producing emotes that would like crash people's games? That's Bright Dust. That's the free currency that's earned in game. There's multiple. Wait. I was told they got rid of currencies.
upgrade your event card to earn addition. What's an event card? How many fucking content keys are there in this game? So you have to buy the expansion. You have to buy, well, first off, let's start. You have to buy
expansion, season pass, and I do remember this from the video. There's event cards to unlock events.
Yeah. And then isn't there like keys to get into raids or dungeons or something like that?
Our event cards are mini battle passes for events.
My God. 500 bucks or 500 silver for
Solar
this.
Reverence. So there's a Praise the Sun emote for $2.
Oh, wait, there's a... Oh my God. It's not even the... Well, I guess if they made it too obvious, they would get sued.
Yeah, of course. It's got to be just enough.
Hey, FromSoft, look at this, you fucking idiots. You could be selling emotes. Fucking noobs.
We're making money off of selling emotes for you.
Yeah.
So the ghost shells are like $6. $6 to decorate that little thing that... Did you ever see it? I guess like when you scan.
Okay, so this is cosmetic armor. Like you can just make your character look like this.
But is it one time, or like if I buy upgrades, do I have to rebuy the cosmetics?
Is it character specific, or could I get this on other characters?
It's one time. So in a game about gear progression, you have one-time cosmetic transmods.
And it's character specific.
Cool. Does this have like esports team collabs so I can get like anime girl skins for my guns?
What is this like? This is a fucking awful UI too. It's so just like, why can't I just look at just the emotes? Why can't I just look at the here recommended for me? What are you gonna recommend?
Class specific, not character specific.
Okay.
So I guess any warlock you own. Why would you have multiple warlocks? I didn't play it, so I don't know about any of like the class progression. So that's a lot. The emotes, like $10. There's no tabs on the emotes thing, so like are these the only 10 emotes to have ever existed, or?
No, they definitely do the FOMO thing of like, if you don't buy it, you're never gonna get it.
So, Destiny victims, how often, like, how important socially are emotes to like kind of the setup that you guys have? It's all in archive.
View offers from previous seasons. Oh my God, look at that. Look at that bar at the bottom there. Look at how many pages of emotes we got.
Oof. Oh, that's okay, that's
pages
why.
Of 383. But this isn't all of it, right? Like surely there's stuff that I can't buy right now from previous seasons. Hey guys, you can't reference plasma grenades anymore. That's 343. You lost rights to doing this.
There are some emotes good just for the goof. Not at a $10 price point.
They cycle store content in and out occasionally. Yeah, there has to be a FOMO aspect to it. There has to be something that you can miss out on.
What I wonder about these types of games is, do I have to have all of the models downloaded to my game, or does it like do it based on the session?
Speaking of Fortnite.
Well, of course, I have an old video from Destiny 1 of people doing like dancing and in it. You need to have all of them downloaded. Man, so how big is Destiny?
Well, that's why they had to vault the old season, the old campaigns and stuff.
There's Halo weapons in this game.
Does Microsoft know about this?
Sorry, we made this. We made the store obtuse so that the lawyers couldn't navigate it.
I love the aliasing here too. Bear in mind, I have anti-aliasing cranked up to max, and there's still aliasing on some of the, and it's on the like the weirdest stuff. Oh, nice! I can. Here's what my character was doing actually for the past however many seasons and expansions. Oh, I like the cloak is glitched out, so it's like floating and.
Of course.
My. Nice clipping. How much money did they make off of this one emote? No fun allowed.
Yeah, because you know there's probably like a ton of raids and strikes and events where there's like a period where you have to wait like 30 seconds. And so everybody's got like their, oh, I'm so tired and I'm waiting emote lined up.
No fun allowed. Nope. Come on, guys. We got to grind here.
Is that a suboptimal non-meta playstyle in my raid? Are you fucking serious? You're playing a goddamn Void Warlock? That's been out of meta for 6 seasons. No, I don't care if it's fun.
I like how I can spin them around while they're dancing too.
I had a cloak expand into the skybox because it glitched into my sparrow.
Ooh, this one's popular.
How do you know it's popular?
It says it. It said it's popular.
Mm.
Hey y'all, how's it going?
Get in on this one.
Is there a tab for just popular ones? No, there isn't a tab for just popular ones. I want the popular ones. I want to be able to fit in. See, that's that. You know, Bungie, you might want to hire me. I have some retail experience. I guarantee I can increase your sales revenue. Have you ever heard about cross merchandising?
You want to be careful. You're going to get a fucking email from Justin Truman saying, I know you guys said a lot of things, and I'm willing to put it all behind me because I'm a sociopath and I don't care.
Now,
but now, what's this about revenue?
So this is a multiplayer email. Oh.
There's a filter if you hit F. Oh, yeah, it's like TF2 where there's 2-player emotes.
Filter. Okay. Yeah, so we can just look at the emotes.
Yeah, it took this from fucking Team Fortress, didn't they?
Is there like an all page then? No. Wait, but the filter only works...
They said that a notification tab for the game was too much time to develop, to implement.
Okay, so the filter only works on the archive.
Because there's like a billion tabs on the archive.
So I can't just see all the emotes from the current season or whatever. Oh, we got bundles. Hold on, guys. We're getting into the value now.
Yeah, bundles are where the money is.
It's all just like...
Is that Assassin's Creed?
Armor.
Like the very first one.
Oh. Okay. Hold up. Hold up, guys. Can someone explain this to me? So
this was an actual crossover.
Yeah, okay, so like Ubisoft is getting a cut here from this. So is Microsoft in like 343 getting a cut for with the...
You'd have to assume so.
Oh my god.
Well, okay, so you're out of the loop on this stuff. I used to play Siege. They've got all kinds of like there's a Nier skin for one of the operators.
Yeah, but you know, like there was bad blood there between Bungie and Microsoft and 343 and stuff. Like that was not a clean breakup.
No, you offer a check and it's all good.
And now they're owned by Sony, who just sued Microsoft, or involved in a lawsuit against Microsoft to block their acquisition.
Anything could be patched over with a check.
Oh, I hate the industry right now. I hate AAA industry. Oh my god, this is fucking repulsive.
Here comes the money.
Elect of the empty. Yeah, I sure feel fucking empty right now. No, I actually feel full of something. Maybe I shouldn't write Skyrim tonight. I'm full of vinegar now.
Yeah,
I'm gonna go in and just start being really disingenuous.
You're gonna blast the Thieves Guild if you write about it tonight.
Oh, what else we got? Okay, view offers that can be purchased for Bright Dust. So what is Bright Dust? Is this like currency you earn in game? That's what it looks like. And it's just like some random flares, consumables. No, the good stuff though is free currency. Yeah, this is the good stuff here though. I just like the filter only works on the archive and nowhere else. Like they were so close. They were so close to figuring it out. Finishers. Oh yeah, now this is the stuff right here. Really? $10 for that? Or maybe it was just a bad. No.
Yeah. You just have random ones that are just not good value, you know.
Really? $8 for that?
Of course. What's not fair about that? It's optional, right?
Okay.
You don't have to buy it.
Where's like the really expensive one?
How do you determine the value of a microtransaction? You can't. The value is determined by what people will pay for it. If it was too much, people wouldn't buy it.
This is
the free market at Bungie would not allow there to be an overpriced kill animation, because if it wasn't selling, they would lower the price. Show the popular one.
What's the popular? Which popular one are we talking about? Oh,
or the kill animations.
Chalice overflowing. What? Oh, okay.
That's a hidden blade. That's the popular one?
Yeah, right?
Like Destiny players, come on. You guys can't even bitch that your kill animations are just boring.
Oh, up my sleeve is a...
Yeah, that's the hidden blade one. He stabs him with the hidden blade. It looks really bad because there's an effect on it. So it doesn't look like a hidden blade kill animation at all.
Yeah.
I don't remember the void explosion when Altair would hidden blade kill somebody.
Oh my god, fuck off. Fuck all of this. I'm going back to my fucking indie game Planet Crafter, which, if you're interested in early access, unique survival crafting games, definitely check out Planet Crafter. It has an overwhelmingly positive rating on Steam for a reason.
Or check out, like,
it's a great
play the
game.
Ardenfall demo.
Yeah, or Ardenfall demo. I was playing that the other day as well. But it's like, it's an interesting game because it, like, you want to talk about a game with like really worthwhile, meaningful progression that feels good. The premise of the game is that you're terraforming a planet. So literally your actions and everything that you're doing gradually changes the environment. And it's not just aesthetic either. As you continue along, you unlock new parts of the map, you unlock shortcuts, and you unlock like hidden stuff. It's fascinating. Every time like I would enter a new age and I'd be exploring the map again, and I was just finding new stuff, I'm like, man, this is like exploration done right. This is so much stuff just done right. And it's like, it's super early access still, so the game feels a little bit janky and stuff. But it's just, man. To go from playing that to playing this.
No, we should just sit around and be blackpilled about Destiny 2 all day.
Yeah, Destiny 2 and Starfield being bad and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
You guys just don't like video games anymore. Why do you make videos? I'm talking about Planet Crafter. Early access game on Steam. If you're into survival crafting games, I'd suggest giving it a check. Check it out. All right, well, we looked at this. It's called, I think it's actually the Planet Crafter. Something like that. Man. I would consider that a successful live stream.
Yeah, I'm gonna link the GTA 4 video.
Wait, there's another, the Valiant shop? Is there another in-game shop? Or is that like Valiant the game?
If you need a video to watch, that's when that came up the submissions chain.
Oh man. Well, thank you guys for coming out. This turned out about as well I was hoping it was going to turn out.
Yeah.
I'm not sure when I'm going to be doing another live stream. Unfortunately, we're getting close to Starfield's release now, and I got a lot of work left on what's it called? On Skyrim. So we'll see. We'll see what happens next. What are you working on, Pat?
I've got nothing to show right now, so
yeah, yeah. You're just in a holding pattern until Starfield's out.
Yeah, I'm in an awkward amount of time. Not enough time to do a project, but like too much time to not do anything. So
yeah. If I do another live stream, it'll probably be Oblivion. Because I have footage I have to record for the Skyrim video. So it's like, if I'm going to be playing Oblivion, I might as well stream it. But, you know, sometimes it's just like, it's 2 in the morning. I'm just going to knock out the footage. So I make no promises. Otherwise, maybe when Starfield comes out, I might do a live stream of that. Depends.
Yeah, I was talking a Starfield stream where we look through like the perk menu.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. That would be a good idea.
Just do some theory crafting on like character builds.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, but thank you guys for coming out.
It depends on if they let what the rules are for streaming Starfield.
Yeah. It also depends if the game works well enough to be, like if it's a game that's running at like 30 FPS, I'm not fucking live streaming that. That'd be
I mean, if it's just the perk menu, like
yeah, true. But yeah, thank you guys for coming out. Thank you for the donations and everything. Good chatting. Thank you to all the Destiny fans who have been walking us through this.
We're both
my condolences.
Destiny not non-savvy on that.
Yeah. I said, I played Destiny 1 and then I returned it within the first week. That was a game where I was able to return it for basically the amount that I paid for it when I bought it. I got like $59 for it back. So,
oof. Well, at least you got your money back.
Yeah. But yeah, that was basically my exposure to it. And then I played Destiny 2 when it went free to play and it came on Steam. I played it for like 2 days. And that's basically it. That's been my exposure to this game, to this franchise.
Oh, no.
And I've been mentally filtering everything out Destiny related. So I was very shocked when I saw this interview or saw this GDC talk and realized, no, Bungie is like, it died a horrible, painful death, and nobody really noticed except for the you know
yeah,
people
except
playing
for
Destiny.
The Destiny community that everybody wrote off.
Yeah.
Everybody ignores you guys, and I do apologize for that.
Yeah. You guys have been suffering in silence.
Now I want to do like a CoffeeZilla style, like just interview with people, interview with the victims.
Yeah, we were talking about doing that with Fallout 76, but the longer we played Fallout 76, the more we realized just how like uninteresting the community really is for Fallout 76.
Oh yeah, no.
It's like a just like kind of like a weird delusional hug box. But Destiny players that I've talked to sound like refugees or something. Like they sound troubled. So that would I feel like those would be interesting people to sit down and discuss. So who knows? Maybe that'll happen at some point in the future. But yeah, we're gonna head out now. I got Skyrim stuff to work on.
See you later, chat.
Take it easy.